crack of thunder as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up
in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モール始めよう 然な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream.
chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
「身も蓋もないわねマジで」「メール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて」「細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way」ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよか
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sound. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle.
so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No line, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my
We must survive. So true.
恭喜 ！Oh my god！
Weapons wise. Stand and fight for your life. I'll take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are back for another day of fantastic League of Legends. I am Joe Sushin, and of course, I'm going to be joined by the jubilous Jamada coming back in for the fold here. Had a little time off after Chinese New Year, of course. You're back on the phrase. Excited to have you back, man.
Thank you, and it's hopefully going to be a pretty exciting day as well. Of course, a lot of teams fighting for their first win of the year still, and I kind of feel like that's going to give us but desperation, a little bit too early in the season for that, but a little more creativity out of the teams trying to search for their first series win.
It's not desperation, it's character building. That's how we gotta call it. But yeah, again, lots to kind of come into today. But before we can get to today, let's have a look at what happened yesterday, because we did have a couple of games. Two of our, two teams you might have heard of them, JDG and Top Esports, taking two fairly convincing foes overall against Ninjas and Pajamas and RA respectively.
Yeah, not really too much to write home about. I think the expected results overall, Top Esports and JDG just showing up, business as usual, and then going home. Yeah, very exciting to finally see JDG back on the Rift as well. They had a very, very long next day. That was it for the entire first part before the Chinese break. Of course, IG, as we at the standings, leading everything at the moment 3-0. Get to catch up on that 3-game mark, but today's matches, Sheen, like we said, teams looking for their first series win.
Luckily for Ultra Prime, they've already gotten their first win, so they're feeling pretty good going into today. But yeah, it is a myriad of kind of a bottom of the table clash. But you know, in that kind of sense as well, this is where you get your platform. This is where you find yourself an opportunity to push yourself into a much bigger and better opportunity against basically people who would be considered your peers. So we're gonna jump straight onto stage. We are wasting very little time here now, Jamada, as we got the teams that are coming in. Oh, mid gap.
Oh, okay.
What has the CB LOL done to League of Legends? It doesn't matter if they're winning or not, they will always have an impact. CB LOL is the best, man. I love these dudes. And he grabs the jacket for him. What a bro.
Okay, so don't worry about it. My bad for the mid gap that's likely going to occur here. We'll see. Happening. Lost streak, of course. LGD still searching as well. A little rougher on the Anyone's Legend side. So we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little later, of course. But yeah, again, look, you're looking at LGD. Like, I think it's a tough one for LGD. They're coming in with a pretty much, you know, brand new lineup. They're looking to try and make this one work for them. So we've seen slight glimmers of hope from LPC and Junjo, but that bot lane is only going to do so much. I really need to see a little bit more from Meteor. But calm down. Who are these kids? Who are these kids in the corner? Oh man, I love our intros. I wish I know the LEC did do intros, and I know that was kind of a thing, but like they never embraced it. And I feel like the eastern regions like LCK and LPL, I feel like they embraced those intros, and like you just get so much more fun out of it.
And you know, I think as well, I feel like the stereotype as well for as it comes to being on stage in playing. These intros have been nothing like Humility. I've loved the energy they've been bringing. And yeah, honestly, AL might have won my favor today. Just because, you know, that wasn't a planned thing. That was I saw this guy walk out mid-gap. I've got to tell him.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a good vibes to come in. Again, it's always hard to you know, I suppose build that confidence in yourself when you are sitting 0-3. You know, Anyone's Legend have had a pretty damn rough start of it, but you could argue that apart from the Ultra Prime series they played earlier this week, they've had IG, Top Esports, then Ultra Prime, which was closer 2-1, and they were a little unfortunate, in my opinion, to lose that series. So they can still bounce back, but we are getting now to the point where after this game, they're 25% through the split. That's the end of it. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. You got to start putting W's on the board.
AL, one thing I've kind of noticed a bit of a trend with is it feels like their game ones are pretty explosive, and then after that first loss, and it feels like they lose that sort of level of enthusiasm that you'd like to see from a team like AL in the early stages of a game, where you want to try and get things rolling through Baron and bottom lane in a Sword Art and Bay. So hopefully for them, if they pick up a first in the series, then perhaps that can sort of, you know, be built off of in terms of momentum. I think for LGD on the opposite side, it's been more about the from Meteor's champion pool and being able to use that. Other than that, I feel like LGD haven't really shown us too much. I haven't had the opportunity to show us a lot. So hopefully we can get a little bit more out of LGD playing into an AL side, which definitely struggled to get a lot on the board.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you kind of put it, is like struggling to get stuff on the board, struggling to read it there. And I love your analogy about AL as well. So, you know, burning brightly and then fizzling out. They seem to be like striking a match. It's just kind of like instant flame. Ooh, okay, not as impressive now that I've left it here for 10 seconds. And it does feel like that is the style that we're going around. And it's very disappointing for AL fans. You know, they've got to remember the old Rogue Warriors coming in from last split. They just missed playoffs. That was a very unfortunate time for them. And you would argue that by keeping the same lineup, they were looking to try and build off of last year's, you know, relative success. And sadly for them, it just has not come to fruition. But we're not going to waste any more time here, Jamada. We're going to jump straight into picks and bans, and pretty much seeing a little bit of a stock and standard now. Blue side has so much power because you get first pick, and not only that, but you don't have to ban away all of those ADCs.
You don't have to ban away all of those ADCs. So we'll see what exactly the priority will be for LGD on this B1. We've seen a lot of priority shift because of all of these lethality AD carries rolling into the support role. So we'll see whether or not we get a little bit out of Jin Jiao or Sword Art in that regard. I've seen crazy things. I'm not sure if you've been paying attention to the NNL stage. If you haven't, things like Kalista, things like Caitlyn have been getting picked up in the support role. So we'll keep our eyes on that. For the meantime, it's just going to be an immediate Jack's first pick for LGD, so they want to throw down the gauntlet. ZDZ will probably happily take Fiora into this, and then it'll be about what AL want to pair up on this top side, whether they want to go for a little bit of early jungle aggression, whether or not they want to try and pick up something for Betty in the early stages, or even we've seen a little bit of Rise priority sometimes when we come to these sort of like solo lane priorities in the early stages for draft.
I go for it here. The Jack's being picked up there does say to me that they are kind of throwing down the gauntlet to ZDZ and say, hey, look, pick something, pick the K'Sante. We know how powerful and potent it can be, but the Jack's, especially in the LPL and the LCK, has definitely been seen more as a counter into that particular. It also does mean that you can go something like the Sejuani, which it looks like, yeah, AL are just going to ban away, or sorry, pick away, as they look to try and say, look, we're not going to give you that all-encompassing topside priority. You're going to have to try and be a little bit more creative.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I will note, Varus is also on that list of lethality supports, as Wink did end up playing it yesterday with IG. So keep our eyes on that flexibility. I like your point there as well, snatching away that Sejuani, just kind of saying you're not going to get complete topside priority from the get-go just from having a bunch of melee champions paired up with this Sejuani for the permafrost stacks. LGD, however, will just take Maokai, very standard response. A lot of lockdown, you know what Maokai does now. We've been playing on this patch for a good couple of weeks, and looks like LGD will look to try and pair this up with a little more utility out of the support role or AD carry role with this Jhin lock-in, a lot of ranged CC and engage, so LGD can really play a range of the Nature's Grasp and the Curtain's Call and just see what they can find and poke and prod with. And there's that Fiora we was talking about earlier in that first rotation, which ZDZ didn't want to pick up then, but will pick up now at R3.
Yeah, and it gives them a lot of priority. We obviously talked about how Sejuani with the Jax, very powerful with that stacking passive. Just as good, in my opinion, with something like a Fiora. Not as easy to proc, obviously, with the Counter-Strike with the Jax, but I'm kind of curious about this Jhin pick as well, because it does feel like it's not really an AD carry that we've seen. It's not something that we've seen as an AD carry as such, but it has been something that we've seen as an answer into something like a Heimerdinger support. So curious to see now if LGD are maybe being a little bit more creative, shall we say, with their bot lane, kind of maybe baiting them in, thinking, oh, there's going to be LPC, never mind, it's going to be Jin Jiao. Maybe they go for like a Caitlyn or something like that, but we'll have to wait and see how they end up kind of working towards that. Right now, it does look like AL are assuming that this Jhin is going to go into LPC's hands, so they're banning away some supports that can deal with the Varus and maybe even the Heimerdinger if they're allowed to have it.
Yeah, definitely. I like the Heimerdinger cooldown as well. I think AL might want to remove that one away in the next ban here. We'll see what exactly they want to get off the board. LGD, however, don't want to have to deal with something like a Kassadin pick. I wonder if they're going to go into a second mid lane ban. Someone like Silas perhaps could be very, very powerful for AL. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of strong ults to steal away. AP ratio on Jax is probably going to one-shot someone if you get on top of a squishy, and of course Maokai Armor is just such a big zoning tool. AL are going to actually put a ban towards the Syndra. Of course, very, very powerful on this patch. We've seen a lot of rising power on that. I wonder if that's going to spell a Rise pickup. Maybe on this R4, and you try and hold on to the Varus as a flex. It's only IG that we've seen show it as a support pick, and it did look okay, but of course, we're still thinking this is going to be a Varus AD carry. And LGD, they're just going to remove away the LeBlanc. So a lot of mid picks that we're kind of familiar with still up and available. Azir is pretty okay here if things he wants it. And I mean, Rise also a very strong option if they just want to play side lane with this Fiora. And I think that's probably going to be the best port of call here with both the Syndra and the LeBlanc off the table with the Rise gone too, with the Kassadin gone too.
I love this as well. I love how the bot lane went from like very early draft priority, obviously for AL, to kind of now this question mark of like, we want to see what you pick. We want to see what you want to go for. They are hovering the Heimerdinger for the moment. We'll see if they end up locking that one in, and they do. So it's going to be Heimerdinger Jhin in that bot side, saying, look, if you're going to wait till the very last second, but they have an answer on the side of AL, the Misfortune coming in here. It could technically flex into the AD carry support, but I imagine that is going to be a full support Misfortune. So it's just an arms race in the bot side. Whoever gets an advantage here, I feel like it's just going to really start to snowball away from this.
Yeah, definitely. And we actually saw IG also pull out the MF support in the same series into this Heimerdinger. And basically, the thought process is as simple as kind of like the Zyra counter. If you remember all the way back, if you rack your brain to like Season 6, where MF will just auto-Q that Heimerdinger turret and it's gonna die. So it works as a very strong lane counter. And of course, just as a support in general, you're always gonna be able to provide a massive zoning tool in the bullet time. And of course, the Make It Rain. So laning on the bottom side, a lot of poke between these two lanes. I'm sure that's gonna be very integral. What poke is landing on either side, and expect Meteor and both Xiaohao to be making appearances down there just on how volatile this lane could potentially be on that front. But you have to remember, with such an explosive top side matchup like Jax Fiora, both these teams are gonna have to pay attention to their side lanes.
Yeah, they really, really do. They need to make sure that they're not letting this Fiora or Jax get the better of them. And also, as well as that, like, later on into the game, the Rise, the Azir, the pushing power that you're able to create with these two carries is actually pretty significant. So it's going to be very early focused on the bot side, moving towards those solo lanes a little bit later on. And, of course, everything in between, depending on how the junglers end up playing around this. But again, for both these teams, both of them searching for that win. I think this is going to be a big moment now to kind of decide who are you amongst your peers. Are you the best of the rest? Or are you just kind of the rest, I suppose, as both these teams really need to start to get their campaign going as we start to move forward bit by bit into the LPL season. We are going to jump straight onto the Rift. It is LGD versus anyone's legend. Both these teams desperate to try and get themselves a win, and both these teams trying to be a bit more creative as we go straight into a bot side fight.
Yes, they bottom side priority, something good from seeing very, very commonly with Heimerdinger in meta. Just want to push and shove for a little bit of control. Not sure who ended up really winning out. There's no ward that got placed down. Actually, looks like Kinsey did get a vision score, so a ward was cleared.
Have a look at the replay there.
Doesn't look like anything was exchanged in terms of summoners, so it was just a bunch of poke going back and forth and
A little bit of cash.
a little bit of cash. I'm sure support mains across the world, they really need to nerf the income. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it.
Yeah.
It's
Wow,
too much
I've
gold.
never seen someone just immediately stop their point because of how annoyed they knew they were going to get.
I know. But it's been a very, it's been a very popular topic of discussion with all of the bottom lane changes rolling through on future patches. We, of course, are still on 13.1, but we've had the 13.1 hotfix. And, of course, 13.2 and even 13.3 changes being previewed AD support. So hopefully things change. We're probably going to see a lot less of MF and all of these lethality AD carries in the support role. But moving away from that, actually focusing on the game here, seems like Meteor's just taking a full bottom side clear, and same thing for Xiaohao on his top side. So mirrored jungle paths. Have ourselves a little bit of a brief pause. Hopefully this will be resolved very, very quickly. But yeah, both junglers actually kind of prioritizing different sides of the map, very likely. Meteor looks like he's going to go up towards the top side, try and provide a little bit of coverage for his Jax, whereas on the opposite side, Xiaohao, I think he kind of recognizes in the early stages that the bottom lane priority and push and shove and poke is going to be pretty temperamental, so he wants to go towards that side, try and get either the Skull Crab if he's got priority, or just coverage to ensure that Meteor doesn't impact that lane too heavily.
Yeah, and even on the side of AL as well, like, we haven't really, obviously we've already just jumped into the game, but they've gone double Comet bot lane, so they have got a lot of damage, just straight up burst in those first few early levels, and it is very annoying, especially things like the Piercing Arrow, and of course the Make It Rain from the Misfortune. Very hard to actually dodge a lot of that skill shot. It's very hard to dodge the Comet coming in as well to give you that extra little bit of damage, so I am curious to see if we will see some early attention coming from either jungler in that bot side after the Scuttles, like you mentioned, so curious about that, but obviously it was Jin Zhao is having a little bit of an issue right now. Hopefully it will be resolved very, very quickly, but does seem to have a little bit of a disconnect, so hopefully nothing too serious comes from that. But it is going to be a very curious setup right now in terms of the where these teams end up prioritizing as we're jumping straight back into the game. It looks like Xiaohao, with that full top side clear, needs to be very aware that he's not really spotted here. There's no ward at the moment. And yeah, you've lost the counter-strike. The Ghost is going to be popped here by ZDZ. They're going to flash away, but yeah, you ain't going nowhere, buddy. And this is the top-side priority that we were talking about, Jamada.
Exactly. I mean, top side matchup, we said side lanes, right? That's going to be the name of the game, and we spoke about how volatile the bottom side can be. Two split pushers with hyper scaling on their side is also going to be just as volatile. And Xiao is just first to the mark, right? He just takes that 3 clear camp into the top side straight away, trying to get a wave 3 crash, and it's just punished. And the flash comes out, still ends up dying, and sure, he's going to get a nice trade here of the CDZ, but he hasn't based yet. He's not really going to care too much about this one. So once his wave crashes, as long as he can collect it safely, that'll be the next step. He'll just teleport back, but he's just going to take the reset now, recognizes, hey, if this wave crashes and Meteor's here, I will likely get low, probably not survive and miss the wave anyway, so he'll just take the advantage as it is. And that's 1 to the good for AL, and we kind of said, game 1 momentum for me, pretty important for anyone's legend. I feel like they've really kind of fizzled out after their game 1 if they've not actually ended up taking the win. Game 1s haven't looked too terrible, so picking up that first blood, hopefully they can get the momentum going from here in this top side. If CDZ can just sustain by himself, and then Xiaohao can go and focus on this bottom side, that'll be massive, mate.
Oh, could be absolutely huge. As well as that, you know, obviously the kill went over to Xiaohao on the Sejuani, but the Sejuani just builds health. Like, straight up, it's a Radiant Virtue into a Warmogs with whatever boots they decide, usually Merc Treads, because they need to have that little bit of extra tenacity. So, actually interesting to see there, Xiaohao and Meteor kind of having a gentleman's agreement to trade each other's Krugs for the moment, as we see this double Comet bot lane just kind of trying to do its best right now to make sure that they are being as big of a nuisance as possible. You can see how difficult it is to really push forward here as LPC. We'll get the bouncing grenade off a couple of times, but having that constant harassment is going to become far more important when we start to see things like the sorry, not the Umbral Grave, the Serrated Dirks coming in on the side of the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, Solar will probably be going Umbral Glaive, Ashin, because that's all supports are doing when they play AD carries. That is such a top lane moment, isn't it? Just pop the Counter-Strike, walk up, I want my cannon.
You know what? I want the cannon, and also I love that as well. You got CDZ on the other side saying, like, you know what? I'm gonna get my riposte because I want 100% riposte on your Counter-Strike for no real reason, but not to be. Of course, both these top laners should be fine with that kind of setup right now, but what I gotta say, with Xiaohao and Sword are kind of moving down towards this Dragon, they should be able to take this one pretty much for free. They've bot lane priority, they've got the mid lane priority as well. There's not really a hell of a lot that you're going to be seeing. And it looks like Swordar is not going to be listening to all the supports who go AD carry. He's going to go straight for that amplifying tone. And he's going for the AP Misfortune, which has been seeing a little bit more play in the fringe setups of solo queues. So again, can go either. Both work. The AP Misfortune definitely a bit more of a poke tool than a clearing tool. But now with Jin Zhao here and Xiaohao might be in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't take this exceptionally quickly, and yeah, he needs to back away. He's lost priority. And with Hai Chao coming over, the rest of LGD, this is just a thank you for the leash.
Yeah, I mean, the initial timing wasn't too terrible for anyone's legends to get that one started, but I think just the fact that LGD happened to have a ward in the pit just gave him enough information, and now in the mid lane, he's getting pinned down.
He's got phase rush, so he doesn't have to flash just yet, and Xiaohao was in the vicinity as well. Meteor just going to put down another Bramble Smash to remind him how low of a damage he has in this bot lane. And all of a sudden, LGD, they've come back with a little bit of fight in them. They're going to force the flash out of Betty. The Ignite is ticking, and it's not going to be enough. Use your pots, ladies and gentlemen. Eat your biscuits. And that's all that we got to see from that bot side there. But again, all of a sudden, LGD, they've gone from being behind on an early game play in the top side to taking the Dragon off of AL, and then just taking multiple different summoners and advantages across the map.
Yeah, really huge swing of momentum there for LGD. They get the play on the mid lane. Sure, it doesn't necessarily get Pinji's flash or anything like that, but still, chunking him out like this now means that you can just see in the mid lane priority. Simple as that for LGD now for the next until Pinji resets, which is right now, but he's still going to miss a little bit of this wave. And like you said, bottom side play goes the way of LGD. A force out from Betty, almost a kill. It's still pressure and priority being brought across the map. It's about what LGD can now get off the back of this. Is this going to buy them a Herald in a minute's time? Is AL going to be able to respond? That's really what you need to look at, how LGD are going to set up now with some of this pressure they've just bought off the back of those trades.
It doesn't really equal anything in terms of a gold lead just yet, but first Dragon being a mountain means later on in the game. It's got a power investing in your future, shall we say. It's like a savings account. You put it in there later, and eventually you can kind of look at it and go, oh, sick. I forgot I had this money, and I can't access it, so I can't spend it, because I'm terrible at that. But coming back into this one here, it's going to be AL just trying to see what they can do right now. And again, this is the interesting one. They wanted to bait. I'm curious as well from draft, because AL wanted to bait out this Heimerdinger. They didn't pick it. They wanted to try and make sure that they had an option for it. LGD take it away, and you can just see why the power of this Heimerdinger has been so feared around the world, because it just gives you so much priority. It gives you so much kill pressure as well. You land that grenade, and all of a sudden, that little bit of CC and damage becomes a hell of a lot more potent and a hell of a lot harder to deal with.
You can just see it's just so obnoxious. It's very hard to walk away from, especially if it's already being set up. As top side, we actually pan over, and there's a 1v1 going down.
That's a 1v2 at the moment. Flash forward, gonna get the bonks in, and that's gonna be Xiaoshu taking a kill off of ZDT. It was a 1v1 until it wasn't, and that's LGD again finding priority, getting themselves on the map, and really just making themselves known to AL, saying, look, we're not gonna be a pushover.
Yeah, definitely not. Now they'll get the Herald off the back of this. I'm not sure where Herald was going. I'm not sure where Meteor brought it over, but he will start up now. And you can kind of just see AL are kind of just posturing towards the bottom side, trying to force back with LPC and Jinjiao off the tower, and they're definitely going to do that. So a couple of plates are going to be traded on the bottom side for AL at the very least. I'm sure we'll get a pan over to see how much damage is being done. Just the one play, but a little bit of the wave being missed as well. So little trades that you can take, still going to feel nice for AL to get that kind of response, but they are going to lose out on the Herald. They still lost out on that kill as well. Xiaoshu is going to feel a lot better in this 1v1 moving forward. We'll get a replay. It's just a blast cone over, and I'm not entirely sure if they had vision in the river. I'm assuming that they did, and that's why they got this play started off. And the rundown just nice. The riposte used already, so you can't use that on Nature's Grasp, so the follow-up is as easy as you'd like for Meteor. And he sets up Xiaoshu to get his kill back.
And the big thing as well is 3 plates have been taken by Xiaoshu kind of on his own, really. He's just been able to kind of, obviously there was that kill that helped him out, but it is very much something now that with the Rift Herald, they could just truck that up top side. It's Jax getting ahead of the Fiora in a side lane is just not what you want to be seeing for AL. I'm going to tell you right now, a team fighting Fiora is not a good Fiora. It's just kind of how it is, unfortunately, for a lot of these players. So you need to be able to have that pressure. You need to be able to put priority down on the side lane without really giving up too much. And now ZDZ, you can see him now trying to make sure that Xiaoshu doesn't get any cheeky wave clear or wave freezing. But right now, like ZDZ, he has to play so respectful because the Jax is just at this moment in time stronger.
Yeah, exactly. And just in terms of like sort of talking the micro of the matchup a little bit, whilst I'm hoping we have a bit of time. Though Sword Art poking a prodding. I'm not sure he knows that Meteor's on the opposite side till he walks up to that control ward. Short trades for Jax just really work out in this matchup. And ZDZ, you know, with the passive grasp, just sustains over a massive amount of time as back and forth here. That's an ultimate.
That is an ultimate. They will not get the Counter-Strike down. And that's ZDZ there. They even had Ping Z in the back pocket just in case they wanted to try and go for something, but with the priority there to get the AL put towards top side, we are going to see them now moving that goal towards Haichao in the bot side or in the mid lane, and in the bot side, Meteor puts down the ultimate to make sure he can try and get a little bit of damage down. They're going to jump everything onto this. Sword Art didn't move! The man just had nowhere to go. Betty will get a trade back, so it's a 1, 2. There's another kill. So what could have been a 2-for-1 ends up being a 2-for-2. And AL lucky in my opinion, but sometimes you're in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, all right. Let's be real. Little bit botched from LGD on the back end, but how uninteractive was that for Bay and Sword Art? They just get sniped from across the map. Look at all of this nonsense. Nature's Grasp, Curtain Call gets opened up. You just see lockdown, lockdown, Curtain Call, another stun. Oh, from Jinjiao. Poor Sword Art, man. And short, Bay's able to get this trade back, which is always nice. And I think just the fact that LPC steps up and there's no minion wave there, he just is unfortunate. As we come out of the replay, AL do pick up the second dragon, so it's not going to be a 2-dragon stack there for LGD. But it's an Ocean Soul, which I feel like it's actually surprisingly high value in this game. I think with the amount of poke coming out from the bottom side, if you can kind of just sustain on having a soul, even having a couple of dragons, sometimes just a couple of dragons can do the world of good. Actually not going to feel too bad at all, so we'll see how the soul development goes on as we just kind of see Xiaoshu, if he can get nice and decent short trades, it works out for him as long as he's not letting ZDZ get too many vital procs in return. The issue is the riposte is gone, and this is the time where Meteor can just do this and set up a Xiaoshu.
Yeah, he's going to pop down the Grand Challenge. Meteor needs to be very careful going towards that Demonic Embrace first. There's going to be Haichao, Ping Z coming back in. He's going to flash forward, force the flash out. Meteor just about keeps himself alive, but this game's getting a little unhinged now, Shibata. Things are getting a little bit wild and crazy. Not in the kind of like, oh my god, look at these plays. More like, oh my god, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, I agree with you. There's not much for me to add to that point, Sheen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm in the same ballpark of thinking right now as, oh boy.
Jinzhou flashes forward, but he misses the ult. What? This game is losing it, and I'm losing myself. What's going on right now, Shibata?
Oh,
We're
that's a
gonna see
grenade!
bouncing grenade. No! He lost a deadly flourish. He flashed his phone. What's happening? What is happening? We're gonna see them use the ultimate. There's one little movement. He needs to grab two. One last shot might be able to kill him. He's got it! Double kill coming in for LPC, and this game's going unhinged.
What just happened, man? This entire sequence of play from Jinzhou missing the ultimate rockets to whatever. I can't even keep myself composed. I'm a little too unwell at the moment to even think straight. Let alone witness
After
this.
this sequence of play, everyone's a little unwell. But yeah,
So-
like again, it's just everyone's just throwing them. This is just like my solo queue games. Everyone's just throwing everything at each other. There's no rhyme or reason. There's nothing. Oh, just get it. Why? Because wards, I guess. Oh, that was blind. Fantastic.
Blind. Oh, goodness. Great stuff from LPC to actually find the connection there. And this is just peak LPL, isn't it? Really. Just moments like these as 4 shot connects. No dodging out there from Sword Art. And LPC will find his double kill. Yeah, Jinzhou just doesn't pull the trigger on the rockets. I'm not sure. Maybe he was waiting for an ultimate cooldown. And that could definitely be a thing. That's a teleport on Vision.
That is a teleport on Vision. They're going to immediately lock him up. He's dead. All right, cool. Thanks for the teleport cooldown. What is going on? You know what? I was gonna say,
feel like I know what we're in for today now after witnessing.
you know what? We're in for a day. That's what we're in for. We are in for a day. It's giving me what was the TT versus LNG vibes from last split. Anyone who remembers that knows that I may or may not have lost my mind just a little bit, and it's just plays. And the funny thing is, do you know what the most amazing thing about all these different plays is, Jamada? After this turret goes down, it's going to slightly skew it, but it doesn't make a difference into. Oh no, never mind. He's just going to go for him, and now it's.
This doesn't really get too much better either, from my understanding of the New Jax matchup. It just kind of gets worse. So that's not great for AL or ZDZ specifically, who's probably going to be on side lane through the entire game anyway. And yeah, on that note, Ashin, I really hope Orcs isn't watching, because I'm sure he would be losing his mind. And it's after his many-month-long run over the GTT series. It was pretty chaotic, to be fair. But this is exuding that energy, so maybe we get. Well, there's no Corki or TF in this game. That's
The TF definitely made it a lot more chaotic. I will say, Hai Chao did his best UCAL TF impression on that TV. So, gotta give the man props. You gotta give him there. But look, let's recenter. Let's bring ourselves back in. Let's try to take stock of the game. It is dead even on gold, which was what my point was supposed to be. Despite all of these different things, it's a dragon apiece. It's 6 kills apiece. There is a 1 turret advantage, but that's pretty much going to be equaled up now in a second. Burst items are coming through, and third Drake is about to spawn. So this is where the game starts to become less about those side lanes and a little bit more about where you're positioning on the map. They will be able to get the Nature's Grasp coming in towards that mid lane. There's going to be a lot of damage, but they're going to throw this one back. LPC cleanses, but he cleanses after the first CC and not the second, so the Chain of Corruption catches him out. Turret traded up in that top side. Xiaoshu is now going to try and make this one a little bit more difficult for ZDZ, who needs to just run away. I will say ZDZ's in a little bit of a better situation when it comes to the movement speed, because he's got those upgraded boots and the Ghost. He did use the counter-strike there to try and get him down. It's a little bit of a 1v1 going. Neither one wants it, but he's got himself a proc. Oh, jump forward. No flash available. One more
Counter-strike
proc
is
on the
up.
opposite side. Counter-strike is up, and that's going to be enough. That's Xiaoshu getting himself another solo bolo in that top side and in the tower as well.
Woo, okay, that was 2 for 0. That was very, very by the skin of his teeth stuff by Xiaoshu. He will get this tower off the back of his 1v1. And on the bottom side, sure AO will pick up this dragon, but again, the side lane is probably just going to continue to get worse. Now, fortunately, we're not on 13.1B, which I would argue is probably making the matchup a little bit worse for Fiora with the Grievous Wounds buffs. So, you know, ZDZ can rest easy on that front, but Xiaoshu is still going to opt in to this Blades of the Ring King. You can see the components coming in his inventory. He's not going towards some of those more tankier builds. You get a look at this replay as LPC just gets so dual attack on Jin. It's a bit strange, guys, I'm not gonna lie. But he faced for it with his life. No amount of cleanses would have saved him. It's something. It is making me scratch my head a lot.
Definitely something is the best way I could put that. But yeah, this is coming back into it again. Gold is still dead even. It is unfortunately for LGD fans, a dragon though going over for AL. So it won't be a close or a soon win condition on the dragon, but there is a dragon condition there for the side of AL for the moment. 4 minutes till the next one spawns. They are just going to try and put down the Jackson to the bot side and gain some of that free standing go. Ping Z needs to be careful here. He is very much by himself. He's trying to clear this wave as quick as he can. He will get it. He's underneath the tower. Xiaoshu seeing if he can maybe get away with it just because he had the support of his teammates. But yeah, it's going to be fast and loose, shall we say. But now with the priority all on bot side, LGD have no priority mid lane.
Yeah, priority mid traded for this. So mid tier 1 goes in the favor of AL. I feel like they're going to be trading this, considering they lost their tier 1 to the Hell Charge a couple minutes ago. It's going to really open up the map. So mid lane priority first moves to Baron, to Dragon. Going to be something to track now. A little more even on that front. But still, gold did go over to Xiaoshu, who's now finished up his Blade of the Ring King. So he's up that one item. And do I really need to explain how important those item completions are for side lane 1v1 duelists? I don't think I have to, especially not a very broken item. I'm not going to use any other words because it is broken. It's just a little bit too strong Blade of the Ring King, ain't it? And ZDZ's now not really going to be able to match until at the very least he hits Hydra. And he does get caught kind of sleeping at the wheel on the side lane. He'll definitely get run down. The Stiffing Tower is kind of going to nullify some of the movement speed you get from the passive from Ghost. So Xiaoshu is very powerful, and I'm really hoping that LGD are now going to leverage this to maximum potential and just constantly lean towards him, make sure that AL don't really have much breathing room on the side lane.
Absolutely, I think that's exactly what we're seeing them do there. Kind of gaining vision control on that bot side, making sure that Xiaoshu has the information he needs to be able to push forward. I will say Betty's build is an interesting one for me. It is lethality, but he's gone with the Dustbringer instead of the Dustbringer of Drakar, to be exact, instead of a yeah, instead of the usual pick. I'm going to stop myself very quickly. Might see a little bit of a move here. Hai Chao doesn't even use the Emperor's Divide, just gets the flash out of Ping Z because he knows that if he gets caught there, he's just dead, so has to expend the flash before anything else is really used. And while that's all been happening, AL now moving down towards the spot side. 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns, and that's going to be their prize should they be able to take it.
They'll be able to move into that one. And yeah, I agree. Bit of a strange one. We don't really see that Duskblade get picked up too frequently these days. It's usually basically every other mythic in the lethality category besides that. As
yeah,
ZDZ
it's usually
pops his
the
Ghost.
Eclipse. It's usually the Eclipse. You know,
Yeah.
that we generally see. Prowler's Claw would be ballsy, to say the least. But you know, I'm
Hey
down
man,
for a little
Prowler's
bit of
Claw through the minion, get the ultimate off.
You
Flash
can't do it through
backwards.
minions anymore.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. You can't. That was the
Ult
whole
tech.
thing. You
was-
see how to do
yeah.
it through minions, and they were like, "We're gonna take this off of minions," and I was like, "Oh my God, Betty." Very careful there. He's getting taken down very low before this dragon has even really begun. Before this fight for dragon has even really started, and this is where the game starts to get a little bit testy right now between both these teams.
Yeah, it's alright. He's got red buff, had the honey fruit as well. We'll just heal up. But yeah, kind of surprised how much damage that's dealt now. Looks like LGD are maybe fishing for a pick in this little window. Mio's going to reveal himself though. But it's just one of those things, right? If they see Xiao Hao just step forward on the rotation, even through the frost armor, they could look to try and burst him down to maybe 3/4 health, half health almost. And just that poke alone, I mean, getting the poke out on the jungler is very, very meaningful. As LGD, I wonder what they're going to do around this, because if they can sort of see control, they have Maokai saplings and a Heimerdinger. That's going to be really annoying to deal with. ZDZ could just walk face first into this.
I don't agree with that one, ZDZ. They're going to try and take this fight. On top of him, though, he's going to look for the grand challenge, and he gets it down because he had Ping Z on the side. There's going to be a Flashpoint Meteor away from the Chains of Corruption, and all of a sudden, you do have yourself a 5v4, but there is a TP here on Xiaoshu.
Yeah, I mean, if somehow LGD can hold out for 30 seconds, prolong whatever sequence of play they choose to go for, a lot of pings going towards the Baron. AL kind of being peeled off this one now to try and answer it. I don't think this is to start the Baron and actually lock it down. I think it's just to bring AL off the Dragon, buy a bit of time until Xiaoshu can get back on the map and teleport. And that seems to be the case. So now the Dragon's effectively reset. That pick doesn't really mean too much in the grand scheme of the Dragon right now, though this tier 2 on the bottom side is going to go the way of ZDC, so he should probably have his Hydra. Look at the components. He should be okay. Pick up that second item. But now, they're really playing with the idea. The blue ward's gone, so now they're going to start it up. And I mean, yeah, they will shred it. It's Heimerdinger plus an Azir.
Plus a Demonic Embrace Maokai. I mean, it's not gone just yet. You aren't that quick. You're already getting a TP coming in here from Xiaoshu. You don't have a TP coming in yet from the side of ZDZ. The 5v4. And they just get themselves in. And the Dragon still hasn't been taken. So LGD, they call the bluff and say, all right, call us on ours. And they do, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, if you bluff about 3 or 4 times in a row, surely one of them's going to work. And for LGD, I mean, it just nets them the Baron effectively for as free as you'd like. Now, AL will get themselves to Soul Point. So that's still something to think about in the next 5 minutes when that Dragon spawns up. But if LGD can bring big yields from this Baron, it wouldn't really matter at the end of the day. AL kind of just pushed and pulled across the map there by LGD. Really, really smart to just secure themselves this big purple worm buff. And now it's about trying to knock down a couple of these towers on the inners, try and get some of that gold, try and get some of that map pressure. And we'll see how AL try and break up this little bit of momentum that LGD have rightfully earned themselves off the back of that play.
This is, again, just such a strange game. You will get yourself up the Soul Point here as AL, but gold has been and will forever be, in my opinion, dead even. Big moment, though, for Ping Z. He's got himself fully stacked up on that Rod of Ages, so he is a level ahead of his counterpart, Hai Chao. Hai Chao has got 2 items himself, so he's not going to be feeling anyway bad about the situation, shall we say. And Warmog's being picked up here for Xiaoshu means that they are going to be able to take a little bit more of that poke and move forward. Edge of Night finished up as well here for Betty, so he's got some serious lethality coming in. If he get landed onto someone like Hai Chao or LPC, he will do significant damage.
Yeah, he will. He will definitely get like a bit of a trap at the moment, especially if they're kind of sitting somewhere at that 70% HP margin. You know, starting to talk about grounds for Chains of Corruption to a straight up one-shot with Empowered Arrow, just because of how powerful that missing HP damage can be. Now, LGD are just trying to give Xiaoshu a little bit of space, pulling AL between both this mid and this bottom side. They'll get that tier 2 in the mid lane, so that's tower number 1 out of 3 of the inners now. Now it's nice to see them lean towards the bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised, just to see this element force back. AL, Purple probably won't get called out, but here we go. Actually, it will.
Well, very odd angle to see it from. Normally it's a, down or up in one particular way. That one was directly right.
Yeah.
They don't get the tower. They don't even get much damage on it.
Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, honestly, AL pretty stable in their defense there. 40 seconds on the Baron. And recalling is the port of call for LGD, then that's the Baron done. And I think you can probably say AL hold out very, very well on this Baron defense. So I guess now it's just 3 minutes until this Ocean Soul comes up for anyone's legend, and they're going to try and play for this and see if they can draw LGD into a poor fight.
I feel like this game is going to come down to one team fight. I feel like it's going to be one magnificently epic moment that's either going to be beautiful or devastating in whichever way you want to look at it.
How about both? Why not both, Ashik? I could see it. Like, what are the odds of like a double ace, like across the board? Like, it's
not that low. You've got a Heimerdinger. Like,
yeah, look, you've got a Heimerdinger. There's saplings on the board. I could see it. AL,
the split push though, it's hard. It's hard to see.
It is a bit hard. AL would try to eye up maybe a bit of a side lane pick, but Meteor's still in the wings. I actually always like when teams send both their solo lanes to the side lane. I think it's a very, very underrated strategy, especially when you have TPs from all 4. Just because you can very easily pick off a side laner, and then you've got that global to just immediately answer any kind of cross map going on. I'll always quote seeing G2 do so much. That was why they were so powerful in 2019 in particular. You know, channeling a little bit of that, but no picks come from it. Now, I think it's just going to be this very, very tense 90-second wait until this Ocean Dragon. I think now's probably a good time to just pick items, right? See where everyone's at, and I think the big thing to really know is ZDZ's actually now I am up on Xiaoshu temporarily.
Sword Art might die. Yeah, Sword Art will have to flash away there. They use Chain of Corruption as well because they were creeping forward. There's going to be the Glacial Prison thrown out. Flash by Betty as Xiaohao flashed forward with the counter-strike. Oh man, we're starting to get back to all these different little moments in this thing. And I will say though, ZDZ with the Hull Breaker should just be on a side lane. He's picked up his third item. He's actually kind of found himself in the ascendancy in this matchup despite the early setbacks. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit, as we mentioned earlier, a little bit more unhinged. It's about execution and about how you find those moments.
Exactly. You find those moments so key. Now, like you say, bit of ascendancy here for ZDZ. With this Hull Breaker, he's going to have a lot more stats to work with until Xiaoshu either picks one up himself or finds a very potent third item to deal with Fiora. And I think he's going Black Cleaver, which I'm not sure how much I agree with it, but it seems like that's what he wants to do.
It'll be Spear of Trojan.
Oh yeah, actually I think so. Yes.
You believe it's Spear of Trojan. Because he hasn't picked up an item in a while, which is the BF sword, so I believe it's like, well, I might as well just have enough money to finish it off.
Take it back. Spear's a pretty good item on Jax, so never mind. Ignore me. I forgot on my new bruiser items, but now the dragon's up. It's spawn. It does happen to the best of us. AOR in the river first, and that's definitely a lot better
flash
for
on Betty
them.
or Sword Art.
Yeah. Teleport as well.
You got ZDZ TPing in already while Xiaoshu kind of puts himself in. There is Nature's Grasp, just kind of pushing him forward. They get the cleanse out of the LPC. There's a good ultimate there from the Misfortune to try and zone everybody out. The Maokai, the Heimerdinger have fallen. There's 3, maybe going to be 4. It looking like a clean ace, and after all that posturing, all that moments of just thinking you were in the kind of equality of this team fight, you were not. 5 for none. Dragon Soul, AL take firm control of the game.
Yeah, this is the thing. LGD can't really just walk into AL like that. Honestly, AL might just run down the mid lane and no, they want the Baron, and I understand that as well. Picked up the soul, get the Baron. I think both work. I'm going to be honest with you. Give 20 seconds on all the important members. I think they could just run down the middle of the game, but that's okay. They don't want to do that. They'll get the Baron, they'll get the objectives. Just playing it by the books. I think for LGD, it's just really difficult to be the ones moving forward. You always want to be the ones set up, right? You always want to turn around on the approaching AL with Nature's Grasp, with Curtain Call, with a bouncing grenade upgrade, any of those tools to try and pick off someone who just oversteps their bounds a little bit. And if that's not the case, if the setup looks like this, and all of a sudden, you know, you've got LPC eating the Sejuani ultimate, sure, cleansing, but everyone's still getting locked down by the CC on the back end. The stun comes in from the riposte from Tamio, so he can't even do anything on the kite back. Not that he probably would anyway, in that kind of situation. And the fight just unravels way too poorly for LGD. I think just not really meeting any of the criteria you'd look for on that front. And AL just welcomed them into opening arms. Very happy to just watch LGD walk into them. Run them down with all the damage they've got available to them. Bullet time, excellent as well from Sword Art.
And I think the big thing I wanted to make from that fight was that Jin Zhao didn't use any of his summoners, also didn't use his ultimate. He was very much threw his grenade, a couple of rockets, and then just became useless after that. He got caught out, he's burnt down, and there was just not really a lot else for it. So now you're looking at a Baroned up team that has got a Rise and a Fiora. Things that can push you in the side lane. Hull Breaker on the Fiora as well is huge. So really difficult to see how you're going to be able to kind of survive this, especially even though, yes, you do have the Spear of Trojan now for Xiaoshu. You're just not going to be able to defend this. You're a Jax, you're melee. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, you land a bit of poke, whatever poke you do have, all of a sudden, it just gets filled up by Ocean Soul. It doesn't really matter anymore. It's really obnoxious to deal with an AL. Just going lane to lane here. Bottom side inhibitor gone. They're waiting on this mid lane wave to show up. LGD, I think you just have to send it, brothers. I think that's the only way you're making out of this one.
How do you? You don't really have engaged.
I mean, that's the thing. You just can't. You have to do this, pop the curtain call, and kind of just hope that it's enough. But it just feels
it's not looking like it.
No, you just tank it, and more damage got soaked up. There was an attempt. There was an attempt. But I think if he went for it, would have died. I don't know what they would have gone out of it either.
Yeah, I mean, for Hai Chao, it just feels like something has to happen. Honestly, losing his flash there basically makes it nigh impossible for them to find an engage with his Emperor's Divide. So, second inhibitor turret and inhibitor are going to fall. You can see there's some minion waves up on top side. Take the Rise Express. Make sure you can keep this momentum going. You've only got 30 seconds or so left with this Baron, but it does not matter because you've just proven time and time again there's not really a lot LG you can do because the Jhin doesn't really have the wave clear to deal with this. So keep the Azir away like you are there, like Ping Z is, and you're just going to be able to take everything. This base is in tatters, and yeah, you get a temporary turret out of it, but you're just delaying the inevitable, it feels.
Yep. Absolutely they are. LGD's only hope here is AL don't end before Elder Dragon. Ah, they don't even want to play that game. Is they wait for the Elder Dragon, they pray that they can survive that long, and then the flip just goes LGD's way. It's not going to
Fiora ends the game.
that long.
ZDZ ends the game
ZDZ is just going to end the game.
Yeah, like ZDZ literally ends the game here. He's got Hull Breaker and he's got a stopwatch. There's actually nothing they can do to try and stop it. They have to send 4 members, but with the Ghost, he just prances away like a ballerina during a show and just keeping himself so unbelievably ahead here. And it's just, it went from so close to so not close as AL just kind of went, all right, no more messing around. We're just going to start taking this win because, I mean, LGD, they folded like a house of cards.
They've toppled very, very quickly on the side of LGD here. Nexus Tower number 2 is on the table. Flashes are coming out. That's a really nice stopwatch.
Yeah, that was super well timed.
This game is done.
Yeah, this game is done, and so are we with this game, as we're going to see now every single structure taken by AL. They're also having a little bit of fun trying to pad out those stats. They know they had a little bit of a tough time at the start, but it is not going to be anything for LGD. They're just going to be able to get themselves the Nexus for AL and go 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah, and to me, super important for AL winning this first game, because to me, one of their sort of bigger weaknesses, it felt like, was a lot of the time going into the first game, kind of getting the wind knocked out of their sails, like I said earlier, and then kind of falling flat on their face in game number 2. Hopefully, this is a positive change for them, right? Actually coming off the back of game 1 with a little more momentum with this victory, getting them into a 2-0 situation, hopefully, you know, fingers crossed for them. For LGD, what do we even... Yeah, just fingers crossed in general, I guess, for them. Because
yeah, I mean, we can just kind of... I can continue your point and just kind of go, LGD, let's hope.
Let's hope, right? It was a really strange game to watch over, right? I think that LGD had those long-range tools, but they were only potent for so long, and it felt like they didn't really continually pull the trigger back to back to back to snowball some of the advantages that they did end up getting in the early stages. And off the back of that, despite having, you know, Xiaoshu in a really strong position to try and take over the game on the side lane, despite really strong leanings towards him and the side lanes in general in the mid game, it felt like AL just held on long enough to be relevant for long enough to the point where there was no real standing up in 5v5s. If LGD weren't in the river first, our objectives first, it felt like AL were just eating them for breakfast. We saw at that soul fight how difficult it was for them to actually win a 5v5 straight up if it was no setup from LGD or no positive fight setup for LGD at the very least. It just felt too far gone after they stopped pulling all of the triggers on those ultimates from both Meteor and of course the Jhin.
I mean, the biggest thing that's there is that, like, you had pseudo engage, I guess. Like, the Maokai ultimate is great as a secondary after you've gotten, you know, a big counter strike or maybe even a... Yeah, it just really isn't... It shouldn't really be your primary way of initiating a fight. Otherwise, people, as you saw around that Dragon fight, which they lost 5-0, you just end up doing a lot more in those situations. And yeah, like, the damage is everything. Like, Xiaoshu got ahead. He was available. And like you said, in this matchup, he should have had all the priority. But just really smart play from AL. They delayed the game. They kind of said, okay, you know what? We're going to move ZDZ just away from you in general. We're going to keep putting you against Ping Z. And Ping Z just said, okay, cool. I can wave clear for days. It doesn't matter that you're not, you know, I'm not able to kill you because you're not able to kill me.
Yeah, exactly. And then ZDZ ended up getting that item advantage with the Hull Breaker. And Hull Breaker didn't really come into effect, but just the fact that Xiaoshu was now not ahead of the curve, right? That's the bigger thing to talk about. Just meant that there was nothing really for LGD, it felt like, to play towards. The side lane win condition kind of just slowly fizzled out. And AL very happily took control of the Dragons. And even though I will still give nods to LGD for that Baron, you know, dance around, making AL really, really think about what they had to commit to. they didn't get enough off the Baron, right? AL held on strong enough, and the Gambit didn't pay off because the next dragon was Soul for AL. They picked that up, and off the back of having both the Soul and the next Baron, which they kind of handed over for free pretty much, there was just too much of an insurmountable lead for LGD to actually come back with. So I feel like they really need to hit game number 2 with a little bit more, well, I don't want to say creativity because I think they were cooking a little bit too much that game, but also at the same time, maybe give Meteor a little bit more than just the Maokai. I think that when we saw him on a couple of those very, more out there picks in week number 1, I feel like they looked a little bit more threatening. So I think maybe try and platform that a little bit in this game number 2. See if that's something that you can poke and prod with. Otherwise, I feel like if you don't push the advantages that you got in game number 1 and game number 2, if you find them, we're just going to see a repeat. And AL will just play stalwart defense until they can find a good opportunity to just counter with a right hook.
Yeah, it just feel like it was AL honestly making mistakes into LGD, and it did feel like they were just not really kind of, finding composure until those later game team fights where they found out where their stride was and moved forward with it. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2. Topside as well, Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. 4 Sivir and 4 Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
still got missing.
He still got missing at the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breed. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breed gets TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breed is on.
He
the
does a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that target's going to stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breeze. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from
2.
the cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engage on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is it going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no
would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough without your love.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into week 3, day number 5. It is a Friday, a fine Friday. I'm here with a fine man. I'm Ushi, and this is the absolutely hellacious Jamada coming to you for another day of absolutely fantastic games. We got to talk about the MVP from the last one. We didn't really talk about it in our post game because that game got a little unhinged and it was very much all over the spot. But I do agree with the MVP winner, which was Xiao Hao, because the man did what he needed to do, deathless in that game, and honestly, despite a bit of a rocky mid game, did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of did his job this game. I think you just summed it up perfectly, Rashid. It's one of those things. He didn't really have to do too much. He tried to set up ZDZ in the early game, right? Of course, that started to go sideways outside of his control. But other than that, I think he just played the meat shield really, really well. He staved off so many different engages from the side of LGD time and time again that it just became a bit of a running theme that he was the brick wall that no one could get past so many different times. And this was the really nice setup off the level 3, just 3 camp topside. Xiaoshu's not expecting this. He's expecting either a full clear or at the very least, he's expecting another 40 seconds, 30 seconds of freedom. And even things like that, just coming in to clean up, ensure that ZDZ is having a good time up here after he struggled for so long. Just excellent stuff throughout the game. And of course, the engage rather at the very end to wrap this game up effectively was nothing short of stellar.
Absolutely, and I think I love what you mentioned as well, not expecting the tree clear into a gang top, because it's something that we're noticing a lot more. At the start of the split, pretty much across all regions, it was full clears. It was getting yourself level 4 all the way to Scuttle, kind of having a mental handshake, if you will, with the enemy jungler and saying, right, I'll take top Scuttle, you take bot Scuttle, we'll be fine, and then we'll get ourselves very far accelerated in terms of the farm game. Now, specifically in the LPL, I'm noticing we are seeing a lot more creativity, because you will get level 3 off of 3 camps, and all of a sudden that's opening windows, that's opening opportunities to kind of go, well, I'm not going to get level 4 for at least another minute or so if I do a full clear anyway, so I have 60 seconds regardless of to do something here, to make something happen, and I have access to all of my abilities. So 9 times out of 10, you are going to be level 3 before any of the enemy laners or bot laners are going to be available to them. So these kind of little small adaptations are what's going to make the difference, I imagine, as we go further and further into the split.
Yeah, especially, if we sort of see this continued frame of, okay, leveling up the smite is so important, getting all the jungle pet stuff, etc, etc. Full clears on the first, 2 clears can be very, very important unless your champion is very much, sort of your Lee Sin-esque champ, where, level 3 ganks can be super important. So the adaptation here to just say, you know what? Xiaoshu's not going to expect this, right? It's really, really on the toe stuff, and hopefully we can see more of that from the AL jungler, because this is, I think, with memory serves me right, yeah, first time they've won a first game in their series, because they did have a 2-1 series that of course they lost previously, but I don't think they won the first game in that. So we'll see what they can do with the momentum of that, because that was one of the big points for me. Is it looks like very often come game 2 they kind of just get knocked down and they don't really know how to get back up after a game on defeat. Now with a game on victory, what will they do with it? And for LGD, I'm honestly saying, you know what, try and give Meteor something a little more creative. Give him a little more, you know, of a platform. Let him kind of just say what he wants to play and see if you can fit that into the draft and try and be creative with it and try and throw AL off their game after them finally picking up a first game series win.
Yeah, a lot more priority on the blue side this time around for AL, but they are going to still throw a load of bans towards that AD carry role. They don't want to play or deal with the Zeri or the Lucian, so they're just kind of letting those go as we kind of move forward and see what they're able to try and work with here, because again, these priority bot lanes are great, but if you're starting to go down the AD carry pool, you start to get into the Jins, and the Jin just wasn't great for LPC. I would love to see him on something like the Sivir again.
Yeah, I think also Caitlyn could also be something that either of these teams could look towards. Sejuani first pick here for AL. I think they just kind of recognize how strong that pick was for them in game number 1, so they're very happy to pick it up in the early rotation. And if LGD go down this Jack Shao again, which they do, AL will very happily probably just throw ZDZ on the Fiora again in this rotation. And I would expect them just go full topside, right? Go for something like the Ryze, the Azir again early on for PingZ, and allow LGD to do whatever they want at this point. Because I think if you go full topside, all of a sudden LGD have to split bans between both the AD carry and the support role, and AL will probably be able to focus down one specific area in their 2 bans, and LGD are going to have to think very clearly about what they want to do with their R3, because you have to either go jungler or you either have to go mid, and one of those 2 roles can get very heavily pinched, and I think that could really be a strong path for AL to go down here.
Yeah, they're going to lock in that top side again. Said, look, ZDZ had a tough start, but Xiaohao looked fantastic on the Sejuani, as we mentioned, did his job to the letter. Nothing more, nothing less. And now they might try and just take away this from Jin Zhao and say, look, we're not going to let you have the Ashe Heimerdinger. It's just something we cannot give over at this point in time. But maybe we see the Ashe Caitlyn. Maybe we see the Ashe Kalista. Who knows what we'll see in this bot side. The LCK has opened up Pandora's box in the bot lane. And we'll wait to see where they want to try and bring this bot lane. But the Maokai locked and loaded here again for Meteor.
Has LCK opened Pandora's box, or has Keria opened Pandora's box? Ashin, it's the questions we really have to be asking.
That's true.
But it's just one man. What more could he do to the Mao? But,
I mean,
no, just really...
Beryl picked it against him yesterday, so, you know, it's having ripple effects, you know?
It's
like a monkey's paw.
everyone,
you can pay what you want, but they can play it against you.
Everyone's learning very quickly, right? And I think that's always one of the very fun things to watch in a meta, is how quickly teams can adapt to very quickly evolving picks rising to priority. And one of those things has, of course, been all the Defali AD carries we've been piping on about. Of course, he did say Meteor picked up this Maokai. Didn't really talk much about the Ashe, of course, as well, but you did mention you don't really want to give over both the Heim and the Ashe, so now that those are split apart, I wonder if we're just going to see Sword Art on the Heimerdinger, and I guess still Ashe is always flexible, but when you see the Heimerdinger on the other side, it's probably going to be the support Ashe, and AL likely going to be very happy to just kind of take whatever AD carry they want, but they're going to try and lean into a little bit more range. Focusing on the bans, though, Renekton curiously removed away here for AL, even though the Jax is already on the board. So I wonder if they're trying to eye up something very, very specific in the mid lane, which they feel like could get potentially manhandled by a mid lane Renekton on their end. We'll have to see, but Kassadin also taken off the board just because they feel like if they go for something very control magey with a Maokai, they're not going to be able to lock that one down efficiently enough in the early game. And they also remove away the Yone, so that says to me they really want Azir, but I mean, Haichao's just going to very happily pick up this Ryze either way, so I'm kind of confused about the bans, to be entirely honest with you. I'm not sure where AL were going with them, but maybe there's something I don't see. But now they're hovering over the Akali, maybe thinking about a little more dive threat this time around, which could definitely be very fun. But into Ryze, the early laning is definitely going to be very, very difficult for PingZ to navigate, but it will be the option here for PingZ and AL, so a lot more dive and backline threat. We'll see how LGD are going to handle this one.
Yeah, I think as well, like with the Akali, it's very, very much, you're not really a champion until level 6, and then you just become hyper mobile and incredibly kill hungry and kill potent. So we'll see what they're able to kind of combo that up with and make sure, you know, again, you do still have a little bit of the passive coming out from the Sejuani as well. You can help proc it, though she is melee, but we do have the Jin and the Heimerdinger this time around going over to Betty and Sword Art, and this is what I would like to see here from LPC. I want to see him back on the Sivir, something that he played in a couple of series ago, and it just feels like it's something he's far more comfortable with. Gives him the spell shield. You have endless amounts of wave clear. Because I think the biggest thing that we saw once the Baron went down that last game, like with an Azir that was basically being pinned back, and then a Jhin, you just don't have the same level of wave clear as you would with some of these more traditional AD carries. So locking that one in alongside the Rise, the late game is locked in here for LGD. They just got to get there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, the late game isn't too terrible for AL either. You just have to imagine that, realistically, LGD should be outscaling AL. Though, we had questions about that last game, and it didn't go that way. So, we'll see what LGD will actually be able to get done with a lot more traditional hyperscaling, shall we say, and a lot more wave clear to defend on some of those sieges and Baron pushes. And I want to see AL try and use you know, some of those engage tools in response to some of the LGD aggression, because that's what we were seeing last game. I'm expecting that same sequence of play. I'm still expecting LGD to be the aggressors in a lot of these plays, and I want to see how anyone's legend will actually respond this time with a little more flexibility between the curtain call and, of course, the Sejuani ultimate, and also how on the ball Jin Zhao is on the opposite end with those arrows is going to really spell a lot of success for LGD if they can actually hit.
Lots to think about now as well. And of course, with the Ash of the Sivir, very easy to kill off those Heimerdinger turrets. So we'll be curious to see if Betty and Sora can do better than LPC and Jin Zhao on these two picks. But of course, Xiaohao back on the Sejuani. We're going to have a pretty much mirrored matchup up in the top jungle kind of setup. ZDZ, Xiaoshu, both rocking that Fiora Jax matchup respectfully. And then, of course, coming down to Haichao, having a little bit more maybe agency with this Rise. You obviously build far tankier than you do with the Azir. You have a little bit more room to maybe have a little bit more of a riskier play style, so you can get you know, get that damage down, get those rune prisons off. But AL still in the ascendancy in this series. AL still 1-0 up, and AL looking on course to finally register their first win of the split. LGD will need to make something happen in this game if they want to try and force it to a Game 3 decider. But we're going in 2 level 1s again. This time around, though, AL say, look, we do not need anyone else here. We can put down Sword Art, and no one else needs to actually get first.
Exactly. Still getting used to the gyros. It still feels really nice.
Great. I love it. It's such a fun little tradition, you know. I will say, like, the best feeling you can have is just having like people screaming around you when you're casting. It's I am looking forward to having that feeling again. Last time I've had it was probably 2021. Spring Finals was the last time I've had it, so it's an experience. I hope we all get to experience it someday.
Rub it in my face, Asheen. I started during the pandemic. I couldn't. It's only online. No, I'm joking.
You
but
never
still.
know the pure, unadulterated love and elation you get from a live crowd, you peasant. I'm joking. I love you dearly.
I know. Okay. Okay. On the game, though. Ooh, nice. Counter-Strike and trade. And if you can keep the vital proc on the opposite side, that feels very bad for ZDC. It's one of those things where at level 1, Jax is always going to kind of out-damage you. Lethal tempo, plus the passive, just a lot more attack speed on offer. Just means a lot more DPS on offer in comparison to ZDC on the Fiora. Get another nice trade, but focusing in on the junglers, because that played a very big part actually in this top side as well. Again, kind of a mirrored start again from game number 1 into 2 here. Meteor full red side clear, full red side clear as well on both sides. It doesn't really look like Sejuani in this case is actually going to have an opportunity to go for a level 3 gank on the bottom side. However, we'll see the mid lane play. Though you can actually see there's a ward on the Raptors, so that's going to be dissuaded as well. So it looks like we'll actually get full clears out of both junglers, though as I say that, Meteor's actually sneaking into the river and maybe looking for a play towards the top side because he sees all these positive trades coming in from Xiaoshu and he wants to try and leverage some of that pressure.
Yeah, he might just still camp as he can. Would be a little bit risky, of course. Now going to be a little bit further behind. There's the hawk shot to give full information of where Xiao is. And Meteor kind of says, okay, cool. Now that I know that he is literally just finishing his wolves, I do not want anything to do with this man's Riz, and we're going to back ourselves away. Or does
he can wrap around.
Maybe Xiao. Or Xiaohao, excuse me. Might think of some. Yeah, maybe. I'd be thinking of it. These junglers are just trying to like move away from each other. Now they know exactly what either of them is. But nothing shall come of it. Both these junglers are actually going to end up fighting around this blue buff instead of around the top side. Xiaoshu needs to be very careful. You see him taking a hit, and oh, Meteor, he's a bit of a 1v2, but he has got Haichao moving over. This is getting risky. This is getting weird. Ping Z trying to move over around it now. Has not got vision just yet. They will get the smite down, but it's a bit of a 3v3. They're kind of pushing into this one here. They will land the shuriken flip and go in on top of this. Xiao Shu trying to jump over the side. A flash for flash as they try and match this one off. First blood goes over to the side of LGD, but they're moving forward. There's a kill off to the Akali. These health bars are low, and they can't make anything happen. He misses the spell flux, and that is desperation for LGD. They come out with a 3-for-1 loss.
Oh boy. Alright, LGD. That's really not the start of game number 2 that you wanted after AL finally find themselves a game number 1 win. And now with so much gold on everyone's back pockets. I'm so happy about this. I mean, I think from the perspective of LGD, they just need to pick a target, and they eventually do, but I think it just comes a little bit, just a second late. I think if they pick maybe not Xiaohao, maybe this can work out. But again, if you leave the Sejuani up, the permafrost stacks, it's just a lot to think about in a split second. And LGD, I think they make the right choice. It just comes a little bit too late. And AL have the better skirmishing champions at this point in the game. Double melee Sejuani. And also just the fact that you saw Haichao ran out of mana on the rise. He's not a champion at this point. Yeah, I mean, he's barely a champion at this point in the game anyway. Without mana, he's just walking around attacking champions for 40, 50 HP. Just doesn't really provide much. And that's just the skirmish lost. Now AL have a massive advantage on the top side, which LGD are going to have to claw back somehow.
I mean, ZDZ was even gifted over a kill right at the end there. Xiao Shu, no flash, remember? And this is going to be pretty desperate. He has no leap strike, and yeah, he's going to be pretty easily CC'd there. I'm going to wait for the counter-strike to come up now in a couple of seconds. He jumps forward. They're going to get him down. One more auto attack. He can't hit him. He was hit by the Arctic Assault, which meant he was just too far away. And oh, dearie me, LGD, it's all falling apart. We're only 6 minutes into the game.
Not only that, but I think also did the riposte clip him? Because if it did, then his attack speed was slowed, and I think the unfortunate way the riposte works is it quite literally slows down your attack animation as well. So I think that was the difference maker there for Xiao Shu. I would love to get a replay of it. I don't think we will. But that's real cookie cutter stuff. Really unlucky for Xiao Shu to not actually trade back, to be entirely honest with you. And now that deficit he was sat in just gets a little bit worse, doesn't it? Misses the wave as well as it crashes in on the top side. Oh, we will get a replay.
Yeah.
I need to get a replay because I think the riposte hits him, and if it does, that's actually kind of what screws Xiao Shu over, because it slows his attack animation. So you'll see he starts it, but he dies. So, because Jack's will always come out really quickly. So just getting hit with the riposte, it's really frustrating as a top laner when you are an AA champion, but that's what it does. It doesn't just slow your attack speed, it quite literally slows the animation. Just because of how low your attack speed can get off of getting hit by it. And I mean, credit to AO, of course, for making the play happen, but just as much credit back at Xiao Shu for almost turning it around in their face.
I mean, it's a sheen in the difference now. 2-0-1 for both the solo laners of AL, and it honestly just helps them out so much. You can see the priority that they were getting with the Jax and the Rise, just being able to do so much more with this setup. Counter-Strike will be riposted as they try to push in a little bit more aggressively here. Xiao Shu getting a bit impatient, saying, look, I need to make something happen, but I don't know if you want to try and make this happen. You've got Xiaohao in the bot side.
Do you know what I call this, Ashin? I call this Darius syndrome. This is like I need to go. Like, I need to kill my laner, otherwise I'm just not gonna win the lane. And well, yeah.
Shimano, this is painful, because the funny thing is that he sees the Sejuani. We had the vision toggle. He knew that Xiaohao was there about 0.7, 0.8 of a second before he went.
Yeah. Yeah, tunnel vision, man. What can I say? He was really eyeing up that ZDZ solo kill, which he was nowhere near getting. And I just feel like no one else must have seen that brief flash of Xiaohao on the map. And yeah, that side lane is over. So, bot lane now. I think this is...
You know what? I respect it. I respect the commitment to kind of say, you know what? Let's try and be positive.
Let's be positive. Bot lane. It's on even terms, right? Maybe LGD can get something going down here instead. Some lockdown. Faye does have cleanse, but I think, you know, the joint CC of all of these champions can actually get things going, and they are getting forward. But the issue is, see, Xiaohao's already here covering.
Spell Shield and the Cleanse has been used, which means you won't really have it for this next little bit of an engage. They're trying to catch everybody out. They want to kill literally everybody. LPC gets a Cleanse out there. Hi Chow, excuse me. Chow coming in on the bot side, but too many Chows in this game. But there's a Realm Warp. Nicely done. Gets 3 people out, but that's going to be a lot of plates going over in this bot side in this game. 1,500 gold lead. It's going to move up to about 1,000, 2,000 gold lead, I should say. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more risky for LGD, because we talked about their great late game, but if you don't ever get there, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. AL say, you know what? Maybe you don't get to play the late game. Maybe that's not what we're gonna allow you to do. And so far,
Seems like a solid strategy.
Yeah, solid strategy. I agree. LGD just falling apart on the top side. It all comes from that invade, really. And I think,
Yeah.
again, Xiaohao's just done a really good job of repeat visits up here towards the top side, and now well, speak of the devil. Repeat visits up to the top side has just really paid LGD a lot of pain, and yeah, if he steps up again with Ping, yeah, they don't want him to have fun up here. I mean, I think they've really recognized, in all credit to Xiaoshu, that he's still finding pretty positive trades up here, and he needs to be kind of put in a bit of a hole to be dealt with. And fortunately for them, LGD aren't really answering out in a heavy manner on the bottom side. It's pretty back and forth, and in fact, of course, we just saw the play go the way of AL on the bottom side as well. So, really too much positive things to speak of right now for LGD. Hey, as I say that, this 1v1 could go the way by just the disengage machine. So, we're back to square one, effectively, or square -3 for LGD right now.
That's my favorite square. 1 step forward, 4 steps back. As we see, Betty did not have Cleanse, forced to flash away because he knew that if the Sivir's just able to hit those ricochets from rank late, he's going to lose way too much off of this turret. But while that's all been happening, we actually see Sword Art was moving around kind of in the jungle there, making sure that he could not get caught out. Xiaohao moving over to Xiaoshu, seeing if he can make this one work. Does that flash? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen this one. This is a new one.
Oh,
for me, but
wait a
this
minute.
time around,
This-
it's the remix.
it's Empire Strikes Back.
Remix. They're trying to see if they can make this one work. They're going to try and get him to counter strike out of him. He flashes forward, but he riposts so beautifully. Meteor follows over. They need to get the kill. They cannot. It's a trade of 1-for-1. Both junglers picking up both top laners, but now Hai Chao, he's in a little bit of a bad situation. He will get himself a TP over, and he's just going to get all the damage down on top of him. He does get the TP out, as there is no CC to stop him. But a 1-for-1, in my opinion, still kind of favors AL. You're still trying to make sure you get all these movements going, and you have the Rift Herald here for Xiaohao, so he might look to try and drop it here.
Hai Chao really just said, this is not my problem anymore. Just teleports out.
He did. You know that meme where the guy puts up like the peace sign and
The
just like
peace sign and
fades?
just yeah. Oh goodness me. Honestly, the best timeline for this game would have been if Pink G just followed it on the turret and then crossed the map. I mean, it would have been really troll, but it also would have been, you know, really great going on LOL Esports. So look at this riposte though. This is really good read from ZDZ, just recognizing riposte. It doesn't get him very far, but he does actually claim the kill back for Xiaohao. So really good reaction time there. It's not even a reaction, it's just a prediction. Wow. With that little difference in timing there. And LGD end up, I mean, I guess it's a positive trade when you're this far behind. Going 1-for-1, but it still doesn't feel great because there's a 9 Thunder picked up CDZ. That's an item difference that is probably going to be made up very shortly, but still is going to be felt in the immediate. And across the board, AL are still kind of just leading. The only good thing right now is that LGD did pick up a dragon, so there's no threat of a super early soul.
No soul just yet. Well, it depends if LGD get it. They might be able to force that hand right there. Will not be a Hex or an Ocean, so they're hoping and praying it's an Infernal. Would be very, very nice for them. Or even a Mountain has pretty high value in my opinion. What about the Chemtech? Look, I like the Chemtech Soul, not for the soul, but for the Rift, and I've made this very clear to you. I like the new plants. I think they're very interesting. I love the extra distance you can get with the Blast Cone. It's very fun. Here it goes. Ooh, an Ash Arrow downtown. Not quite sure who that hit. It looked, I know it wasn't, but it looked like it hit Meteor. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it did look like it was supposed to hit Xiaohao, actually, but it ends up hitting the Akali. she was actually tanking tower as well as it clipped there. So very fortunate to walk about. Has those early Merc treads because I mean, playing against a lot of CC in Rune Prison and Meiosis' Varnix. So definitely needs it in hell. I mean, just Asher that got clipped by just CC by Cold.
We go back
But the
to
Herald gets
our...
dropped.
Yeah.
And that's good.
We go back. Is it?
I think.
I do love, just the kind of, I don't really know where to take this game or what to talk about because this game has not and will not conform to expectations that we have set up. So it looks like AL are trying to put in as many nails into this topside coffin and say, look, we need to keep ZDZ ahead. We need to make sure that he gets it up in the ascendancy. He has got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so he is built in terms of the top lane to be able to kind of win this one out. Haichao roaming up towards this top side, but Pingzi moving towards this bot side. So the coverage here being recognized by AL. It will be spotted out, though. It will not recognize that he has been on a ward. So LGD will just get themselves nicely and safe. And this is fine for the LGD bot lane. Don't forget, they're on the Sivir. They're the one that's trying to get up to 3-4 items realistically. You want that Lord Doms alongside your Phantom Dancer and, of course, your IE. So Kraken Slayer picked up for Betty right now. I'm not sure I believe in that particular one. I feel like Gale Force is just infinitely better in these situations. But you know what? I'm not a pro player, and I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to commentate.
I am waiting for the tweets. That's all. I'm specifically predicting probably 4. That's who's going to be on that. Quickly. Yeah, I don't know. He's got a Kraken Slayer. He's playing Jin.
Yeah, he's cracking me.
Like, he's cracked. Yeah.
He is cracked.
Hey, he's cracking Jinjiao's skull with the thing. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Eh?
I don't know. I don't believe the ultimate has anything to do with Kraken
No, it
Slayer.
doesn't.
It'd be cool if it was. That'd be awesome,
No.
actually.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of cool. It wouldn't make that much of a difference.
It wouldn't.
Cool.
Imagine if it did. It doesn't. But imagine if it did.
No. Yeah, we can hypothesize. We can come in together and kind of say like, what we think could be a cool thing to have. Especially with a game like this where AL feel. Even though AL are winning, it feels like it's similar to game 1 where they're just not really. They're winning, but they're not winning us over.
Yeah, and why do I feel like AL are gonna like grief the 3rd or 4th dragon and just give over really big shutdowns, specifically to LPC? Why do I get
And
that
to
gut feeling?
Haichao.
And to Haichao. Why do I get this gut feeling? I don't like it.
I don't
It
know,
needs to
feels
go
like
away.
You've only been full time in the LPL for a couple of weeks, and you already got the instinct.
I'm already assimilating, bro. It's just making a little bit too much sense.
Ox has taught you well. Rest in peace, Ox. But we taught you well. Your apprentice has become a fine man indeed. But yeah, it does feel like it's moving towards that kind of setup. We are starting to see first items being picked up. Haichao finally has the Rod of Ages stacking up, so that's gonna be nice for him. It's gonna be fully stacked around that 25-minute mark. So roughly around the time you were just talking about for the shutdowns, kind of makes a lot of sense. We are moving towards that Radiant Virtues here for both these junglers. They actually haven't gotten their full smites unlocked just yet, but of course Meteor a little bit further ahead than his counterpart in Xiao Hao. Now, we'll see what they want to do around this Rift Herald. This would be a full contest coming out from LGD. There is no TP, I should say, available for Ping Z at the moment, so it looks like anyone's Legend are just going to have to accept that they do not have the numbers right now. They can't really take this fight. As I say that, they're trying to delay this as long as possible by keeping the eye away from the side of LGD. They're trying to see if they can get it to spray up Smite Fight. It resets. There's going to be the Heimerdinger ultimate. Lands on the Meteor. He gets hit by the Deadly Flourish as well. Akali is now here. And similar to game 1, LGD start the objective. AL just take it away.
Wow, thanks for the leash, guys. Anyone's Legend walks away with that Herald pretty happily, man. I'm not gonna lie, LGD should have just had that one in the bag, but a little bit half-hearted. They knew that Pingji was rotating over, and I think maybe just afraid of where he was on the rotation potentially, but they had the vision, I'm pretty sure, to just about have enough warning to react to it. So just a little bit too scared of that pincer, and AL get themselves a Herald.
Yeah, and that's going to give them priority, you would imagine, over whatever lane they want to put into. If you do end up getting overextended, either Haichao or Xiaoshu, you will just get killed, and then it could lead into an inhibitor turret at that point because you're not really expecting to have those numbers. So we'll see what they want to kind of go for. Summoners across the board for pretty much everybody except for Jin Zhao. Poor Jin Zhao, he's left out without any heal or flash at this point in the game. But again, we're moving this game ever so slowly to what we saw in the last game, and if it's anything to go by last game, then I gotta favor AL, not because of the champions or anything else than that, more so that their execution in game number 1 when it came to team fights was just far better.
Wholeheartedly, mate. I feel like AL are just kinda okay with what's going on right now, just because LGD are so docile, and as I say that, they're actually looking for a counterplay, but just not gonna connect. He just walks away. He had the backup as well and support, just like LGD did. But again, this is a 3v3, which if set up the way it was, you just kind of have to favor AL right now. Somebody 100% gets bursted down by Sedge, by Heim. No way any of those champions are surviving that burst damage in the slightest. But now I guess it just becomes a side lane game again, which, you know, if we're going by game 1 standards like we seem to be right now using those metrics, it worked out in the end. 4 ZDZ and 4 AL. LGD couldn't really leverage the lead that they had for Xiaoshu, and, you know, not to be mean, Xiaoshu's 1-4 this game. He's not had the best time of it. He's not ahead of the curve like he was last game, and he's frankly not really a strong point at the moment to be leveraged.
It feels more like they're staunching the bleeding rather than actually helping or developing an actual win condition at the moment in that bot side. They're kind of just making sure that he doesn't die versus, you know, what it was in the last game, which was them trying to get him ahead, trying to use him as leverage like you mentioned. So really not looking great for LGD. They are only about 1,500 gold behind, so they are not a million miles away. Those 8 kills not really leading into anything else in the grand scheme of things. Of course, we can lead that down to the fact that they do have the wave clear of the Rise and the Sivir, of course, to just kind of consistently keep them off of these turrets. TP going to be coming in here from the Rise. Hi, Chow, making sure he's there. 20 seconds till the Dragon spawns, and it is a Chem Rift, as you mentioned, and this is why we might see a little bit of a contest. The funny thing is, I actually like that LGD are trying to be a little bit more of a nuisance here, but not fully committed, because we have seen a lot of teams pretty much around the world just kind of accept, look, we don't care about this Dragon Soul, and because it's only 1 apiece right now, you're still 3 away. It's another 15 or 10 minutes after this gets taken before you would even see a soul.
I feel like teams would much rather leave this Dragon on the Rift. Sheerly
Wow,
so
that
it
Rift tells
doesn't.
nothing.
Yeah, that's very red. Simply so it doesn't spawn
That was,
Elder.
sorry to cut you
Oh,
cross.
no, it's
That
fine.
was awful.
I agree. That's pretty unlucky. For AL, we'll call it unluckiness. LGD now trying to poke their way into the river. And I mean, to be fair, no one of anyone's legend is actually controlling this choke right now. Normally that would be the job of Sword Art, put the tower down, but LGD are just too half-hearted to commit to anything. CC connects. They get Sword Art splash. And so
I know, but look, fair enough. You threw out the Maokai ultimate. I'm fine with that. Never mind. Because we'll talk about this in a second. Because of your half-heartedness, you've no CC left. The Rift comes out, and they're able to get themselves away. They might try and turn this one around, but with Sword Art having that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. LGD, what the hell are you trying to do? What's the plan?
There's no direction. And I mean, besides waiting for LPC and Haichao to hit items, there's not really a clear win condition either anymore, with Xiaoshu falling so far behind, so many repeat ganks. I mean, you know, have to throw a little bit of sympathy his way. He did come so close so many times to finding 1-for-1s at the very least in so many of the trades. It didn't happen. Catch that in live. Just fell short, didn't. But yeah, Meteor gets 1 shot. Taxi only takes out 2. And I'm not sure Xiaoshu actually wanted to go out at that point. Maybe with Counter-Strike coming up. Maybe look to turn on at least 1 target, maybe. But AL still the beneficiary of the play, and now they've just got control of the map. They can kind of do whatever they want, just slowly choke out LGD. Look to maybe play towards a Baron. It's one of those really awkward things, but their Baron isn't that fast, and they also have a high minute. So definitely get bursted down if LGD get caught sleeping.
I will not have blasphemy said.
Yes, my bad. I forgot how much true damage is it doing per third auto on the champion.
Would love to know that. That would actually be so. If we could see the value they got out of the Kraken Slayer at the end. Like I wish we had a Chakras of the LPL.
I wonder if there's a way to collect this stat. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. But just it's not gonna deal more than like 1k.
No.
Sure. Like
if anyone was curious, I'm not being serious.
I'm gonna be honest. If the Kraken Slayer even deals more than 500, I'd call that a successful Kraken Slayer.
Oh my god. That's not a successful Kraken Slayer game. That's a successful Kraken Slayer Jin game. I like the caveat.
Yeah. Exactly. But away from that, items are at the very least kind of rolling in slowly for LGD. There's 2 items across the board for all the carries. Meteor is making his way towards the second item.
What's
as
Betty
well.
building third? Is that a rapid fire alongside the Phantom?
It could still be a Ruins, but it could also be.
I mean,
hoping it's a
either
rapid
one
fire.
is still not great.
Like, where's the?
Betty, bro, I have a lot of respect for you. Flash Wolves will forever be in my heart. But like, what are you doing, buddy? Like, what's happening? Here we go. Ash Hour goes in, completely misses off into the ether that is Valoran. Is that what the continent is called in the world of League of Legends? I should know this. I literally am finishing up the Ruination book. It's very good, by the way. Yes, Valorant. Thank you.
Or Valorant.
Very good book.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna use the flavor of the month phrase. Let Betty cook, man. He's just.
No independent thought. Just use the same thing everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Double it and give it to the next person. Oh god, we're going back in. Grand Challenge has been let down. As we can see, Xiaoshu, he tried to flash away there, but it's just not going to be enough. No bullets shall hit from the double seal item Betty, but it is going to be a nice little kill off from the side lane. And again, this is kind of just what we saw in the last game. It doesn't matter really what this Xiaoshu can do. It just really doesn't build up from that as such anymore. And your Jax is just going to be left alone and isolated kind of pillar.
Well, Jax is gonna have a really tough time, isn't he? Or shall shoot. After a really positive game 1 as well. Just feels quite sad. Quite sad this game. As AO have done a really good job sharpening down. I feel like he was kind of a small pain point. No, a rather big pain point to be fair. I think AO have just kind of adapted between games and just said, you know what? Yeah, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. And they dealt with him pretty efficiently. Now I think for AL, it's just about trying to find a really good opportunity to actually just pick up a Baron, perhaps, and see if they can actually take down a couple more structures outside the base.
We'll wait to see. Another dragon going to be spawning up. AL bring themselves towards that one here. It's a very slow game. Very meticulously crafted, but LGD want to try and maybe make something happen as they move forward and they try and get this one to work for themselves. They are looking to try and maybe make use of the fact that they have the numbers advantage for now, but with ZDZ just pressuring back Xiaoshu, they don't have the priority in bot lane just yet. And while this is happening, again, it's a chem rift. A lot of teams would be happy to let this one, as you say, stay on the rift before that Elder Wing condition comes in. Might just straight up be a smite steal. Xiaoshu is just not being contested. They're just going to root forward, and he's not going to get it. The smite will come in favor of LGD, but now the fight could really ensue. The ultimate from the Rise will only bring out one member. They do lose one, and now without a jungler, you might lose the Baron now. This feels, again, like LGD were forcing something they didn't have full control over. They need to be very careful about where they're going for the next few seconds.
Yeah, they do indeed. They'll get in front of this Baron and try to get some shots into it, and they draw LGD into a bad fight. That could just be not only the Baron, but a very large portion of the map going over to AO off the back of. They got it started up.
Not that fast.
LGD, it's not that fast at all, but without a jungler, I mean, will it really matter too much if they can just avoid some of the poke? AL, they're on it now. Heim as well is burning it low. It's at 3k already, Oshin. I think this is gone.
Here we go. They're going to get into the pit. There's the smite coming down at 800, so a little bit lower than we probably expected here. Health bars are kind of low, and Xiaoxu wants to try and jump in, but the riposte is too damn good. Akali trades her life with a Sivir, but now it's all on Hai Chao. Jin Zhao trying to rock away from this one here. One last auto attack. Oh, he gets his ultimate back, but the deadly flourish is good enough for him. Hai Chao trying to run away. Now with Meteor in tow, they may be able to try and turn this one around. Yes, he got the Baron. AL don't want to try and burn off more than they can chew. The actual little bit of demonic embrace damage will tick down the Jin. Yes, you got the Baron, but you lost 3. This is a little bit bad. AL just kind of going a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, just a little too over-eager, man. They just really wanted to get a couple more kills, maybe try and snowball off the immediate fight. I mean, it cost them a lot of time, a lot of tempo, and 3 deaths that were pretty unnecessary because they'd already heavy-handedly won this fight when they got the Baron. Replay. And you can kind of just see there's not much LGD could do about the Baron going over, and the fight that ensues is just so heavy-handedly in the side of AL. Complete assassination of LPC on the backline, and sure, LGD dies, but everyone else could have very easily dropped down. And I think it's just seeing red for a moment, right? Flash away, 1 HP. Really,
I mean, here you
want
can
the
still back
snowball of
away.
kills. Yeah, I mean, they can back away after the Ashkar, but I think they're just kind of just hopped up, hyped up on the kill that they feel like, yeah, we can just chase for more. It's a little bit of an overextension from Hai Chao, but it just isn't. Once the flash, once the, sorry, the Kaying just comes out, rather. Not enough damage can be followed up, but once Meteor returns, they're just not really expecting or anticipating, I guess, the jungler of LGD to come back, and now they still have Baron, so they'll still be able to get a couple of towers off the map, sure, but it's not going to be as oppressive or as, you know, strong a Baron power play as it potentially could have been if they just took that step back when they needed to.
And you got your wish. The it wasn't a dragon though, unfortunately for you. It was at a Baron buff at the side. But Ghost is going to be used here. Xiaoxu trying to move over onto him. The Realm Orb wasn't actually taken right there. This is a bit of a disconnected play right now. Anyone's Legend now trying to turn this one back in their favor. We're going to see one more shot. It's not going to land, but it's going to be pretty easy for ZDZ. I say that. They are going to be able to catch out Xiaoxu. He does not have flash. It's a couple of seconds off, and they pick that one up. But while that's all been happening, you shoot all your resources topside. Look at bot lane. You've got the Akali split pushing on this now, and she is so huge. Void Staff with that Shadow Flame is going to make her so much of a threat onto anyone that tries to deal with her, except for maybe the Jax, but even then it's questionable.
Even then it's questionable indeed. He's going to completely one-shot anyone she gets on top of, even arguably Meteor, to be honest with you. It's not really that tanky to survive a full-on assassination attempt from PingG, but again, there's a lot of CC available to LGD, so if they can lock her down, you know, maybe they can stop that threat from going on. But this all stems from an attempt 1v1 here from Xiaoxu. Just isn't quite able to connect. That's a real nice element. Xiao Hao just to stop that rise from coming in to back up this 1v1. If it goes through, honestly, definitely see this going a little more LGD favored, but it doesn't. Really great cancel, and sure, it takes a little bit longer to take down Xiaoxu, but still goes down. And get the tier 2 off the back of this play. Really nice stuff from the L line.
Gonna try and push themselves back into this one here and try and gain back control after that little bit of a Baron misplay, shall we say. They do get themselves pretty much all the outer turrets. They are all down, so you're very much pinned back, but you have got 3 items onto your Sivir. You've almost got 4 items onto your Rise, so wave clear not really going to be that big of a deal. Jin Zhao, you are 4 levels down on Betty. They're going to throw everything forward on top of him. They almost get themselves the kill. They're going to keep continuing on to this. There has to be just a wall of people in front of Jin Zhao who got caught out, and then the rest of his team has to kind of pick up the slack.
Yeah, and off to the side, you know how we said Jax is maybe like the only one to deal with the... Yeah, Xiaoxu's dead. So that didn't work out too well. Sword Art's going to get hit by that, but will it be followed up on?
That's a full stun.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Sword Art dead, yeah. You can't get away from this one here. You will have Xiao Hao taking in that one. There's the Realm Warp. They can't get the Sivir out, though. That's a big, unfortunate moment there for LGD. They thought they maybe caught someone out, but trading 2 for 1 at the end of it all. Xiaoxu dies, as does LPC. So now the Dragon being live, it's still only Soul Point. Neither team, excuse me, on the Soul Point. This will put you onto it. The game shall continue onwards. It's a long, drawn-out one, but it does feel like AL are just taking control of it.
They really are. And 1,000 gold up right now. It just doesn't quite feel like it, to be entirely honest with you. But yeah, PingZ just has vision. Pink ward really nicely highlighted there by the observers. Great hands from PingZ just to dodge away from the counter-strike. Xiaoshu attempts to pick up some fruit, but yeah, no 5-a-day is ever going to save you from that much damage.
Look, I'm gonna tell you now, the multivitamin gummy that you took as a child is not gonna help you right now. It's not gonna change how this match is going. It's not gonna change how your fortunes have been. 1-8. Xiaoshu has been just focused and completely and honestly decimated. And honestly, like as I said in the previous one, PingZ he's just a monster. No one can 1v1 him right now, and I said Xiaoshu maybe, and that maybe has now become a definitive no, he cannot. There is proven through all these different things that it's not really a thing. We do finally get the Infinity Edge coming out for Betty, and it's a full crit, more so than you get more than 100%. You know, that's just how this kind of one works, and it is, you know, obviously working at the moment, but this is AL just kind of oppressing LGD. It feels like they're just pushing forward in much more cohesive manners. They're getting themselves into positions that are just far more beneficial for them. And LGD, even when they try to go for an engage, it's scattered, it's separated, it's not really a part of any bigger plan.
Yeah, exactly, and now AL's bigger plan is taking down this Baron, and I think LGD are actually just going to get turned around on, actually, instead. It's going to be a full-on engage.
Ooh, okay, no,
Okay.
Zonya's coming out here for PingZ, so he's going to be taken
Baron.
out, and this is another Baron. Baron is on like 3,000 HP of finally regens, but they've thrown it again at the Baron. This time around, though, the big purple worm going to LGD. Why? Why did I have to cast a curse that? LGD were dead and buried. They just used the ceremonies to end their rights, and all of a sudden AL say no. Big old defibrillator, revive this team. We can go for 40.
It's like the Undertaker rising out of his coffin after his SmackDown, man. He just said, "I'm alive!" Like, I mean, the turnaround from AL, you understand the idea of it. The issue is that PingZ just gets bursted, and I'm not entirely sure if he's got a stopwatch yet. Of course, is 3 items.
Full Zonya's.
Oh, he has a full Sonya. Okay, well, yeah. No excuse then, really. And the Baron almost died. This is the worst part about this. The Baron almost died to Sword Art's turret. It dropped to like 500 HP.
300 HP.
Yeah, they could have just turned around and smited it on the way out or something. It just doesn't die. So it's effectively just a leash over to LGD. And now all of a sudden they have a platform back into this game. They have a couple of minutes of empowered minions to try and claw back some gold. And maybe even find picks.
I mean, Petty loses all his summoners, and he's
dead.
still gonna die. He does get himself the blast cone over, so actually helps him out a lot. This is why I like the Chem Rift. It gives you an awful lot more outplay opportunities. PingZ trying to move forward using that deadly assault, trying to use the perfect execution. They're gonna get double knocked up, but look at the Sivir just kind of hitting right now. Hai Chao flashes forward. They got to get the Rune Prison down, and oh my dearie lord. We said this in the break, we said this off camera, but you had a feeling, you had it in your gut that this game was going to go to 3, and right now LGD, they're putting their best foot forward.
Oh boy, I literally... Does it still count if it's just 5th Dragon / 2nd Baron instead of like, you know, 3rd, 4th Dragon, right? Because we always knew that the LGD scaling would eventually come online. We just didn't think it would come online like this. This sequence of events, Ashin, is not how I anticipated this game to go after the early game. As a, yeah, like you said, it's the Rift, which is bringing us great joy. Because if that's a regular blast cone, they can probably hit him over the wall with LPC, find a lot of damage. Flash is forced from AL, but they just chase into the choke, and they're chasing into Rise, they're chasing into Sivir. The turnaround damage is just so severe. How quickly everyone's health bars just drop. As the overloads and the ricochets come through, you can't answer that much damage in a choke. It's just impossible.
No, it's just not feasible to really say. And now, I mean, it doesn't matter that you're a full item ahead, a Death Stance or a Hull Breaker, take your pick ahead of this Jax. The Jax will still split push. He's got that Spear of Shojin. He has got the attack speed and the survivability necessary to be able to take down all these turrets as fast as you can. I will say the big thing I think from that last fight that we saw so many low health bars was that PingZ went in with his perfect execution. He didn't use it to execute anybody. He used it as a mobility, and that, I feel, was just a little bit overzealous on his part. So we're coming back into live. Is 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. That would be the soul confirmed for AL, but LGD have total control along this bot side. it just feels like right now it is going to be a matter of execution. And I'm not saying who executes better, but rather who doesn't execute the worst.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Who doesn't? Who doesn't botch up the engages the most is likely who's taking away this one. As it's all positioning to LGD. There's the curtain call, but I just don't know what it's really going to provide. As they're just going to beat up. Yeah, it's just they have to give it over AL. They just feel like they're in too much of a positional disadvantage. And now both teams are on Soul.
Yeah, we're in murky waters right now. This is starting to get a little bit weird, a little bit wonderful, depending on how you like it. But we're going to be hitting the 40-minute mark, probably 45 realistically before we see a game-ending fight. Even with the Chem Soul going over to either team, like with the stats it gives, it's just not strong enough. It's not really good enough to throw away a game this late in the game in the day. So you just got to let it go. I think at this point, let it happen and move on with your life. So we'll wait and see what they want to go for. This is as I say, unseen territory because we're starting to get third, fourth items coming out for junglers. Like that's not necessarily where you want to be in this game, and you can see there. Xiaohao kind of finally recognizing, oh cool, I can build some actual resistances. I don't need just HP. He's got himself a frozen heart to try and mitigate some of this attack speed coming out from the Ashe and the Sivir, but I don't know. I really don't know who's coming out the better of this. It feels like both teams have win conditions and neither are playing towards them.
Yeah, I mean, here's one on the side lane. The Hull Breaker there for ZDZ. If he can get some alone time, he's not pressured by anyone else, and it's just Xiaoshu. Maybe he can win out. If he is an IM up right now, Hull Breaker resistance as well, going to make him exceedingly tanky. You can see in the bottom left-hand side, 230 armor, 177 magic resist off of, you know, not really too many resists in the build outside of the Hull Breaker itself. 30 on the Hex Drinker, 25, and then 40, I think, on the Death Stance. So he's rocking some pretty heavy resist right now. Plus the healing and shielding power, so he's going to be difficult to take down. If AL can actually just sort of leave that alone and make sure it doesn't get pestered, and LGD try and just leave it to Xiaoshu, it's a coin toss on who will win that at this point in the game. And if they flip heads, that's what they're looking for.
Is that what? It depends on if they called it or not.
True.
Like, you got to make sure you call that. But yeah, I mean, full items now onto the 80 carries. GA's picked up for both of them. Outside of that, it is just pure damage. Your Sivir is 1,000,000% online. Both 80 carries should be picking up their flashes in the next few seconds, so should be able to see a full-blown fight coming out any minute now. On the bot side, you see both top laners with their TPs available, and realistically, only one way of trying to stopping it. It's the Jax who kind of has the advantage in that sense because he can stop the Fiora TP. She can't really stop the Jax. She can take him low, but probably not going to kill him in that short space of time. So we'll wait to see where they end up kind of going right now. The rest of the teams are all just hovering around this Baron pit, trying to get lane priority in mid and in bot. Top lane should be pushing in favor of AL, though it's close. LPC needs to be very close about where he puts himself and where he puts his footing. But right now, it looks like AL will have control over the Baron side for the moment.
For now, will. That's a lot more damage.
That's a heal. Summoner down now. They are going to block absolutely everything outside of that.
Cleanse and
Wait.
Heal comes out.
LPC cleansed.
Yeah, I'm
Why?
not sure what he cleansed. I'm not sure what he cleansed. Alright, just let it happen. Just let it happen. He was home sailing. Not sure what he cleansed.
Okay. You know
Alright,
what?
just-
I'm gonna let it happen. We're gonna walk. We're gonna walk away from that.
Maybe.
But yeah.
I don't know. Was it Jim W? Jim W?
You know what, Jimano, we'll move away from it.
Yeah, let's
we'll
move away
move
from it.
back into the game. Let's move back into the game. Top lane is pushing in favor of AL. Bot lane being dealt with by Xiao Shu. Hai Chao does pick up his full Zanya, so he's got, not only did he have the stopwatch earlier, but now he has the stopwatch and, of course, a little bit of extra resistances. Alongside that, a little bit of extra AP. Still no death cap here for Ping Z, so he's still waiting for a bit more gold to try and confirm that from him. He would love that, because that's when you're in one-shot territory of things like the Ashe and, of course, the Sivir. So those little things will be the big ticket items that we will look towards, and as both sides really don't want to go over. Don't forget, this is 1-0 at the moment for AL. They win this, they go 2-0, they pick up their first win of the split. If LGD win it, they get themselves an opportunity. This is being melted right now, and they're not going to be able to get the Akali in here either, so they're trying to half get the Akali, half take the Baron. They're going to try and go in for this. Ooh, Xiao needs to try and get himself away from this one here, but it's a little bit separated. There's no real confirmed call here from LGD. They're half going for the Sejuani, half going for the... While that's happening, they're losing the base, and they're just trying to stop the recalls right now. They will lose an inhibitor, and they're going to try and just keep them all here. Maybe they try and end the game from this, but they're all separated. LPC and Meteor are now away from the team. They're going to have to try and get Xiao to deal with this one here. As bot lane did go down, Pingsy does end up getting himself. Zonya's out, and now Jin Zhao, you're in no man's land. He's trying to flash away. Will he get out? Yes, no, he will not. Meteor, though, goes forward, and they will trade that back. That's an Akali for an
What's
Ashe.
going on?
Very worth
Why
trade.
is EDZ here?
EDZ now TP'd in for some unknown reason. He's trying to move forward. He's trying to get the counter-strike down, but Xiao Shu cannot make it happen. Now Haichao picks up a kill as he found himself on behind enemy lines. This game, this fight, this entire sequence of plays is going crazy, but it looks like LGD have finally found themselves an opportunity to bring itself back, but with Dragon Live, it looks like it's going to be sold to LGD.
Okay, maybe Xiao Hao actually gets the timing on the wall this time and steals the soul. He's got vision. He's behind the pit. No, he doesn't. All right. Well, Ashin,
I appreciate an attempt.
thank you. I appreciate the admiration for the attempt. I'm not sure where ZDZ was on the rotation, whether he based after he finished taking the inhibitor on the bottom side. 'Cause I feel like he should have just stayed in LGD's base. Maybe he was scared of one of the recalls coming through. Let's see, because he's actually rotating over from mid, because you can already see that Rise has made it back. Chala has made it back to base. So decides to not be on the side lane anymore, which, sure, I don't mind that call at all.
Oh, Betty. Oh, Betty. He didn't even get killed by that, and then he's just a sitting duck at this point. But he ends up walking away from that, but Sword Art does not. And they think they can take him, but this is what I said much earlier on, about nearly an hour ago at this point. The Rise is so tanky that with the just native items he builds, that it's so difficult to try and burst him out. It does give Haichao an opportunity to just be a bit more aggressive.
Yes, and I think now we've had a pretty good demonstration of all the damage on offer from both of these two teams. Honestly, you know what? I did mock the Kraken Slayer earlier. It's kind of doing work. I want to see the damage graph afterwards, just specifically to see how Betty's doing on that front. But LGD, like you said, it's kind of just one minor misstep, and someone in AO will definitely get melted. I think I already saw LPC auto attack behind Pingsy rather for like 700, 800 damage on a crit. So very online the Sivir, and you can just see they're just trying to use their poke tools, trying to prod forward because got all the stats they need. Baron's still on the table for a couple more seconds as it fizzles. They've also got that soul, so they know they're tanky enough to just kind of do these kind of things. Slowly chip away at AL's base here.
Yeah, it just feels like right now I've got the death cap, but getting the damage on the right carry. Important to note, Betty lost his GA, has sold it, got a Mercurial Scimitar, but LPC still has his GA. That's the big thing. Base will be cracked open here as they go forward. Jin Zhao does get the Mikhail's blessing, or he's going QSS, so he's going full solo on that particular adventure. Xiao Hao goes forward, therefore he dies because the Rise and the Sivir will absolutely shred you. Now you take the inhibitor. They're going to try and get some damage off on the backside of this one here. It's not really going to do a lot apart from just pepper down some of these health bars, but they've gotten what they wanted. They have a couple more seconds, or excuse me, they just lost the Baron after a few seconds there, and now they can move forward, recognizing they don't really have the priority anymore.
Not at all. Back away as well. I think LGD just make the right call with that Baron anyway. They've got the supers pouring in into their base in the bottom lane. Just shove this lane in. Get the inhibitor in return. Actually going to look for a pick. The Ashe Arrow, it's just going to go wide. I expect the recall will come through, and now just looking at that Baron in a little bit over 90 seconds time. That'll be the next big fight. And then if somehow Ashin, that doesn't end the game, there's an Elder. Which, surely, right? Surely. That has to be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Surely. It does feel like it's a... it's been a game. It's been a game of League of Legends. Chemsoul now picked up, and
Is
We'll
this?
see what we end up kind of seeing at the end of it. Because again, it comes down to we're going to have the summoners all back up. Flashes will be available. Everyone will be kind of go for it. It looks like they're trying to maybe catch out a overzealous rotation on the ZDZ. Or maybe they just go straight up for an end because there's no Baron for a minute.
Maybe. I mean, I like this play again. I always like when solo laners pair up on a side lane. I guess in this case, ZDZ does have a hull breaker, so he kind of wants to be by himself. And one thing I have to pose the question on, because nothing is coming of this play. Is this the longest game of the LPL so far this year? It has to be.
I will triple check that for you right now.
It has to be.
I'll ask the
It's like-
stats guy, who's me. I'm the stats guy.
It's 48 minutes in. It's got to be the longest game. I don't think
It
that's-
is. We
I've
are
s-
just cresting the longest one so far. 47:54 was the longest game before this, which was PLG versus JDG.
perfectly
There you go.
timed question to ask. It's not scripted.
Yeah, time. I get it.
Do
We
you know
are
what?
seeing the solo
was,
laners kind of.
I was on that game. That's why it feels.
Ah, there you go. We're longer than LEC as well. I'm just checking all these stats now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nothing else is happening. We're longer than LCK.
Oh wow.
That's a rare sight. That's
Step
a rare
it up,
sight.
LCK.
Yeah,
Jeez,
we're
man,
longer than LCS. We're longer than everybody. This is the longest
Oh,
game
wait,
of
wait,
any of the
wait.
four major regions, but there's an Ash Hour to come out. The
Base.
Baron has been started. The base inhibitor has been taken, and they're trying to back themselves away. He stops them. Hai Chao can't help
my
him
God,
out, and he
they're
actually
gonna-
flashes as well. Sword Art is there. We're going to have them ending the game. This is what they thought they were going to do. There's going to be a TP coming in. They need to try and stop it. The Arctic Assault is good, and they focus down the tower. It's a base race here for AL. They've got themselves a Nexus. Can he do it? Will they take down ZDZ? He'll go into GA. They've got the minions to try and stop him. The Akali is dead. They've got the counter strike. Oh my god! And now the TP can come straight back in. Benny needs to run for his absolute life right now. He's got himself a very angry Jax who's got a ward. He's got a leap strike. There's a hell of a lot of movement speed. There's a flash, and he backs himself away. This game is almost over. Hai Chao was feeling it, but Meteor says, I know your tricks. I know what you're trying to do right now, and you will not get away with it right in this moment. But he will have the Arctic Assault over the wall. This game is ridiculous, but these death timers are huge. You have a Sivir. She can run down that mid lane, at minimum get herself an inhibitor. She can maybe even get an end game.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, he's going for it. Betty's going for it as well. Betty's going for it as well. They're looking for it. They want to try and make this one work. He's trying to keep Hai away, but him and Hai Chao, they know this is the end of the
can't
game,
get it.
and they're just covering all their bases. Chomada, we're going to 3. There's nothing that can be done. This is a small little Heimerdinger. You need to go back to Piltover, my son. You're not welcome here. Betty finally makes his way back. This is such a chaotic end to the game, but this series shall go on even further. Game 3 is on the horizon.
Oh, what's going on? Look at the. Did you see the look? I couldn't quite tell who got up first there from the LGD side, but the pure look of a mixture of pain and relief to be out of that game was hilarious.
Oh my lord. Okay. Well, we have another game to come.
Where
Okay.
do we start, guys? Where do you
My God,
should
dude.
I is like
I mean, it's the right call from AL,
it is.
but it goes so wrong.
Oh man.
Oh.
Game 3, guys. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this game. This is one of those
Oh.
this is like one of those 1 in 20 games where, as much as I would love to do the whole analysis thing, you just
Yeah.
can't. You just like there was an attempt on the side lane from AL for a long time. It didn't work.
Yes.
Like LGD got outscaled. AL got outscaled by LGD, right? All
Yep.
of the AoE damage from the Sivir, from the Rise, it was too much to deal with. And, you know, we almost saw the breaking point where it's just a base race at that point, or a Baron 2 base race, I guess. And LGD just barely by the skin of their teeth managed to survive. I'm not going to lie. do we deserve a game 3, Ashin? Like, I feel like can we just
This
can we
doesn't
just
feel like a
divide the
deserving
points?
thing. This
Is-
feels like
can we-
punishment.
Can we just turn this? Can we just turn this into like football? You know, just give them both half a point and just.
You know
call it
what?
half
You're
a
from the
series
UK.
win.
I'm from Ireland. Europe
yo.
loves draws. They love the draws.
Oh my goodness. Okay. In all fairness, all right. I wanted to see the damage graph. Betty's damage. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, like again, we were obviously quite harsh. Of course, we did gotta get some information. Thank you to Hysterics and of course to Kitty in our Discord who were able to kind of let us in. It's not an extremely common build, but it is around the fringes there, and it's not
Do
as
you know what
bad
the
as maybe we
biggest-
preluded to.
Do you know what the biggest issue with that damage graph is? Meteor dealt the most.
I was
damage.
just about to say, is
That's-
it Meteor
it's-
with 27%?
Riot! Riot! Slow it out! I mean, yeah. LGD. Man, I am genuinely at a loss for words. That was just such a. You don't get to see those games often. Nor are they that crazy in that 50-minute period that we just sat through. And we get another one. A whole nother game machine of that.
Thanks for reminding me. I thought we were done.
No, we've got another one and a series after, which is hopefully going to be just as exciting as this one.
True, we're actually only in the first series of the day. I hope and pray that we get you 6 games to help you in your recovery because you're not feeling the best. Your tummy is sore and no one knows how brave you are being right now. But we're gonna send it to a quick break. When we return, we're gonna have game 3 of whatever the hell that game 2 was. We'll see you soon.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to light.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiao's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. It actually, yeah, it's just trying to wait out this rotation
Window, though.
from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? It goes golden 2. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, 2 upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Deganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Tear also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out, a lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he gonna go to the solo bolo? He's gotta get out of there. Oh! The execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move to win.
speed in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're coming into game 3 of our first series of the day. If you're just joining us, you have missed a game of League of Legends, which LGD were able to equal up the series. It's now 1-1. LGD will be going on to red. And again, in terms of the series, it just feels like it has no massive bearing on it, but we do have our MVP from game number 2. It was Meteor on the Maokai. Both junglers doing what they got to do, and I think that big 27% damage percentage is why that Maokai is just so coveted.
Yeah, Maokai's broken. Maokai deals a little bit too much damage, and it's why it got nerfed on the optics. Yeah, it's just so absurd, right? I think if this was 13.1B, it would have probably dealt a couple less thousand damage than it ended up doing, but that's just what it does on this patch. And yeah, Meteor just using it really, really well throughout the game and just stacking up damage. And it's one of those things where you don't even really take it into consideration. You barely see it a lot of the time, unless it's just those moments where you see someone walking into a sapling and they're losing 300, 400, 500, 600 of their health. And yeah, just provided so much additional everything that you need. It's what Maokai does, man. I don't know what else to say. I think when you provide that much damage on a Maokai, and let's be honest, that game was really scrappy. Who else do you give it to? Do you give it to LPC? Do you give it to Jinzhao? Not really. There's an argument maybe for Hai Chao, but I just don't see it. So I think MVP really well earned here by Meteor, and we'll see what he can get done in game number 3, and whether or not he will actually get the Maokai for a 3rd game in a row, because he did have it in game number 1 as well. Yeah,
I mean, it's just a whirlwind of damage numbers from that Maokai, and it feels like you got to take it away if you're on the side of AL. Excuse me. It just felt like it was, not something you can really let through again. Yes, you're getting the priority with the Sejuani. You like it. Obviously, there seems to be this big, kind of push towards that top side, of course, but ZDZ has just not been your win condition. Yes, they almost won the game, and I do agree with the base race push, because it was kind of at a standstill. You need to do something different. Otherwise, the Sivir just keeps you at arm's length at all times, but it just feels like having this Fiora into Jax isn't working out specifically with this combination. I think the Maokai is a big difference maker to that. Despite the Jax going, I think it was 1-8 at one point, it didn't matter because he's still a Jax, because the Maokai was able to kind of stem the bleeding and the rest of the map stop you from getting advantages.
Yeah, like, I don't know how to describe this. You know what? No, I've got it. Xiaoshu got blue shelled when he was already in 12th place. Like, it was it was just a really,
it was
really
a glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah, it just lapped the entire track and just hit him anyway. Like, he wasn't really allowed to play the game that much, and he was still able to bring out so much in those 2v1s, 1v1s, 1v3s that it didn't really end up mattering. And he was still kind of on the flip end of what we saw, like in game number 1, able to hold ZDZ enough when he was actually in front of ZDZ, because of course ZDZ almost ended the game with the combination of Ping G. But yeah, I feel like you're not really getting the better end of it, AL, so maybe you look to swap up that top lane matchup, because otherwise it's the same concern to be worried about moving into game number 3. And frankly, do you need that? I lean more on the side of no. And I feel like the bans have been kind of all over the place. Not in a bad way, but they've come in with a clear intent that they don't want to play against the champions that they've been banning. It's not really true stuck to the meta 24/7. So I feel like they can actually just do that. Just remove away some of these more, first pick champions on the side here of LGD and try and make something else work on their end from the top side, because I feel like the Fiora Jax matchup, they're just not getting the better end of it.
Yeah, they're just not even with all the resources and all the things going in their favor. Got to remember though that their solo laners started 2-0-1 individually before the first 10 minutes. They had everything they wanted to have go for them in that regards, but it just went to the uber late stage. It went to 50 minutes. It became such a non sequitur that the first, at that point in the game, when you're at 50 minutes, the first 10, 15 don't make any difference. They literally do not matter, because you're not able to kind of snowball from it. You weren't able to get a meaningful advantage to make it so that you could end up winning the game. And for AL, I mean, this is what we came into. This is why we weren't super high up on this team despite the promise they showed us from last year, is that they've kind of come into the split. They're a 0-3, but even in the games that they've been playing, there's not really been a lot to be proud about in a sense of if you're an AL fan, because it just feels like they're not really connecting as cohesively as most people would have expected.
Yeah, and again, I think with such a, above expectations, I think is probably the best way to phrase a summer performance. Yes, of course, the end result wasn't the best, but the journey is what we're focusing on here in that summer split. I feel like a lot of fans were coming in with, sort of similar expectations. So to see them maybe start off this year with a 0-4 in the regular season for spring, it's going to feel pretty bad, not only for the fans, of course, but the players, right? It's a hard thing to bounce back from, losing that many series back to back. And at that point, you start going from thinking about, okay, we're maybe going to scrape for like 7th or 8th if we sort of like play our ceiling, to all of a sudden, are we even going to make 10th place? Are we going to basically just do what we did last time and crash out at 11th? Those kind of thoughts can start to creep into your mind if you don't pick up the wins, or you get a couple, but then those early losses that you saw from all the way back now start to haunt you.
Yeah, they really do. But we're going to jump straight into picks bands again. This time around, they're recognizing
really
that,
happy.
look, doesn't matter what we can do if they can't deal with the side lane. So they're taking away the Jax, Galio, and the Elise banned away. The Zeri hasn't been banned just yet. Neither has the Varus. So we are seeing a couple more of those higher priority ADCs creeping back into what we have here. And honestly, if you don't really see another ban on the AD carries, you either leave that first pick open. There's the Varus. So I imagine we should see the Zeri first pick, which means that Meteor should get the Maokai once more.
Yeah, if he wants to prioritize the Maokai, he can. I don't really see a reason for LGD not to, though. If they want to take Xiaohao off, no, with the Ashe, I think they're just gonna look at, there you go. Never mind, all of that doesn't really matter. So you should just see the trade around. Why do I even bother Oshin when they're just gonna pick the same stuff?
So in fairness, what I love about metas like this is because obviously we're on a patch for a very long time, and it ends up kind of becoming very stagnant, shall we say. It makes me sound and you sound like gods because we can predict all these different things, and it's not that and people are like, wow, they must know their stuff. It's like, no, everyone just plays the same things over and over and over again. So you kind of see patterns in the pick and bans. But Xiaohao going to go on to Sejuani once more. Again, I don't think he had a bad game in game number 1 or even game number 2. He just wasn't able to make it stick for as long as he possibly could. Unfortunately, though, for the side of AL, you can't pick a really kind of enchanter support. You have to go for a mage support, because if you leave open the Heimer and the Ashe, your Zeri doesn't get to play the game. So you have to pick that one away. And it looks like Haichao was saying, cool, well, if we take away the Ryze on this rotation, we can ban away some of those big scaling AD carries. I imagine to see mid laners like the Kassadin and the Sylas banned away if they do lock this in.
Yeah, very easy. I think that's a really good read. I don't think they have any other reason to ban anything else but the Sylas and the Kassadin. It's more about what AL are actually going to try and respond with, because I think they're probably just going to try and knock on Xiaoshu's champion pool, to be honest with you. I think it's a bit too... There's too much going on in the bottom lane with Ashe just existing, flipping between the AD carry and the support role. Even though she's likely to end up in the support role here, you never really know, so there's not much point in shooting any bans down towards the bottom side unless they feel like removing away any specific picks that can deal with this Heim. So they actually do go towards the Sivir, because it was a bit of a pain point in the last game with the massive amount of scaling. There's the Sylas call out alongside the Kassadin. Good stuff from Yoshin. And yeah, I feel like maybe you just throw one more ban to the top side there. Yeah, exactly, man. There's what else do you have to ban? I mean, I think AL are pretty happy here. They don't really care too much. They can just remove away one Xiaoshu champ if they want to go for something like maybe Camille to take away the lockdown. They actually self-ban the Fiora. Interesting. Okay, so I guess now, yeah, we start to open up the avenues for things like Cassante to finally come through, which we've not seen all day here in LPL. I'm not actually too sure on how it's performing here in China. In Europe, it sucks.
Let me get the stats guy on it.
Get the stats, because I recall, as far as win rate was concerned, it wasn't looking too great. In game, it looked fine. The issue is you blind picked it into ZDZ, who's probably going to lock in this Gwen kind of happily. It does lean you into a lot of magic damage if you do this.
19 games.
19
11 and 8 to wins, the losses. So
right,
11 wins, 8 losses, 58% win rate.
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Yeah, pretty good. So we'll actually see ZDZ opt over to the Nara instead. Because I think even though the Gwen obviously offers you a lot of team fight damage and a very, very strong lane into Cassante, one that he can't really answer a lot of the time, actually. You just have too much magic resist value coming in for LGD. So they want a little bit more physical coming through alongside the Zeri, of course. And it looks like they are eyeing up this as it one last time. Just to have that additional scaling option, a little more disengage perhaps. Long range poke or mid range poke from the soldiers. Zone control. They all have rounded out their comp. Now it's about what LGD will give us. Is it going to be something funky? Is it just going to be a rerun of this MF, which you've already seen today, into the Heimerdinger? Or we get something which you've seen overseas, something like the Caitlyn, for example. It will be. All right, so something different, Ashin, compared to where we've been in the last couple of games. It feels kind of samesies on the top side, but bottom side has definitely been a little bit of a mix and match, and we're gonna get. It's gonna be Caitlyn AD, so it's actually not as exciting as I was hoping it would be. It's just. It's still going to be.
I didn't want to burst your bubble. I really didn't. Look, I was like, he's going on in this, and I just don't want to burn it.
I'm coping for more creative, duos here. I'm trying. All right, I'm trying for the sake of entertainment. It's not working. They just want to play the strong stuff because why wouldn't they? And Caitlyn Ash is still going to provide so much in the laning phase, and we're just going to have to keep our eyes on how the trades will actually go between LPC, Jin Jiao, and Sword Art and Betty, because the range disadvantage is going to be quite prevalent, to say the least, between the duo AD carry lane of LGD and the Heimdinger plus that Azeri on the opposite side for Anyone's Legend. And I think for the first game, or the first time in the series, we might actually get a little more bot lane focus compared to what we were seeing in game number 1 and 2. It feels like it was all about top lane in game number 1 and 2. Who cares about an Arcasante lane? I don't care about an Arcasante lane. Do you care about an Arcasante lane, Machine?
Nah, not at all, man.
I feel like they're just gonna sit there, do their thing. ZDZ is gonna, get like a 5, maybe 10 CS lead at best. Bottom side of the map is where it's all gonna be about. I think if, as AL, you can stop Caitlyn and Ash from getting a constant shove in and trying to take off plenty of plates from the tower before those plates come off, you really hamper what a Caitlyn can get done in the mid game. So I'm expecting the focus to be down there, and the read should be from the opposite end of LGD to just stop that pressure from coming down. Ensure that you have mid lane priority constantly, and try and make sure, as Meteor, you can stop this Sejuani from impacting the bottom lane and leave it as a nice little 2v2.
See what makes work here. Again, we see an early level 1, but this time around it is just literally or not this time around, every single time around it is literally just to make sure that they have priority over this bot lane, to make sure the Heimerdinger can't just get himself sneakily towards that forward brush. LGD have been pretty good at stopping this from happening on the side of AL. They did it very well in game number 2, and now, of course, game number 3, they're doing the exact same thing. We are jumping straight on the rip. This is it. This is by definition, the final game of this series. One of these sides will have a W by the end of this 45 to an hour.
For better or
Knowing
worse.
how these team plays.
For better or worse, someone.
For better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Because I'm in health and you're in sickness. See how that works?
Yeah, I am in sickness. I'm not feeling good today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm toughing through it. I'm soldiering through it. But
this is rough right now. They're getting a lot of free gold on terms of the turrets going down, and now they can trade back some of that damage. LPC takes about half his HP. Swordart gets traced under as well. So at the end of it all, it actually ends up being LGD who have the priority here. This is to be expected. They just have a range advantage.
Yeah, here's the issue. Even though a lot of nice looking poke came through for the side of AL on the entrance, you can see the range disadvantage immediately being utilized here as you're forced away off this buff. Just gonna try and reset it. Gonna get soft resets. So maybe try and sneak back in. He doesn't have vision, but actually,
trying to take this would be so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, Chaha's happy with the reset.
So hard to try and take it.
So he just wants the Krugs, but on the bottom side you can see a lot of very hard hitting poke is already being layered in, and Metaphor's just gonna call it a day. Meteor is just gonna call it a day. Just go back to his own jungle. Tried to get a full invade going, and it didn't quite work out. Really well defended, but you can already see Sword Art, he's just going back to base. He's like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. Bay, have fun in the 1v2. Now, Xiaohao will finally get his own.
Definitely, a much more contested bot lane. You said it in the champ select. We are probably going to see a lot more priority towards it. It's exactly what we are getting. I will say Meteor shouldn't have too much of a problem kind of getting himself back up to speed to catch up with this. I did like the movement we saw from Xiaohao to kind of say, look, I'll take the way of the wolves. I'll go back there towards bot lane. I won't be behind on levels or experience, and I'll also have a pretty much full top side to be able to take for myself as well. So nice adaptation, shall we say, coming out here from Xiaohao as they look to try and keep this bot lane alive, because that's a 2-level difference now on that bot side. Again, this is why the Zeri's great, but if you get outranged, it's just tough to deal with.
Yeah, I didn't think this was going to go any other way, to be honest with you. This is a little rougher than I was anticipating, but, you know, one crash wave, one play. And that's it for LGD, and you can see Meteor is actually hovering, but not hovering close enough for Sheen.
Not hovering close enough just yet. Jin Zhao flashes. He also uses his own heal, and he gets himself killed. First blood going over to Betty, and that is exactly the kind of start we wanted to see. Didn't have a crit in the back pocket, so LPC will end up losing his flash, not gaining himself a kill. And when a Heimerdinger is just kind of bouncing at this turret, it's going to make it very difficult to actually get that kill confirmed.
Yeah, I think LPC actually flashed forward with the headshot, and it just wasn't quite enough damage. It just feels a little bit rough. Nearly turning around that 2v3 gank. Meteor not quite there in time to make the turnaround happen. He has the correct call. He's just on Skullcrab. That's all. He comes off of his camp to go towards the Skull because he knows the attention is going to be towards the bottom side. He knows anyone's legend want to shut down that push. They end up just about doing it. But still, they do lose a lot in exchange for it. 2 flashes, a heal as well. A lot invested to save Betty. So now, if LGD send Meteor down, send Xiaohao down, or Hai Chao rather down, not Chao, in this game, you'll definitely see a little more focus here from LGD. Again, towards the bottom side whilst these Summer Spells are down.
Towards top to see, so close to getting that boomerang play. Could have been an annoying moment there for Xiaoshu, but doesn't end up popping his black. He's going to get TP back in, no problem at all. Has got himself a machine, a little bit of Ruby Crystal. As you said, we'll probably not be paying attention very often to this top side whatsoever. We are going to see maybe Sword Art getting back off, but sitting on top of a ward makes it very difficult to make that one actually happen and stick. Hai Chao moving in towards that jungle to make sure he has vision control for himself. And now level 6 has been hit by ZDZ, but I think this is just going to try and maybe get a little bit of harassment more than anything else. I don't think he really can take down a Cassante, and that's the power of him. Cassante just, you know, he builds tanky, even, you know, and even just his general stats as he goes forward just makes him so difficult to kill. And the Gnar just very rarely has kill pressure on him unless there's an all-in.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you see that window. I think the thing about this matchup in the top side is, as ZDZ, you're kind of just playing not to die on those windows. We'll talk about it in a second because as you can see, there's a bit of an engage potentially coming down with a dive, but I think it's just more about poising for the actual, you know, threat of the dive. So you can see a bunch of hook damage come in and a little more chip damage away from this tower as well. As G just kind of returns back to the mid lane, she recognizes that this play is going to fizzle out. And now Xiaohao can kind of just advance forward very, very slowly and ensure that the dive isn't being carried out.
Oh, definitely high tensions in the spot side. I will say, fair play to the bot lane of AL. They are definitely under pressure, but they are not giving over more than they have to. Yes, a couple of plates. Yes, they are severely down on farm, but this is kind of par for the course. We kind of expected this to happen, given you are against an Ashe and a Caitlyn. This is something that you're just going to have to accept and hope that Betty can get the resources he needs to be that, you know, big carry in the mid to late game. We saw it on Ruler on this Zeri, just how powerful you can be in those, you know, small little skirmishes. If you can just have them around the dragon pit, around the river, where walls are accessible for you to be able to kind of fight over. So wait to see how this game ends up kind of pushing forward off of that. But right now it is still a great start for the LGD bot side. They are doing exactly what their job entails, and they're going to have to try and convert that into more advantages as we move later and later into the game. No dragon to be spoke of just yet, despite all the bot lane pressure, but maybe because in spite of it, because you don't really want to be starting off a dragon as either of these bot sides end up getting the jump on you.
You don't really want to have to deal with either side rotating up whilst trying to get the objective done, though it seems like you get their hands on it first, and then prey was earned. Seems like this will just about be enough. They've had multiple prey the entire game anyway, so you would expect that the dragon goes over. First one, to LGD, and they will pick it up pretty much uncontested. Now, the question is, how do we get a Chemtech? So that means we're guaranteed a game because no one likes that dragon. So, Cloud Dragon for the next spawn, right?
Red team has slain the dragon.
Oh, shit. It's the dragon. it's the dragon that everyone loves so much. So now we're not going to get the soul.
It's not the soul.
Ah.
I know you're upset about that. I know. I know you are a chem tech
I'm not.
aficionado.
I'm not. No.
No. I'm gonna push
No.
this narrative.
No.
No.
You know,
You don't
I'll
get
do
a
it for
choice
Cloud.
of
I'll
this.
do it for Cloud because Cloud was legit very underrated.
I
Chemtech
legit
soul.
thought you said I'll do it for clout.
Oh,
I thought
for
that's what you said.
No.
I
Oh,
was like,
mate.
I'll do it for clout. I was like, all right, be transparent about it for sure.
No, I'll do
Go
it
off,
for
queen.
Cloud. I'll do it for Cloud, but definitely won't do it for Chemtech Soul because it needs buffs, but not just flat. It needs some changes in how it actually gets applied, in my opinion. But like you said, won't see the Soul, and again the continued pressure down here on the bottom side. It's just going to continue to roll in, and there's not really much that anyone's legend can really do about it. As they're just at a massive range disadvantage, and Meteor continues to just shadow down here and do his job of ensuring that his bottom lane gets to do this for free. He's even stealing away a couple of those small trucks and just forcing away the bottom lane with the Nature's Grasp. It's enough to just get away this next play.
Yep. 175 gold, 176 actually. I think you take between two people. It's technically 88 per person, so you actually get a little bit more gold. And you know, in all things considered, it's not the biggest thing in the world. But
You know, I
LPC
think
is
it's-
relatively low.
I would imagine it's actually still 87.5, but the game isn't coded
Comes up
to
at
show.
88.
Yeah, the game's not coded to show decibel, numbers, because you can technically have a gold and a half. It never shows the decimal.
That is true. Well,
So-
the game is coded to show decimal, just not with gold. It shows you with mana regen and health regen.
Yeah, but like the numbers that pop up. So like you see like the 2140 or 214.
Yeah, that's, it gets you.
Yeah, that it just doesn't. It's not coded to it.
That's true.
I'm sure,
Yeah, I'm
like
just-
it's just numbers on screen. Surely I said that like such a caveman. It's just numbers on
You
screen.
did. It's just like, it's just numbers.
But
Shut up about the goddamn. What do they mean, Mason?
what do they mean, Mason?
Showing our age with that reference.
Our
but,
age. Oh.
Wow. Okay. You're gonna just throw me under the bus like that. All right.
Hey, look, it's a
You
well-known
wanna
fact.
act like a child. You're gonna be treated like a child.
It's a well-known fact. I am the new Zuma of the LPL. I don't know why. I'm flagging.
That's not true.
But is
not
anyone
true,
younger
is
than me?
I don't know. I haven't asked everyone their age. I'm gonna be totally real with you. I don't even really know your age. I know
Oh,
that you are
hold on.
younger than me, but
Yes.
Are
I'm
you a 2000s baby?
almost 99. So I'm 23 right now.
Damn.
I'm a younger.
God damn.
This is speaking of people that are probably gonna die young. This dive. Let's see. Oh, First-
yeah,
oh,
we
Dash
already
out!
see the
Dash
arrow.
out!
Huge, but they're not tanking the turret right now. The Caitlyn does die on the bot side. There's a little bit of a movement there.
Oh,
you can
man.
see Xiaoshu just trying to keep himself alive. They tank
Wait a
it
minute!
very nicely. No! Oh my god, he almost got away with it. He almost got away with it. Xiaoshu nearly making Cassante look absolutely broken. But sadly for him, he does fall down. Oh, that was
Oh
close.
my goodness, that was very, very touch and go for a second there. I think there was one more creep. If there was one less creep, Xiaohao dies. And all of a sudden that turns into a 1-for-1 at absolute best for AL. And on the bottom side, whilst we was taking a look at that dive, I believe LPC actually died, well, to PNG, I think. Though
Yeah,
there's
it was.
there's
It
not
was.
actually a kill displayed in the HUD. Yeah, so,
No, it was a. Oh, I don't know.
yeah, so here's the shuffle. This is the
oh,
replay. Yeah. This is going on whilst the dive was going on top. So LPC just really wanted the tower. And then in this dive, a lot goes on. So there's not enough burst damage during the Glacial Prison. Then the reason why there's no finish off on the kill is because ZDZ gets Ash Arrow. And then you're kind of thinking, if this Q3 hits maybe into an ultimate backwards, then there's enough execution damage. And then the dash comes in on the Winter's Wrath, so there's no big chunk of damage on that flail. A lot of stuff being dodged away from. Really good stuff from Xiaoshu. One thing you can definitely say, even if he had a really rough game too, he was really playing a lot of those mechanical moments really damn well. His micro has been solid. His hands have been very, very on point in moments like that. But still, he does die in that dive. And on the bottom side, finally that tower is claimed. And now LGD will start to move LPC around, try and get more towers off the map with this Caitlyn, because that is the strong point of the champion. That's what you want to do. Set up shop in a lane and ensure that the other team cannot answer.
Yeah, this is just good movement here coming out from LGD, recognizing they have an opportunity to get some more gold. Gold, speaking of which, goes in the favor of AL. As the bot side is kind of, or the mid lane I should say, is claimed a plate or so. 30 seconds till those go away, so they won't be able to claim that last one, you would imagine, with Jin Zhao and LPC just kind of hovering in towards this mid lane. But again, you know, they have done their job in the sense of LGD, but it has come at a cost. They're not ahead on gold. They are equal on gold. Yes, they have 2 dragons. That is pretty good for where they're sitting now. A Gale Force finish up for LPC. Excuse me, but you're not ever, you know, you're not leagues ahead of AL's bot lane. You're not, you know, snowballing catastrophically to a point where AL can't see a win in sight. And with the top side going and mid lane going favor of AL, you got to be very, very wary as LPC. If he can continue to have this dominance, but he's got to play a lot safer if he wants to try and make this one work.
He is. Because, you know, there's nothing we can do but the kills aren't knocking on the heart. I'm not going to bring it up again. It's really weird. Anyway. Sorry to derail the cast. I apologize. It's just
Your mind's on different, more important things.
my OCD's kicking in, man. I can't. Oh wait, no. Oh my god, that's how cooked I am. Never mind. No. Alright, I'm gonna stop talking before I make a fool of myself any further. Ashin, save me, please.
I got you. You know what? Immortal Shield Bow picked up now for Betty.
Nice.
He's got a little bit of extra survivability. That's going to help him in the fights. First items being picked up pretty much across the board for the carries right now. Jungler shouldn't be too far behind. We should see the Demonic Embrace here for Meteor as the Emerald Glaive does get finished up and picked up there for Jin Zhao. So right now there's no real objectives to be able to be picked up. There's no real setup for anyone. Everyone's just kind of ping-ponging the waves for the moment, and it will take a moment or a movement really to kind of ignite this game back in. It's 3-0 in kills in favor of AL, but those kills aren't leading into any kind of gold lead. It's just keeping them above water.
Yeah, exactly. Just keeping them above water right now is the important thing. I think if LGD can pick up that next dragon in particular, if they're ready to fight for it, I think that's going to be a very, very big problem for AL. And I think running the Caitlyn, they're always going to be looking for these earlier fights. This is a really nice pick here. If they can find it, but AL just don't quite have enough damage for Jin Zhao. They do get both his flash and his heal. So, if another Glacial Prison like that connects, you will certainly die, and they can try and look for a little bit more of the back of it.
And again, there's very little, honestly, given over by AL to make that happen. Those little picks can make wonders as an Ash Arrow. Look, you miss all the shots you don't take. I respect it from the side of Jin Zhao after getting out with his life. He felt like maybe they wouldn't be expecting the arrow from base. But again, you know, it cost them literally nothing. A Glacial Prison and a Heimerdinger ultimate, which isn't really going to do a lot in terms of cooldowns. It's going to be available before 2 minutes. So Jin Zhao is going to maybe just have his heal back, will definitely not have his flash. So these are little opportunities that you're going to have here at the side of AL to maybe capitalize on. If Jin Zhao goes forward a little bit too much there, again, he should just die. So little moments like that can make the big difference as it becomes a game of inches more than anything else.
Yep, I agree. Track the summoner spells, not just of Jin Zhao, but of everyone else as well. Just because of AL's form of engage. The targets that they pick on are going to be very, very important. I think for LGD, they have to be very wary of that. I think Jin Zhao as well, in particular. Even though he's kind of just an Ash support walking around, he's still, you know, another body. He's still another person that can provide a little bit of zone control, so he needs to not drop senselessly as AL are on the second Herald as Betty gets a shot. Popped LPC just asserting his dominance in the mid lane. This could be enough to actually shift pressure over from the mid lane to this river. And try and snatch away this Herald. There's actually numbers coming down as well from Xiaoshu on the top side, but LGD's following closely. He's got Mega Gnar locked and loaded and ready to go, so this could actually be the disengage button for LGD.
Yeah, really could. Rift Herald is low on patience and is done with their scuff right now. We are going to see Haichao trying to flank off on the side here. ZDZ trying to keep Xiaoshu away from this fight. It's a bit of a 1v1 and a 4v4. Now we can finally see the Gnar getting in and available. He's going to not pick up the Herald because it was actually stolen by LGD. There's the Realm Warp behind them. Haichao goes behind enemy lines as ZDG gets taken out by Xiao Shu. And this game, LGD just have the priority. AL just forcing something they just didn't really have opportunities to go for.
Yeah, and they just don't really have the damage available to them that they really want to have just yet, because the Azir, the Zeri, they're not quite online yet, whereas champions like Caitlyn, even Ryze, is honestly just having an item completed in his inventory is going to kind of hit, you know, 300-ish per overloaded Q in damage. And you can kind of see, even though ZDZ poses a lot of threat on the back line, LGD do a really good job of kind of splitting up and ensuring that they're never grouped up together. And a lot of burst damage just kind of gets split across the entire course of the team. Over here, dash over the wall. Collapse comes through after that Ryze ult and it comes down. Now we're out of the replay because his Herald got dropped quite quickly, and that's a pick with the arrow.
Oh, dearie me, AL. You needed to survive. You were doing so well. You were keeping in tow. You just needed to get a couple of more items, get up the second, third items, and you would have been so fine. But now you're looking at an Infernal Soul point coming up here for LGD. You've just lost your mid laner. Yes, he does have TP, but in 20 seconds, I don't know if that's going to be quick enough.
I don't know either. I think they can just get this dragon. If they really try and burst it down right now, just be a little bit weary. Just be weary with 50-50, that's it.
I'm looking for the 50-50, but Xiao not going to be able to get really in position for this, you would imagine. He's looking to try and get over the wall, but he's basically completely blind going in for that, even having the twisted advance to try and stop it from getting in there. But yeah, that is soul point now for LGD, and just utilizing the power of this Caitlyn. And of course the Ryze with having the point and click CC alongside the Ashe, it just makes it so much easier for them to get this pick.
Yeah, it really does. And fortunately as well, we also had the Q3 ready to go from the Cassante, so the confirmation on the pick is just that much stronger, getting knocked into the entire team. Try out the replay. One for that. And LGD, it's kind of strange because they've been down in gold, and at times it kind of feels pressure as well, with the exception of the bottom lane. But that's kind of just how this game's going to work until you see these item completions come in from Pinji and from Bay. As Room Prison almost locks down the Azir, and there's the follow-up.
Going for the follow-up, but the Ashe Arrow connects again. The single target CC is just too much. You've got the twisted advance into the Ashe Arrow, into the Rune Prison, and even if they flash and try and get away, then you still have the Nature's Grasp. There's just so much to be, or you just got so much there.
Yeah, and I think what would be really good here, go towards the Baron, try and draw out Kingsley's his teleport. There you go. And see if you can just disengage off the back of that, and that'll be a really nice summoner spell to just take away from anyone's legend. Seems like they're just going to clear away some vision, resecure a little bit of control there, and just allow High Chow on the bottom side to just push in this tier 2, get a lot of damage. He might even get the whole tower. He's got a lot of time here.
No one's matching him. He's going to get this. The Azir's going to be too late.
Yeah, so tier 2 on the bottom side, and that's just going to get High Chow right up towards his Archangels, unless he... That was an angle.
He almost flashed into it.
Yeah. He hurdled it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we like to do a little bit of athletics.
Hey,
we like to keep ourselves
I did
nimble
hurdles at high school.
and,
I respect that, yeah.
bit of CrossFit, you know? You gotta use different muscles in different ways. Find different angles.
Alright, now, once Dancing Dog drops off the screen, the Archangel is completed. So, right now, this is LGD's true power point. We've got a Rapid Fire Cannon on the Caitlyn as well. She even just picked up a red buff just for a little bit of extra kick. Yo, Gale Force Auto could have even just like chunked out Bay there for a lot of damage, but not quite aware of where everyone else on AL is, so don't really quite take that risk. But AL are going to have to really find a little bit of gold very quickly, because Bay is going to need 2 items, and Kinsey is going to need his... Well, I think he's going towards Shadow Flame second, so he's going to need that completed. Otherwise, it's going to be a flat-out item disadvantage in LGD. The champions right now are stronger as is, but without the items to just kind of buff up some of the scaling aspects of AL's composition, they're just going to struggle so much at this dragon in about 90 seconds time, a little bit more than that.
Yeah, it just... again, I was full of praise for them the first, 10, 12 minutes because they were doing their job. They were making sure that they weren't getting caught out. They're making sure they actually got some opportunistic moments themselves, kept the gold even, didn't really leave themselves open for opportunities to be taken advantage of. But LGD just found that one opportunity, that one Rift Herald fight that just AL overextended just a little bit too much. And now turrets are falling. You're losing grip around your jungle, and the fact that it's an Infernal Rift and an Infernal Soul in a minute means that you have to ward out. There's too many avenues now for people to kind of get to you so quickly because those walls have been broken down.
Yeah, exactly. One of the few times where, honestly, I feel like Rifts generally don't make that much of an impact on a game outside of, sometimes you get funky plant spawns or whatever, but like the terrain ones, the Infernal, the Mountain, they're not really doing too much to affect the game. This is one of those games where, honestly, those small rotations that you might be able to get in could definitely make the difference, and especially, hell, even for LGD in particular, that blue buff wall that's been broken down, if they get pushed out of the river and they have to go into that little pit, just being able to rotate directly into the next entrance and get re-entrance into the river could be huge. So we'll see whether that plays into effect right now. First, the mid lane, item completions do come in for AL critically. That's the important thing. They can at the very least fight on even grounds in the item department, but again, it's still LGD. We should have a little bit of mid lane priority and first move towards the river.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk in blind here. He's got himself mega, but he's losing it fast. It's
too early.
Really inopportune timing right now to
Yeah.
be losing that particular setup. And
LGD
yeah,
just
he's gonna
gonna
have to
pull the
try and.
trigger.
Yeah,
just gonna
you got
pull
to
the trigger.
because you've got 20 seconds of such before he's even able to gain any Gnar bar back, so you're just not really able to do anything. 5,000 onto the dragon. AL trying to see if they can get someone. Sword Art moves forward, trying to use that ultimate and sword, trying to go forward with it, but they will kill him off. There's going to be the ace in the hole to get him. Betty's in the back of the pit. Betty's trying to get it! Stolen! AL gets the dragon. Yes, they will certainly lose their jungler as a double kill going over to Caitlyn, but will they be able to get out with their lives? That's the real question. There's going to be 0 to it, but it gets blocked here by Xiaoshu, and they're rushing forward. Betty gets himself away with a flash and a dash, and that's going to be the Dragon Soul delayed for 5 more minutes. But again, what do you lose after that? The Baron looks like it's on the cards.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. And Betty just does his flat-out best Jackie Love impression, goes into the pit, almost kills Meteor. And I think the fact that Meteor's so low, he panic smites. He wants to just try and get the smite down because he knows if he dies anyway, it just goes over to anyone's legend. You'll see what I'm talking about. Once that damage starts to come through with the engage from Xiao Hao as well, once it drops to about 4k, you see engage, dash in from Betty as well. Sure, Sword Art dies in the backline, but Meteor's just dealing so much damage, and he just panics. He's like, it's got to be low enough almost surely, right? And it's just not enough damage. Xiao Hao steals that one away, and that's a saving grace moment for anyone's legend. If that Infernal Soul goes over, the game just feels a little bit harder to play. The extra damage that you get from the additional Dragon, of course, as well, just tips the scales that much more in favor of LGD. To come out of the replay, Sword Art eats the ace in the hole, and the Baron, of course, is around the LGD members. So now, what are they going to achieve? You've got 2 inner towers left and available to pick up in the mid and top lanes. How are you going to play for those, and how exactly are you going to actually get towards the base nice and proper and take some structures in the base of AO itself?
We'll have the Baron now, so it's still a 6,000 gold lead, coming up to about 7 in the next few minutes. But Betty has got himself 2 items, and he's not that far behind. Once he gets up to his 3rd, that's when the game starts to get a little bit more tenuous for LGD. They need to start wrapping this up, putting on the last little finishing touches, and bringing this to a 2-1 victory. They need to start making it happen soon, because otherwise they are going to start losing purchase. They are going to start losing opportunities to themselves. They need to be careful of ZDG off to the side, who's building up that mega. Meteor has got the Nature's Grasp, could he want it.
Pull it soon. I think
Not
just
to try and pull the trigger just yet.
Just the pressure, I think, would be enough to just let, maybe on the next wave, once there's actually minions close enough for LPC to walk up and auto attack, that's when he'll pull the trigger. Just to confirm the tower, actually, it just looks like any other legends are just yielding. Still pull the trigger anyway, and those 2 tier 2s will drop. That's a bit of a waste though. Don't have the inhibitor siege. That's a nice Ash Arrow though, ZDZ!
It wasn't their intended target, but they are going to look for him now. Get down, Mr. President! They're trying to block him off, but you're losing so much off of this now because you can't defend this base. There's still a minute left on Baron. They're going to take almost everything here. Mid lane inhibitor, top lane under siege. There's not really a lot you can do here as AL. You're trying to just scramble to make sure you don't lose everything before this Baron runs out.
Yeah, I mean, more inhibitor would be real nice for LGD. Not going to be able to get it though. They reset here. That'll be the end of the Baron Siege. It will be. AL, they lose the inhibitor. I think that's probably the best case they could have asked for, given the momentum swing there. And now they're just going to have to hope that an 8,000 gold deficit, they're going to be able to put together some kind of fight in order to stand up to LGD, who have just crested 3 items and some components to boot on their core carries. Whoop.
Going for it. They will gonna flash out Sword Art, as the Crystal Arrow has been pretty damn on point, I gotta say, from Jin Zhao. Minute 30 to the Dragon, as you were alluding to there. And there's a 8,000 or just underneath the goal lead. You've got the IE finished up here for LPC. He is now scores ahead of Betty, as he's just been picking up kill after kill after kill. Top lane has been the one shining light, you would say, for the side of AL in this game. As he got a couple more resources than his other lanes, but it just hasn't been able to pick up the level of an advantage that you would need to try and make a big difference in these team fights. So it's going to come down to the big moment, you would imagine, as Xiao Hao throws out his version of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's a Glacial Prison to make sure he does not get engaged upon there and dies just before this dragon. But I mean, it's getting rough. And ZDZ, you're in mini, my boy. You don't actually have a lot of resistances, and he's getting taken out. The Gale Force. Oh my lord! If he dies there, that could almost be game.
Yeah, really could. ZDZ is such a big factor in the front line. If he goes down, losing the body will be bad enough, but losing the front liner just escalate the issue.
Ooh, TP.
LGD, yeah, TP quite deep actually, and he's got a fair amount of bar built up. He's going to be on vision, but I don't know if it matters. This is a really nice looking pincer. If they can collapse on it.
They're going to get the Maokai ultimate, and Xiao Hao gets caught in it, so he's going to get taken out. ZDZ can't move. He's just being CC'd before he can do anything. He actually has to hop away, and with the Ascended Zir turret, they're going to go for it. That's a two-man. They get the Caitlyn, and now Betty can start to really unleash onto this, but they're just so far behind. It has to be Betty. He has to be the savior for this team. He has to make it work. They're flashing on him. They know they have to kill him, and they will. It's 2 kills, and that's going to be the game, and almost certainly the series. They get the solo laners TPing in. The Nexus turrets are already falling down, and they're going to be able to take the game 2-1, and it is LGD who pick up their first win of spring.
LGD, don't let that game number 1 shake them, or the game number 2, to be honest with you. I think I'll be more shaken by game number 2 than game number 1. He does such an excellent job of just maintaining his ability to stay fast and strong. Really, really good stuff from the LGD lineup, and this game number 3 was definitely a big show of mental stability after game number 2. Excellent showing in my mind.
Yeah, I think it just felt like after that game number 2, AL, similar to what you were saying about them earlier, they lost their spark, their flame went out, they fizzled out into nothing. It just felt like game 1, they came out, they had a little bit of a, moment or two, but then it didn't really happen. And then all of a sudden they kind of burst into life, they got it together, they'd be able to win that game. Game number 2, it felt so close, but they were losing that fire, they were losing that momentum, and then once they lost that, it just felt like the entire thing was just swept away. A large wind blew out that fire, and it just was LGD saying, look, you haven't got anything left in the tank, we know how you play, we know how to play against you. And it's just, it just feels bad for AL, but it feels great for LGD, because it felt like the longer the series went on, the more comfortable they became with it.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's really, really true. And I think bringing out that Caitlyn in game number 3, they just felt in their element. I think they recognized how strong they were in that lane matchup, and there was nothing that Betty and Sword Art could do about that. They tried their best to try and sort of shake the scales in their favor with that sort of level 1 poke over the wall, but then they realized they lost first pathing to the bot lane, and from there, it was pretty much done. There was too big a range advantage, and I think Meteor as well played around it really well. I think mid lane coming down very, very consistently, Hai Chao, and just saying, you know what, my lane doesn't really matter as long as the bot lane just gets loads of plates. I'm cool with that, and that's effectively how they played out. They just said, top lane, do your thing. You were really, really important in the first 2 games, not anymore. And I think the fact that they kind of just removed away the Jacks actually did a lot of, changing up in how the game was played in that game number 3, because it felt so top-centric despite the meta being so bot centric generally,
Yeah.
that once we finally got to see this bottom lane go 2v2 and LGD had such a massive bot lane advantage, the fact that there was no top side to try and, change the tides of the battle, it just ended up being too LGD favored, and the mid game was too powerful for those champions, for the likes of Azarian and Azir to try and stand up to before they would really hit 3.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like with the change in the dynamic of the game, how it was being played, like you said, it went from such a top focus to, which, in fairness, AL kept their top focus. They said, look,
Yeah.
we're going to try and keep Xiaoshu down, but it didn't matter because it's still a Cassante. It's still Meteor on a tank-ish jungler, I guess. And it all became about that person. Look at the damage, like 23,000, like he's 10,000 above Meteor, who we just talked about in the last game was just insane with the Maokai damage he was able to put out. So it did become just a much bigger problem for the side of AL, that they just went, oh, we've shifted gears and we can't keep up.
Yeah. I think it's just the nature of this draft. I feel like, I hate to hammer on a point so many times, but the bot lane difference is a bit too much, just champion to champion. And what are the answers really for AL, right? They tried to go through the top side again, like you mentioned, and they couldn't really get ZDZ to a point where he was a side lane threat, because the rest of the map was falling apart too quickly after what happened in the first 15 minutes of the game through the bottom lane advantages. So, I think maybe a little bit more back to the drawing board. I think sure, leaning into the top side is a good thing for AL to try and do, because it does seem like Bay and Sword Art aren't really firing on the cylinders that we would like to see them firing on. Whereas I think for ZDZ, even though he definitely got shown up at times against Xiaoshu, I feel like he definitely seems like the slightly more consistent side of the map to play towards. And they still, of course, have the options through the mid lane as well to work on from the side of anyone's legend.
Yeah, well, look, LGD, they get the win. They are now 1-2, I believe, in their scoreline. Great to see them kind of finally build it up here, and it does feel like this is a little bit of a turning point for them. They won't play over the weekend. They will play IG next. The hot streak for IG is something they could maybe look to try and take down and work around. Of course, YSKM is on a bit of a hot streak, and then after that they play TT, so they're going to try and see they're going. But we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's ready with the interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Jinjiao from LGD. Congratulations on the first win of the split, and my very first question is about the champion choice, because we have seen a lot of AD champs in the support position. Like for today's game, we have seen Misfortune and Ash in the support. So do you enjoy playing those AD champions, and also under what kind of situations they can be a very good pick for the team? 那首先恭喜你们获得了赛季首胜。第一个问题，其实要问一下大家比较好奇的英雄选择。在最近，我们好像经常能够看到 AD 英雄出现在辅助位置，比如说今天的一个辅助女枪、辅助艾希。所以说，你觉得你自己有没有很享受玩这些 AD 英雄？觉得在什么情况下他们会是好的选择？
现在的话就是感觉还是很享受玩这些 AD 英雄的，因为毕竟之前是打 AD 的，然后转到辅助之后还能继续用这些英雄，还是很开心的。然后用这些英雄的话，我觉得是能在下路取得一些优势的话，就可以选出来，然后就是可以提前控小龙这些东西。
To be honest, I really enjoyed playing those AD champions in the support role, because previously I played in the AD as the AD's carry. So now in the support position, I can still play this kind of champions. I'm very happy about this part. And also, I think if the team really would like to build some advantage from the bot lane, like pushing the lanes, those AD champions in the support position can be a very good choice, because they can be quite dominant in the laning phase, and also can help the jungler to control more drakes, to control more neutral objectives. And also my second question is also about your Ashe, because you have played this champion for both game 2 and 3, and especially in game 3, your Ashe's arrow, your ultimate really played a huge role. So could you share more about the key to how to maximize the function of Ashe? 那其实你确实你的艾希表现得非常亮眼，今天第2、3局都有选下，特别是你第3局，你艾希的好像每一个大招、每一个剑都很精准，也立下了汗马功劳。所以说，可能怎么样能够最大化艾希的这样的一个作用呢？
不需要我拿吗？就是艾希的话，我自己觉得就是主要是因为排演到这个东西，然后我觉得是抢视野这方面是比较重要的。大招的话，其实就是一个比较随机的东西，我觉得。
So for Ash, I really think the strength of this Ash is also the E skill, the vision control, because I think the vision control is very important for today's game, and also I really think for my arrow it's quite randomly played, but your arrow still played a very huge role, I must say. And also let's talk a bit more about game 2, because in game 2 the opponent's team, they really got a huge lead from the early beginning to get more kills in their pocket. So what's your focus in the late game, especially what's your focus in all the late game team fight in order to make a very perfect comeback? 那其实说到第二局还是比较焦灼的，特别是对面前期是有比较大的优势，也有更多的人头入手，所以说你们中后期特别是团战的一些关注的重点是什么？
我们第二局的团战重点的话，就是那个阿卡丽跟剑姬吧。然后我们就是一直团战，就是盯着他们两个，然后剑指就是剑姬把我们下路带穿就行了。
So in game 2, our focus is mainly towards opponent's Akali and also the Fiora. We would like to prevent the Fiora to have the silent push, so that's our focus. And also my last question, this split you played with Meteor again after you guys played together in BLG. So is there any special feeling of play with him together? And also, is there any special goals you would like to achieve together with him? 那其实在这个赛季你也和国豪重新在 BLG 之后再一次成为了队友，所以说有什么特别的感觉吗？想和他有什么样一起去完成的一个目标吗？
我觉得再次跟国豪做队友的话还是很开心的，因为我觉得他这2年的话就是进步了很多，然后性格也变好了特别多，然后就希望能跟他一起继续打出更好的成绩。
So I'm quite happy that I was able to play with Guo Hao again, because through this few years, I feel Meteor's personality and also the in-game ability really got a huge improvements. So I would like to have a better result, a better performance together with him in the future. And definitely we are all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，希望后面也要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Jin Zhao, and of course Wendy for the fantastic interview. I love some of the answers he gave as well. Like he's saying, like he loves the AD Ash, he loves how aggressive he can be, and he loves the fact that champions like this are being more utilized. And you know, if it leans into the more aggressive style for LPL that we're used to, you just need to be a bit more careful with your health bar.
Yeah, and he was careful enough, I think, to guide LGD over the line to a victory. And I think I just heard in my ears if I heard it right. MVP as well for that game, Jin Zhao. And honestly, relatively earned. I feel like he hit quite a few very critical arrows, very crucial arrows to LGD's success. And I think the one in particular which could have almost turned the dive as well was that topside 2v1 where he had the Cassante being over. It nearly gave a kill over, in all fairness. So really nice stuff throughout, and just in general as well, winning the lane alongside his AD carry with the Caitlyn pick. It was just too much range for Betty and Sword Art to deal with, and it just felt like Jin Zhao and LPC as a duo were just taking over the bottom lane, but a lot of it really did feel as if it came from Jin Zhao on the Ash arrows, stuff like this, just like people standing too close to you in front of you, boom, Ash arrow gets CC'd, you're not really going to be able to play the game, and just also playing a lot of disengage as well. Really strong performance from Jin Zhao.
Yeah, just keeping himself at arm's length, constantly finding these arrows. It was time and time again. We kept seeing it that just someone was getting cocked out. It wasn't even leading to a kill. It was leading to a flash being burnt. It was a cleanse being burnt. It was something was always coming from it. It was never just an Ash arrow, except for that one on top side that just randomly happened and randomly, didn't really lead to anything. And that's why this Ash support is so powerful, because the cooldown you get with the Imperial Mandate and just having that ability to build the Umbral Glaive as well, to be able to build out from that, it's just that it's just so much easier, so much better for you to be able to if you can get this pick rolling when you get that cooldown, that you just have so much engage options.
Yeah, exactly right. I think with so many engage options, it just gets so easy to also have follow-up on some of those arrows too. So I think the fact that he was also able to navigate on the opposite end as well, away from a couple of the multiple avenues that AL had time and time again, just really played heavy dividends on the results of the game overall, because it just felt like AL were never able to snowball any kind of lead, even if they did look for Jin Zhao.
Yeah, they really did. Well, commiserations to AL. Congratulations to LGD. They get their first win. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have our second series of the day. It's going to be a long one. We'll see you guys very soon. top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three props.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One more
Not quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
still got missing.
He still got missing at the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go.
Ruler's
JDG
going.
back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala, but that's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breed. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Cream gets TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the two bags. Breed is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that target's going to stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breeze. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from
two.
the cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are only starting our second series of the day, so plenty of League of Legends to be had. Unfortunately, we do have a mid-broadcast substitution. Jamada has had to leave us, but we've kept in with the Jays, and there's a lot of yous in the bloody LPL. We're gonna be bringing in Jake for hysterics as our apathetics, as we love to call him when he's on color.
I was in bed. I was literally lying in bed, and I had like the face mask on. You know, I'm trying to sleep without light now, and so I had this on. And I was like ready because you know, waking up and not even waking up, but like middle of the night, any light that gets in, it distracts me. So I want to have a better sleep. So I was wearing a face mask, and then I'm like, oh, the phone's real buzzing up. And
why am I getting tagged so many times?
And so, you know, I'd put the clothes on. I got my pants on. Got a custom pants.
I'm delighted to hear that.
Yeah. Well, I figure you're wearing them, but we'll never know. So
no one will ever know. From the waist up, I'm professional. Waist down is a mystery.
The party. Yeah.
Party at the top. Well, no, wait, not party. Business at the top.
Oh, machine.
I know, right? This is, you know what? We've never actually casted together like this. I'm very excited. I just want you to know I'm very, very excited to have this one go.
I thought we did one of these. I thought we did one of these like crazy cross casts at one point. I don't know.
I don't think we did, because I know you did a lot of them with Joe and stuff like that, but I don't think I was ever involved. Maybe, I don't know. All things considered, welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be going into our second series of the day, which is at FPX versus Ultra Prime. And yeah, I mean, these teams, I should say, FPX, you know, obviously waiting on their first win. Ultra Prime did get their first of the season, but again, similar to the previous game, it's two teams desperate to try and get some kind of foot forward before they keep getting fall back.
Yeah, especially a team like FPX starting 0-2 was not how I expected, especially watching Howyer come out of the LDL, Care, who really situated himself well. We still have LWX, but even Lola down at the bottom lane, this new support, there are so many good things to say. However, so far it's been a really rough start, and I just want to highlight that it's teams versus WE. It's even versus BLG, where they've been able to take individual games. But dude, against WE, I feel like FPX should have won. I feel like that's a team that they need to start off strong, and the fact that they didn't is kind of concerning for the rest of their split.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like, again, you look at FPX as an organization, obviously that world championship, but even like coming up against the likes of Ultra Prime, like we have a lot of previous world champions in this game. It feels like we should be hyped, but we're kind of tempering those expectations for now. Ning and Bao Lang coming back in. They haven't been seen for quite a long time, if I'm being totally honest. You know, and I have my own opinions about that regardless, but they are coming in. They're making themselves kind of known here. And then, of course, you got LWX on the other side. It just feels like the FPX, you know, kind of old, if you will, that just aren't really kind of living up to those expectations. All those big players that we used to always love and know about have just all kind of drifted apart, gone to different teams, scattered to the ether.
Dude, banger storyline in that as well, right? Because Ching, he actually won the LDL on FPX Blaze. And Ashin, fun little story about that as well. The team that he won on with in LDL 2022 summer was with Howyer and Lolo, which he's going up against today. So there is a little bit of fun narrative coming through to that as well. As we're kind of looking at Ultra Prime, like, yeah, they haven't had the strongest start to the season. So far, we've got nothing to highlight in blue, but we know that they've got priority champions here as well. Ultra Prime know what they like, and like right now, Ching really wants to play lane dominance. He did that in the LDL and FPX Blaze. You can see Zoe's already had a flash in the pan. The Syndra's been coming out consistently. This team wants to play for lane, and I kind of see and respect that with how they're building their comps early, as Nig has just been, I don't know, playing between, and I think being hyper-aggressive to add on to the mix.
Yeah, and again, look, you're always, with Ning and Bao Lan, they have that synergy from so many seasons ago, and I don't think that's something that ever really goes away. Sure, it takes a game or two to really kind of officially come back, if you will, but it does feel like, you know, trying to work that support jungle synergy is going to be a big moment for Ultra Prime to really try and make themselves known in this particular league. And again, they're a team that has had ups and downs. They've almost made playoffs. They've been down in the depths of, you know, of the bottom of the table. There's definitely been moments or two of greatness for this team, but I feel like now with Doggo, they have got an AD carry again. Still very hyped up. Obviously, was on BLG last split. It did relatively well, all things considered. But you're in the LPL now. You can't really be letting things go from you on that side. And again, they took down AL, who we obviously saw earlier today. But on the other
Yep.
side of this is FPX. I don't want to say this, but it is kind of how it is. How the mighty have fallen. I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
be
man.
real. I mean, like when Hacker is your jungler, there's just not a lot to really love in this jungle combination. I'm sorry. I'm such a just not a. I just feel like there's a
screw
lot.
Hacker.
Yeah. I'm just saying, okay, that Care LWX, sure, I could give that. Shout out who actually came out of 2022 fairly hyped up. I think he was doing fairly well. Hasn't really found his footing here. And I just think that Hacker sometimes, just doesn't really live up to the expectations we've had of him from all those seasons ago.
Dude, I can agree completely, right? Like, people out there going, oh, man, putting this dish against Hacker's rough. But in the past couple of years, I think Hacker's had one great split amongst it. And outside of that, he's just kind of been a bottom 3 jungler for me. Really hypercritical of him in the past year, as well, as you're saying. And we look at FPX as a team that, again, weren't able to find that win against WE. We look at players like Shallahu that, filled in for Nuguri way back. But outside of that, haven't had that same great growth spurt that put their names on the tip of our tongues. Aren't hitting the great marks like YSKM, right? Like in his first split. So I think there is a lot of issue, especially when your strongest player is LWX. And even though we're in a Yuumi Zeri meta, like, I'm not sure if it's enough considering how important jungle is and Hacker being on the team as well, how that syncs up for the whole of FPX.
I mean, of course, we got to remember, Hacker is coming in as a substitute over Hoya, so he hasn't actually played any games. I would love nothing more than to be told and taught differently. The Hacker is the reason that they needed him in. They can go with this one. The setup will be great. I'm just tempering my expectations. That's all I'm saying. And again, we looked at the FPX. We can see the replays here. They're coming in against BLG, and there were some fantastic moments for their team. They really looked like they might have been able to kind of stick it to them and make something work for them. Sadly for them, it was a 2-1 loss. It meant that they still are 0-2. They're still looking to try and make that one work, and they have won games in every single one of their series. They are currently played 6 out of 6 of possible games. They've just unfortunately lost 4 of them and only won 2 of them.
And again, it's interesting to see the substitute comes in today. Good point, Asheen, because I didn't realize that this is actually the debut of Hacker coming through, considering that Hao was still that that LDL domestic champion jungler. I'm surprised that FPX make this change now, but again, the 0-2 start, it makes you feel like they're kind of getting a little bit desperate, trying to get off the ground running. But a side note is to what you said, like going the distance, there are great games coming out of FPX. I feel like we are still seeing some of that great, strong bot lane prowess that we've seen in the past.
You can stumble a bit. I understand.
I was almost
that.
asleep. I'm
true,
gonna
you
wake
were.
myself back up. But it's definitely like an LWX carry meta as well. Like, we are going to see Zeri today. We are going to see Sivir again. We'll probably see things like the Caitlyn, the Lucian still pop out, and that favors down there when you have Lola, who has been an aggressive lane support coming out of the LDL. So I think there's still a lot of strength there for FPX, but is it going to be enough? Is the jungle change really going to put that focus down when, for Ultra Prime, I'm weirdly favoring Ning in the matchup with bot laning consideration?
That's how the mighty have fallen. Again, it's one of those,
come back up.
Again, we look at the LWX Doggo matchup as well. 2 AD carries that have seen World Championship level, play, like Doggo obviously coming from the LNS originally and really kind of, or PCS I should say, excuse me, showing my age there, but kind of showing where he comes from, and obviously LWX, the former champion as well within his own right. But I mean, Doggo, again, you see it in the stats there. He's only played a handful of games, but he's having a consistency. He's having some decent step-ups. He's had nearly 35% damage total, which is the #1 throughout all AD carries on average. So, he really is doing all he possibly can. It's going to be on LWX to be able to step up and try to make this one work. Bless you.
Thank you, sir.
No problem at all. It's going to be a weird and wonderful cast. I'm very excited.
It is,
It's only after, it's literally 12:30 here. My day is just starting. I'm starting to get all that dopamine coming in. It's going to be great.
12:30, man. I mean, I've been waking up at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
I've been up since 6 a.m., man. That's my call time.
Oh, good stuff. Actually, yeah. So you're doing the same as me, except it's strange. Like on LPL nights, if I'm casting, like I'll wake up a little bit later, but I wake up at 7, 8 a.m. consistently as well. And I've just been doing all yard work today. I've been mowed the lawn, whipper-snipped the sides. Like
doing the chores.
Dude, it was like 35 degrees today in the sun as well. So
Jeez.
yeah, I
Oh,
was.
yeah, it's summer for you guys.
Oh, dude, it's
I'm like
hot.
looking out and I'm like, it's like 7.
Yeah.
Like a solid 7. It's not cold, it's
Oh.
not hot. It's just like
It's
perfectly
giga hot.
temperate.
Dude, I'm struggling. I hate the heat. I can't wait for winter to come along. But yeah, like it's been a big day. So apologies to the fans out there as I kind of wake up. All I have to say about this matchup, Machine, is like we're fighting for the first real win. Ultra Prime and FPX. Yeah, Ultra Prime got a win, but it was against anyone's legend. And from what we saw in the last series, that team is just looking like a sure thing for 16th, 17th so far. This should be a really good matchup because we're looking at like that outside of playoffs grasp of the bracket right now.
Yep.
Two teams that like desperately need wins because if you look at schedule alone, I was looking at this the other day. Like FPX coming up have Weibo, then they have the IG that are just pounding
Love
everyone,
that.
right? RNG coming up who are still a threat. LNG are good. Oh, then FPX have JDG after that. And then it
Yeah.
relaxes with LGD. It's like, dude,
It relaxes.
the schedule from here sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're just like getting constantly like chokeholded down, like it's putting you to sleep in the sleeper hold, and all of a sudden it's just like, hang on, I'll loosen it ever so tightly, just or ever so slightly, so you can have a little bit of a breath, so you have some semblance of a chance, I guess. But yeah, again, you got to start putting wins on the board, and as much as it's super early in the split, we are only into week 3. It is going to be one of those things, which is technically only week 2 if you think about it in terms of the amount of games we actually play, but it does end up coming around and turns into that one of those things of like, okay, like look at anyone's legend, they're now 0-4, they're a quarter of the way through the split and they haven't picked up a single win. That's a big
true.
problem right now, and all of a sudden those wins start to become a lot, or those L's start to stack up against you, and you're looking at that compared to your wins. That's when you start to get a bit more panic. So for FBX and for Ultra Prime, in my opinion, they both need to get the win here. I think Ultra Prime would be very much looking to try and maybe even sneak into that kind of playoff spot. They obviously did pick up the win earlier in week 2, but it is down to, or sorry, week 1, but it is down to kind of how you want to kind of work yourself around and work yourself into this kind of season, because again, it's a long one, but once you blink, it's over.
And look again, like you bring up the highlight that we are getting to the 1 quarter mark already for some of these teams like AL, like they're fast approaching. So again, a strong start's good. And just coming into this game, I'm sure we'll be jumping in shortly. I will say bot lane draft's going to matter so much. You know, there was the focus on the Chinese side for Doggo versus LWX. Like these are two, I'd say world class AD carries when they're at their peak. Like one's a world champion, another one has been to worlds a couple of times as well. And they're players who will be looking at things like the Lucian we looked at, the Zeri as well. Like today is going to be big for the bottom lane 2v2s, because I think the bottom lane 2v2s might even define the whole series. Whoever takes over, I think, can just set up for an easy win, especially in this first game as we kind of pander out to see what the priorities are. And if something like that Zeri is given over to LWX when he's played it 4 times already, and it's just been his best champion by a country mile.
I apologize if I distracted you during that. I wanted to try and see if I could line up our mic arms on the cameras to look like they were the same thing.
Oh, I can help.
And I wanted to, can you like move yours down slightly and kind of like line it up a little bit? It's like, I think they're at 2 slightly different angles, so it's going to be hard. Okay, that kind of works. That kind of works.
Too far.
Yeah, too far. A little bit more up and you'd be good.
Up.
Okay,
Wait.
I mean, it's going to be pretty good. I mean, look, we're obviously...
No, I'm going to get it perfect.
Obviously, I will be real with the audience. Hysterics was in bed before coming online to try and do this. He was not expected to try and be here. So close. I'm gonna see, that's ruined him now. I'm gonna have him doing this the entire time on camera. But you know, we are obviously, you know, not native to each other casting together. We are both play-by-plays. We do like to have an analyst beside us to you know, push us forward. I made made statements about a Kraken Slayer build earlier, and it was untrue, and you corrected me on it. You were able to kind of bring me in. Kitty showed me the details and the data, so I was able to confirm it, because otherwise you'd be just as silly as me.
So it's something. Look, I was looking at it before, because if anyone goes to YouTube, right, the good thing about our resources these days, you know, people look at Kraken Jin and they're like, you know, like what's the point? PD is the biggest part, and as we saw in that game, by the way. As Betty auto attacked, dude, his movement speed was like 800.
It was very fast.
it was the fast, and like the Jin, you know, coming back. So you have to think about things like the fleet footwork comes into it, the PD passive comes into it, like because you get ghosting and movement speed. Plus with the Kraken as well, you want to think about the items giving attack speed. Now remember, attack speed for Jin, 25% of that gets converted to bonus AD. And then his crit strikes, although giving him less damage, they also give him an extra like 10% plus 40% of your attack speed scaling is movement speed. So when you have attack speed as Jin, you also get a crap load of movement speed too. So the fact that like, you know, the Kraken is not about necessarily about like that third shot, although it does get incorporated and you're not doing as much on hit, but your ability to maneuver in fights is kind of big. It's something, I think it's something that in Korean Challenger right now, they're spamming the hell out of it because, it's got a pretty good win rate. And I don't know who came onto it. They're kind of like crazy things like the Lawnmower Vane build by Why Not, who's a bit of an OC legend. But there's builds like that just exist and just come into fruition. And the fact it's made it into competitive play, I mean, I think that's just a new level.
I mean, it made it into competitive play. I still personally would have preferred the Gale Force, personally speaking, because I feel like it would have given them a lot of escapability, but that's neither here nor there. We're going to see the teams walking out onto stage and finally get this game underway. Of course, they both the games today, the first series and now the second series, were happening in Shanghai, so it does take a little bit more time of turnaround to try and get you out and try and get this, whole thing set up. It is an entire operation, and of course, we have to have the walkouts coming out as well. I'm very excited to see if anyone does anything kind of fun here because it can be interesting. I think if you want to try and make this one work, you gotta try and run with it. You can't just be half-assed with it. You gotta go with it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's gotta be full on here. As Ultra Prime come to the stage, like this team, oh man, I need to quickly say this was one of my most exciting rosters in the offseason. Not because I thought they'd be a top team, but just because players like this return. Nick doesn't even wave. No, just walks through. Dude, probably got out of bed as well. So, yeah, okay. Careless. Oh! Old
They're
rivalry,
dead.
brother.
They're gonna die. They're gonna die. I love how he could have ripped the paper, but he was like, no, that's disrespectful. Aw.
Dogger, sorry for my mid laner.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for mid laner.
It's great to see, again, old rivalries. This is Baolan, okay? Maybe going to play Ashe today with movement like that. But, yeah, Chinga, you got to love it, considering that, if you didn't hear before, FPX Blaze, the championship team of the LPL in 2022 summer, Ching, Haoye, and Lola were all on the same roster, and they're going up against each other today as FPX finally take the stage on blue, which is weird, considering we just, like, swapped color schemes for these two teams.
Yeah, actually, good point. It doesn't mean anything, but good point. Red and blue and blue and red. So it made me think about what I was going to say and then completely forget about it as I had a new thing to kind of focus on. But yeah, again, look for FBX. They got to come out here. They got to be feeling, a bit of confidence. You got to get a bit of confidence. And I think this is the big thing we always look towards when it comes to very young players. Like Lula and stuff like that, is that, you really want to, come out fighting. You want to try and put yourself in the best position to say, like, where we are, what we're doing, it doesn't matter. We just need to play with that confidence in order to really have a chance of upsetting anybody, really. You can't just sit there, play safe, play standard, because if you do that, you're probably just going to lose.
Yeah, that's true. Again, like, there's a lot of, unique pocket picks we should be talking about. Like, Cares, someone who still played the Arias. Nicely done. From Lola going up against his former teammates. It's something that we'll be talking a lot about in draft, because I think outside of maybe the bottom lane 2v2, there should be a lot of like crazy picks coming through. We've already seen a Darius in the LPL. That was from Qingtian only the other night. That just dunked on people. That was the insane triple kill that was up on Vol Esports. So it's picks like that I think you're right, like could really define this series with up and coming top laners who, should be hovering over something like that. I wouldn't even just say top, mid as well. We're talking about things like the Syndra coming through, which are a popular pick, but still something that has that lane priority that I want to see. Maybe more of the Akalis coming through, the Yones we've seen a couple of times as well, a couple of Jace games too. There is a possibility that, I could see Care or I guess Ching especially pulling out some unique pockets that have that lane priority.
Pulling out his pockets and realizing they're empty. That's what I kind of tend to see in this. Just like open it. When you do that, like show you have no money, you just like pull your pockets out. Doggo. Go on, Doggo. He's super Doggo. And I guess they want Lucian. They want Lucian Nami as well. But I want to know where they like make these signs, because they're custom made.
So here's the thing. In China, if you use If you use Jingdong or if you use, yeah, that's baller as well. If you use any of the online shopping apps, you can actually find them pretty easy and get them custom made.
Really?
I know some of the venues as well have, I don't think they do the neon, but they obviously provide things like this, which we're in Hongqiao, so Shanghai Arena does provide the signs for fans to write on, but yeah, a lot of like the shopping websites will let you customize and give you neon signs, or at least just give you the letters to put on like a scaffold. So it's pretty cool like that. They're built up to, I don't know, I guess really support the esports space of some kind.
Absolutely. I mean, they're able to do it. They're able to do it. Sorry, I did love that. We just looked at the two players there. I did love the way they just kind of highlighting them on Ultra Prime. A lot of expectations, you know, a lot of really, you know, set notions that people still think of Ning and Baolan. Finals MVP Ning, by the way, from the World Finals of 2018. This is, you know, I was there. It was very sad to watch. I flew all the way to. I was in Korea. I was in Seoul for it in China.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we got tickets. My friend was just getting into European League of Legends. He doesn't play the game, and he was just like, which team are we going for? I was like, oh, we're going to go, you know, for Fnatic because we're European and that's like our home thing. And then like after game one, I was like, cool, you want to wait in the queue for 30 minutes to get a hot dog? Because this series is over. And that hot dog was in fact terrible. So everyone lost, you know, everyone didn't have, not a good time for a European fan of League of Legends or a European fan of hot dogs.
Great for me though. Great for me, man. Year after year, I was just like, I wasn't there, but enjoying IG first and then FPX. I was like, I now work on the LPL, so this is thrilling. As pick ban, you know, this took a while to get around, Ashin, but finally we're here.
Sorry, I thought your point was going to be a little longer, so I took a drink of water.
no,
It was just like, I thought you were going to go in, and then it was just we're here, so I'm like half gulp.
Look,
like, oh god.
I can take it. That's okay. You drink some more because I can take people through pick and ban. I can be somewhat apathetic here. I talked about the bottom lane today, folks. You see a double ban on the other side of Ultra Prime, but this is what I really wanted to see. The Yubi first pick, although I hate it and despise it, out of any champion in League of Legends, this sets up for the bottom lane takeaway for Ultra Prime. Now, they had to pick that up, but it's like the Yuumi is still the priority pick. I'm surprised Ultra Prime get that bottom lane Zeri, but on the other side, still, Yuumi value's got to be a lot higher, right? As Sivir is still an option available. I'm trying to think about what else is a hyper carry, but I think that's just an easy standout, Ashin, to get the reverse here for FPX.
Yeah, very safe, very standard bot lane, shall we say. Of course, you can't take the Lulu or honestly, we haven't seen any of it really of the Renata Glask. I do love Renata Glask into some of these compositions that want to try and run into you like the Sivir because it can turn on them very quickly. But of course, we are going to see the cast in here. Now you're in an interesting situation where do you want to try and pick up the Sylas to try and make, or you know, which hasn't had the greatest successes into the cast, but it does give you that extra little bit of scaling to kind of go into, or do you risk it being banned away and have to go with your support? It looks like Ultra Prime going to go for that support. They got to get the Lulu. They got to make sure that Doggo and Baolan have something to deal, you know, to kind of set themselves up for success going into that bot side.
But this was really smart because it was a double mid lane ban away. You know, remember the Renekton can flex. The Rise especially, which has been known to be a good lane bully against the Kassadin and match with the Realm Warps in times of level 6 or 11. It means that FPX were able to get a safe mid and pretty much now control the tempo of draft to what gets picked up in response, because you went for the Lulu, you needed the 2v2, and now as we go through, it's like, yep, Jace also another flex here in the LPL, which has been played mid a couple of times. And I'd be looking at something like maybe even the Cassante band away. Get rid of another engaged to another melee top laner, especially with the Sejuani. You know, you talked about
Maybe
things like
the Jax.
Sylas. That's another one. Jax is a good one to ban away against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I completely agree. Wukong going to be banned away here as the Sejuani is locked in for the side of Ultra Prime. You got the Wukong now, the Vi, the Elise, and the Maokai all put behind the bans. Big iron bars. It shall not be seen this particular game, but the Akshan going to be banned away here. So you can see a couple of ideas maybe thrown around there. Maybe there was a little bit of an opportunity to go with an AP top laner of some description. I have heard whisperings of the Lilia top coming back in certain solo queue games, but not to be because the Akshan has been banned.
Dude, I was about to go to bed, but maybe this makes sense. Maybe this is why I'm awake right now. Into the Kassadin laning phase would be Pog, but Chin goes back to an old favorite instead in the Zoe. Still, great laning here, but Yeah, the level 6 mark is going to get hell interesting here. As I don't feel like Care's really worried too much about Ching's champion choice, especially now with Jackson the solo lane too. FPX are really building up to have great side lane pressure, really play out the 1-3-1. The Lee Sin as well, man. We haven't even got the buffs yet. And the fact that Hacker wants to play out the Lee Sin is either a curse or a sign of things to come.
Getting the Lee Sin back in is probably, I would argue, I'm going to try to check this now, but I think it's just one of, if not his most played champions, something he's been incredibly proficient on. Obviously, that kind of goes without saying. With most junglers, you need to be able to play Lee Sin. It's just kind of a part of the role. If you can't play Lee Sin, you probably shouldn't really be in the league. But yes, it is his most played by a mile. He has 90 professional career games on Lee Sin with a 35 win rate to 55 loss rate. His second most played is Xin Zhao with 40.
Okay,
So he has
Hacker
more than
likes
double
Lee
the
Sin.
Lee Sin games than he does have a second most played champion.
That's interesting. I mean, look, it's not a game where I feel like it's going to be really defined by Hacker. However, you know, early game priority here. I think Ultra
I think
Prime.
it might be, but not in a way he wants.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say, like, in the fact that, you know, he's got to kind of have to deny Ultra Prime, because I feel like Ultra Prime need to play this game with a bit of tempo. You have the Zeri, you have the Yuumi in the bottom lane, excuse me, the Lulu instead, but mid lane picking the Zoe into a Kassadin, I kind of think it's a bit troll. Like, Kassadin doesn't really mind the matchup post 6. I feel like for Zoe as well, like, you are going to get to a point where you can't really play the game with all this backline threat as well. It's dangerous. I feel like FPX definitely got to win in the draft, but look, I'm no analyst. All I can tell you is it's going to be a great 1-3-1 if they can play it out, where for Ultra Prime, a bit more team fighting, playing the angles in that fight, maybe it has to be the way you go. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you got to put it, is that it all depends on the execution. If FPX can get that side lane going, you have the Kassadin, and of course the Jax, your scaling is going to be insane as well with the Sivir. But, and it's a big old but, if the Ultra Prime setup can get going, if they can get the burst down with the Paddle Stars, you're looking at a Zeri with very short range but very prolific in those small little corridors. And of course, the Sejuani Camille so powerful in those first few levels, before, even after you hit level 6, to be perfectly honest. So we'll wait and see how it all goes. We are jumping onto the rip for our second series of the day. It is going to be FPX versus Ultra Prime as the Gios ring true. And it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It doesn't matter who's playing. You will always get a fantastic crowd here in Shanghai. I love when it devolves into nothing. It's just people screaming random stuff. I remember when wasn't it LGD? It was like the TSM of the LPL for a while. It was like you'd say the two teams were playing, and then you would say LGD, and even on the days LGD were playing, you would say it again.
Dude, the crowd, ramped up for sure. And it's good to have everyone back, considering that it was a long time, you know, without crowd over in China in the LPL. So must feel good, especially with FPX still having so many fans out there. And look, I think this game, I'm a bit of a fan of FPX's draft. I talked about it in Pick Ban. You know, for Xiaolahu, the matchup into Camille, definitely a skill matchup, can be quite volatile, but, you know, a lot of the time we've seen it favored towards the Jax here. Early counter-strike, timing as well with the hook shot, wall shot. That's what you want to see up in that top lane. But it might come down to jungle machine. You know, I talked a little bit in Pick Ban. I was like, I'm not sure it'll really depend on Hacker, but I think it will depend on Ning. I think Ning with these with this solo top lane, that's going to be his priority here. It's going to be about setting up the Camille here as Ignite.
That means they're going to get the flash, yeah. It's like once that Glitter Lance lands, LWX just has to back away because you don't really have a huge amount of healing off of a level 1 Yuumi at this point in time. And of course, she's just going to sit on your back because her taking off or getting off and doing a lot isn't really going to help you either. So this is the power of the Lulu when you've got something like the Yuumi on the opposite side. And even later on, as we'll see, the Lulu having the range or the extra ability to kind of like polymorph as the Yuumi is going in will knock her out of it. So you got to be so careful. Xiaolahu, who does not actually spot Ning. Ning just walked himself away without being caught on his path. So interesting enough, he's going to get a full clear top side, but they know that it's been taken on that, so they might have an inkling that he's on the blue at the moment.
Yeah, definitely will. Again, you pointed it out. It's the taking of the camp that gives the information over to Xiaolahu and the rest of FPX. So you see Hacker just finishing his clear up towards his own top side as well. Ning has taken that back after doing the 3 camp clear, and he's going to be going towards bot. So there are still ample opportunities here, but the way pushing up, looking for a reset from Ultra Prime. Won't give anything for Ning for the time being. He's actually going way past his camps. Might be trying to set up for a dive or a Krug steal away to try and hit tempo. I mean, there was a flash burn before Sheen. Low health bars too. This could be a dive.
This is a big dive opportunity. There's a heal coming out as well, so you're not going to have that burst of healing to come out here. They're going to land. No, they're not going to land it there, but Zeri gets the first blood. No summoner is available for LWX. He is doing some significant damage, but they had a W. Locket of the Iron Solari. It's not enough to stop the Zeri from going down, but 2 for 1 for Ultra Prime, and FPX already in a hole.
I can't believe it turned into a dive. Well played from Ning, considering that I wasn't expecting, you know, again, that dive to take place. Hacker coming through, though. Quick miss.
Misses, yeah.
So
Fortunate there for FPX. They wanted to try and get something back, but yeah, good start from Ultra Prime, and this kind of just keeps the Sivir down and the Yuumi as well.
I mean, Sheen, it's a big start, right? Like, now off that, Doggo gets lane priority, got the shove in as well. We'll look at the replay here, because as Ning comes in, early heal forced out. I like that Lola is blocking the Arctic off LWX. It gives him time, but Polymorph timing's great, means that the wave can't really be cleared out. Not enough damage here to make the dive a little bit more crucial. And even though Doggo goes down to the end, that's still worth. You've got yourself now at 2 kills, Zeri. It's a big start for Ultra Prime's bottom lane, and I said in draft, it feels like this team really needs to accelerate, you know, in the early to mid-game stages through, I guess, the other lanes. But if bot is working so well, Zeri Lulu can take over just quite easily and set up for those neutrals, which will give Ultra Prime a lot more priority in the solo lanes through, I guess, default as well.
Absolutely. One lane pressure leads to where that pressure goes. If you leave a bot lane, then all of a sudden LWX will go, cool, the pressure's no longer on me. It's going to be on someone else. So you got to be very aware of what's happening around you in that regard. And then Ning has gone back, picked up boots, first of all, before he really did anything crazy with that. And we're going to be keeping an eye on this Lee Sin, because, again, the Lee Sin is going to be key to how you get these lanes going for yourself. You're looking to try and be an early aggressive ganker, and ooh, that hitbox looked funky.
That was silly.
That was a little bit of a funky hitbox right there, but the trade does go in favor of Ultra Prime. And, again, 2 kills to the good on the bot side makes it so much easier for them to really just kind of keep the pressure down.
And all the warding that comes with it as well, they're completely safe. The one thing I didn't mention about mid is that, you know, Ching is going to have lane priority up until that 6 point. I mean, even a bit past that. The specifics are, you know, the power and that all-in damage coming through from an Ignite Electrocute Zoe, meaning that you're not in fear of Care really roaming. The wave always being shoved out means Ultra Prime could be quite chill about this bottom lane as long as they keep track of where Hacker is. And right now, this is a good timing because the vision is expired here for Ultra Prime. Ning's coming back down, and he's walked over an FPX ward.
It's coming back down, but you got to remember the amount of time. Look at the amount of time Hacker is spending on this bot side. He did this a couple of minutes ago. He's not really taking his topside camps as frequently. Now they know he's there. The dragon has been started. There's also a level difference between these junglers, so you are looking at potentially a little bit of a moment here where FPX need to make a decision. Are you going for the dive bot? Are you looking to try and contest this dragon? Which one are you doing? They have full vision that Hacker is over there, so they must know that they have vision on them on the side of Ultra Prime. So here we go. They're going to maybe look for something here. He's on the Q, but it's only onto Ning, so he hasn't got the extra damage, and that's going to be first dragon over to Ultra Prime. Very slow, methodical, but they get the job done.
And Hacker, as you said, is just wasting a lot of time in this game. I mean, through the attempted steal, so much time. I think he was down bot for a minute in total, and he's now down almost 20 CS in the jungle. Like, this Lee Sin pick we were questioning because we're not really in a meta where Lee Sin's seen as a strong jungle. Like, we have a lot of setup junglers at the moment. The Sejuani, the Maokai are really great examples. So far, Hacker's been behind the curve, and we're just going to have to wait and see what he does at level 6 Sheen, because you also look at the lanes, and you're like, well, as a Lee Sin, your setup is pretty much towards the top side. Care has hit level 6, so maybe moving as a mid-jungle unit will be good, but I don't know, man. Even Ching, what a nuisance he's being right now, spotting him out.
He's got a smite.
He's got
a smite. That's
what
why
is
he's
Zoe?
doing it. He's just going to be such an annoying little mid laner to try and make sure, because he has the smite to come in on top of this. So just says, look, I've got mid lane priority. Ning's on bot side. I think Hacker's just kind of done here. We will see the flash being in, and a little bit of a flex of Mandarin there from our apathetics as we come back on towards this bot side, and this is rough, man. You know, they're just kind of basically saying, cool, you got the priority onto the Yuumi, great for you. We don't care. We're gonna make this a living hell for you.
Well, Siva has both summoners available, Lola as well, but that Yumi ultimate's not available to keep them in place, so as this 4-man dive comes through, good luck.
Yeah, Battlestar isn't going to hit
Oh.
though, so that's not going to be enough, but they do get the trouble bubble.
Ning?
There's going to be a flash and a flash. Ning got ignited. Now it's a Bowland versus LWX situation. 1-for-1. Hey, in a 4v2 dive, I take that if I'm FPX.
I was pretty optimistic at Ultra Prime landing Trouble Bubble on the Siva, but yeah, the killing blow didn't come through on Lola, and they just wasted so much time. So LWX does get a kill back for it, but Asheen, it's still going to be worth for Ultra Prime because of the wave being lost out. Doggo's able to get this next shove in as well, and the fact that he's able to stay through the minion wave, get a bit of EXP difference as well, is just the biggest thing for me. Is top lane, hang on.
Oh, we are going to see the ultimate used there by Xiao Hu, so thinking maybe he gets something more there. Not a lot of mana here on Harry, so I don't think he's a wizard right now, as Jax is going to continue to put down pressure here. Looking for that second plate, but very difficult to really make that one stick. Does have flash, doesn't get hit by the second bit of that flail, and should just walk away.
So, Ultra Prime game state still very beneficial as okay, just gets hit with the Paddle Star. Because of what happened in the bottom lane, there's an Immortal Shieldbow pick up there as well. And you have to remember that Ultra Prime have started sacking the Dragons, so they are going to bring FPX into them before, you know, before we get Siva to an equal point, before Care is comfortable enough to fight. Even before Xiao is able to find something in the side lane. I think the most important thing is that Ultra Prime are playing their tempo in this game. And what I want to see now is FPX kind of find a response. And I think the response has to be through topside Asheen, because Xiao is your lane with setup. This Jax needs to start get rolling in the game, and that's what Hack is trying to do with the Herald now in place as well.
Take a moment to breathe. Dragon in 1 minute 30. Should see summoners coming back on the bot side soon enough. It seems to be whenever that ignite is available for Laulan, he wants to go aggressive. Ignite. Ching has one in his inventory. Well, I don't know if you've heard.
Not yet.
Or saw the news, but Ming has obviously come back.
Ming
and
is
he's
back.
for RNG. He is back, but the reason why I bring it up is that I would have loved an Ultra Prime roster with Ning, Ching, and Ming.
Yeah. Top lane.
That would have made me so much joy in the world would have been brought from that. But yeah, not to be Ming shall be staying, or sorry, yeah, Ming. Excuse me, not
Yeah,
Ming.
Ming.
Shall be staying with the.
Yeah, it wasn't Ching either, was it?
RNG. And our producer Jing. So
Oh, yeah, true.
we have
I love
plenty of things to work with here as we wait to really just see this dragon spawning in 40 seconds. And honestly, I think FPX might just let it go. You're going up against a Immortal Shieldbow. You do have the Crack Sayer on LWX, but it does feel like right now isn't the opportunity to try and maybe force this unless Ultra Prime hand it to you on a stick. That's when you can kind of just grab that stick, take it for yourself, and run with it for as far as you like.
Yeah, I don't think you want to when Zoe 1 item's coming up as well. You know, Zoe at this point in the game will get even stronger as Trouble Bubble ulti. Ning with a bit of overcommittal, which means that ulti will be down for Dragon.
Here we are.
Somehow.
How are you, Mr.
You know,
News? Anything fun happening in your life? You were doing the
No.
garden today?
I'm having a housewarming in about 12 hours. So
Beautiful.
yeah.
Glad you could be here. I'm
It's the garden.
glad you could invite everyone watching to your house.
Does
party.
anyone-
It was
yeah.
very housewarming.
Hey, guys, you know, we'll make it a live stream. I bought a new esky for it as well. Asheen, I'll give you time, though, because this will be a top lane dive. I feel like this needs to be a top lane dive with Herald, because Harry is sticking
Really
around.
hard to dive it, though, right? Like, it's still a Camille with Hextech Ultimatum. They are going to drop down Shelly, who will get distracted a little bit by the minions.
boys.
Ching and Ning moving their way up, so no dive to be. So go on, tell us about your new pad, your new crib.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big 3-bedroom,
pool?
2-bathroom. No, we don't, because pools are maintenance, bro.
See, that's a
Screw
lie
that.
because all Australian houses have a pool, so you're a liar.
No. I have a blow-up pool, that's it. Well, I don't need one. That's too much maintenance. Only renting.
I demand if you have a blow-up pool that you take a photo. You 100% make that
I should have
a
gotten it for
segment
tomorrow.
before summer's out.
Oh my god! Actually, that's a good idea. I'm gonna have to go and get it for tomorrow. But where were we? Oh yeah. I unfortunately I bought a beer that was Like, you know, it's called Bluey's or something, named after the dog, the Australian dog, or whatever that dog
Isn't that a
was.
children's kid show as well?
It is, but it's definitely not Bluey. You know what I'm trying to say? It's the dog that did a lot of, like, it's not Red Dog. If anyone's seen Australian movie, it's that dog, but it's light beer and it doesn't say it on the side. And so I was spewing because light beer is, you know, for people that drink Bud Light. That's just horrible.
I mean, you're not incorrect with that statement, but I feel like what you were trying to convey was very much muddled after you realized you don't want to alienate an entire population of people who drink light beer.
Just have a Coca-Cola or something, you know? Just relax. As Ning about to dive this. Oh!
Yeah, gonna look for it there. There's the final chapter. Doggo will get kicked back, but he had the wild growth. While that's happening, there's a bit of a 1v1 happening between the mid laners, so a 3v3 into a 1v1. Both mid laners backed themselves away. Care did have the exhaust available with his unsealed spellbook, but it's a lot of posturing. A lot of summoners blown for FPX, but they haven't got themselves out of dodge just yet. There is still Ning in the vicinity, and they're still looking to try and make this work, but they know the Care is coming over the wall.
Bro, the more I see these comps interact, the more I think that maybe it doesn't matter if FPX, I think, holistically outscale, because having a Lulu on the team with even a Zoe and all the crowd control here from Ultra Prime, it is going to be so hard to kill Doggo as the game goes on. I don't think it'll be about Ching. I think Ching will play angles. I think, you know, we talked about Ultra Prime definitely playing angles in the team fight. How do you kill this Zeri as the game goes on? It's already so hard. And even when you have damage, it's going to be so difficult. As more crowd control is going to come through, I think this time it's going to work.
I mean, maybe. You've still got Flash on Hacker, and they've got plenty of wave control there, so a 3-man dive would be ill-advised, I think is the best way to put it. Hacker recognizing he's probably in a little bit of a bad situation. Shallow who takes an unfavorable trade as he pushes it into the turret. Is 30 CS up, though, and a full cold done to his name, so I will say that there was a gold lead for Ultra Prime about 500.
Oh,
now
got
there's
him.
a little bit more. There's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum completely doing nothing, and Harry's just going to have to give up this tower. Yeah, he's not. There's no way he can go with this. He knows the Cassidy's coming. He backs himself away, and honestly, Shallow who is kind of solo winning this game right now on top side. He hasn't been giving a huge amount of resources from his jungler because, unfortunately, Hackers had to cover bot, but bot lane's not dying that often and also not losing the tower just yet.
Look.
So Doggo, he's got his jump over the wall. He should be fine regardless
I mean,
of what happens.
Asheem, you're saying he's solo winning the game. Dude, the fact that LWX and Lola are still, like, in this game, after all the attention that Ning and Ching have been bringing to the bottom lane, is unfair. Here we go. Let's play the turkey game mid. Oh,
No.
no turkey game this time.
We're not. I don't know what the turkey game is, but we're not playing it.
Well, there's always another time. As we say in Australia, you know, it's a fair shake of the sauce bottle. But no one's ever actually said that because, honestly, it's just a ridiculous statement. That's like something Kevin Rudd said.
Do you find that you would say, like, a colloquialism on cast, and, like, you then realize it is not that common outside of, like, even your, like, area of, like, Australia or something like that? So I think I said something similar enough the other day, and I realized it's not a colloquialism elsewhere in the world. It's just Ireland, and I was like, well, that makes zero sense then to anyone who's not Irish.
I don't know. I use spewing a lot, like, you know. And,
Spewing
yeah,
sounds
like,
like you're getting sick.
no, well, you're vomiting. Yeah, spewing. Like, oh man, it's crap. You know.
Oh, okay.
I'm spewing. Like, it's bad. I don't know if I thought other people
Spitting
use
bars?
that. No, nothing about bars. Your head's in the toilet. But you're not literally, but it's just as bad as spewing. You know? Oh, man. You know, Hacker so far this game, he'd be spewing at his performance because he hasn't done much on this Lee Sin. There it is.
That's true.
Third dragon, by the way, definitely spewing.
Yeah, third dragon going to be spewing a bit of damage there onto Care as he pops himself, void walks himself away. There's going to be plenty of trouble bubbles going out onto the side there as they look to try and secure themselves soul point. It is still only a chem soul, but regardless, getting that early soul does give you advantages in other ways, so you got to try and maybe make it work for yourself. The TP's both coming in for both top laners. Q comes in, Kara's in the pit trying to make this one work. The smite doesn't come in time, and that's a boomerang play. FPX looking to try and make this fight work for themselves.
Whoa.
Hacker goes in on the backside, kicks Doggo right into the Kara's arms, and now they can really look to try and make this fight work. Ching doesn't go down just yet. Never mind, it's a triple double full house coming out here for FPX. As for some reason it said triple kill Gala.
Dude. Okay, well, that aside, I mean, just out of nowhere, FPX play it all for the steal. It comes from LWX out of nowhere. And Hacker heard me talking smack and just said, watch this. I mean, we're about to see a replay in a second, but FPX's chase down potential was shown to the brim there. As we bring it up, it's TP from Harry, who's not quite in, as the Dragon gets stolen by a boomerang blade. Ning! You're a finals MVP. That just hurts to watch. You know, Doggo as well, zoned out of the fight. They're all in a choke corridor. This team plays angles, engages so well, but Hacker in a corridor with a Siva, with a Jax, in tight spaces, FPX just get a freebie, and that's exactly what this is. Are we going to see, did you say it said Gala?
So you know the way when we get multi-kills, it pops up in the top left?
Oh, it's a Gala.
It said like double kill Xiaolahu, and then it just said triple kill Gala, and I was like, wait,
Wow.
what? Because I was unsure who got the triple kill, so I checked.
Gala's
and it
playing like
said
a solo
Gala.
queue
I was
game or
like,
something.
Gala got it, I guess. That's why I was so confused.
It's like, oh,
Yeah, this
she's
game-
casting, throw it up.
Yeah. But yes, this game has been blown wide open. You now have 2 items onto your Jax. He is far and away. He has a Blade of the Rune King above Harry's Camille, so it's really not looking good. They're going to try and jump onto LWX. He did use his, I will say, he did use his spell shield quite frivolously. And honestly, with the 2 soul laners, the 2 big, you know, benefactors from the side, or beneficiaries from the side of FPX no longer there, it did mean that there was a little bit of an opportunity, but Ultra Prime have to back away. You still have silver, you still got your
But
silver.
Asheen, this is how they play the game. They play the 1-3-1, they play side lanes, they draw attention of Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime might get summoners, but it's still a turret trade, it's still more pressure in and built up top wave as well. So now they can go deep into enemy jungle and start roaming around Fog of War. This is what FPX do so well, and off that 5k gold lead, now they can play hyper aggressive between lanes and start pulling off picks like this. As you see, this Cassidy, the clock's at 14, but honestly, it's starting to spell that.
I mean, yeah. I don't think they'll need the clock to strike 16 with the Shirley. Can't remember which one the second one is. I'll
Shirley,
ping
isn't that a Twitch emote?
Surely not. But we like to have fun on the LPL. But anyway, moving back into this one, yeah, it does feel like Ultra Prime took a gamble. I feel like if they got that soul point, it would have been relatively okay-ish. You have a win condition at some way, shape, or form, but LWX now just going to get the spell shields used there to take up the Hextech Ultimatum, but LWX now no longer with summoners is going to get taken down. They may look for this Baron because they don't have a choice. The scaling's going against them. Ultra Prime have to make a decision.
Okay, so Baron is going to go pretty reasonably quick here with Doggo. LWX not being as big, but Asheen to zone control from Ultra Prime, another great threshold that they can play towards, but Hacker looking for the steal. Oh, can he do it?
Can
No.
he do it? They're gonna
Ning,
look at
don't.
2000. Hacker goes in. He kicks out to Tishwani. He flashes back in. Finally gets in and gets the smite down. But can they survive? 2-man,
Jax.
3-man counter strike as they're going to try and jump down on the top of everybody. The captain has gone down. Doggo's free.
No
hitting.
way.
So Doggo's getting so much more done. As I say that, they're going to jump on the shout out here and kick him into oblivion. They get themselves a fight, and it is Ultra Prime who spin the Baron, but it comes out on top for them.
And Doggo is spewing, as you saw on your screen. I mean, this, even though Ultra Prime were the ones that get the Baron, it's coming down to these tense situations. Like, dude, what is with Ning? He hasn't changed at all. The fact that he would flip a Baron, a 50-50 here. Ning is kind of the one who invented it, I feel like. As we look again, great kick from Hacker, but you look at the rest of FPX, Care is dealing with foul land and doesn't provide the damage source to help get a quick smite and get a steal for FPX. And because of that, Ning's able to get back into the pit and get the smite himself. Ultra Prime getting Baron, but also able to kill Xiaolahu at the end, survive with 2. You know, Baron on the Camille as well is going to help you play these side lanes and start matching out some of the pressure from FPX. And gold just swings back to an even 42k for both teams. We're not over the woods yet.
Not quite yet. I will say level 10 stacks, I should say, onto Care means that he is by far and away one of the richest and also most dangerous men on the side of FPX. Shallow, not far behind him, looking towards getting his... I believe he's looking to try and get maybe a GA and a Spear of Shojin. But Ultra Prime now using this opportunity as they have got priority over the Dragon. FPX saying, look, we're fine with that. We're still scaling. We're still pushing on with this. We need our Sivir to get up to that third item before we really can kind of take these team fights in a more convincing fashion.
And she'll have it for the Chemtech, so that's something. But Doggo will already be there. There's Renan's and Infinity Edge coming in after that. I mean, Doggo's going to be in a very comfortable spot as well for this next fight. But right now, I want to see how they kind of, again, FPX set up for this defense of their base. Because they're going to lose this mid turret. That's eventually going to go away. There's so much threat coming from Ching in this Fog of War too, where now it's all going to take is a couple of waves and Ultra Prime just to try and find a pick. In fact, I'm worried for LWX here. Has heal, has spell shield, but there's a lot of spell shield. That's the problem with this team.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of single target CC that can come in and will destroy you. And honestly, Ultra Prime taking full use of this Baron, recognizing, hey, look, we can cover the side lanes. You can see the waves very much in a neutral state. They weren't really in a position to get something going. Hacker looked like he was on a bit of a flank, but not to be at the moment. Void Staff finished up there for Ching as he tries to come back onto the minion wave and make a bit of a nuisance. And it comes down, like, the thing with Zoe is that it's like a blitzcrank. All it takes is one bubble. All it takes is one skill shot to land, and you're in danger, honey. Like, there is nothing else for you to do. You got to be very aware of all these surroundings, and with the added, you know, kind of mobility you get with these plants of the Chemdrakes, it is going to be a little bit harder to try and just keep track of where he is at all times.
And with Ning with him at all times, you know, it's that CC chain. That's the biggest threat here. We're looking at the Nexus. Okay, did someone use something, Asheen?
I don't think so.
Well,
no one. Oh wait, did Care use a stopwatch or did he use it in the last fight?
I'm not sure. He doesn't have one in the inventory. We're gonna have to find out what that was. Someone in the audience laughed. Maybe they find Nexus funny. I don't know. I don't know what it's about. All those gems.
I don't know.
Well, we'll have to find out. Maybe they're getting excited because Care's level 16. But that's on the other side of the map. I mean, Care again. This is when he's already hit his stride at level 11. That's really the big Kassadin breakpoint. But we've got 2 items here. There should be a third coming up as well. Should be a Zonya's pretty soon for Care. I'm not sure how far he is off. He's already got the broken stopwatch. Sitting in base right now. Care gets it. Okay, that's huge for Kassadin. For this next fight as well, the ability to buy a bit of time. It's going to be great, especially when dealing with Ultra Prime's big
LWX! He's by himself, and he doesn't have his cat on his shoulder. Hacker brings the cat in, but now he's completely isolated away from the Shallow, who tries to go in, but immediately you can see Doggo, with the support of the Lulu, just will not die, and he is just free firing at it. Finally, Shallow throws everything he possibly can at it and will take him out. Shallow will fall, and it's a 2-for-1 trade, but LWX, you can't be there.
Dude, LWX just maybe giving over, I don't know, the next dragon, or at least set up towards these side waves. Nothing up available, that's why he's lucky, but getting caught out like that in any other situation would have spelt doom here for FPX in game number 1. And they try and all in, they're trying to make the best of it, Asheen, but as you said, the cat not on the shoulders of LWX. He walks up to mid, so deep here, there's no vision in River. You have no clue where Ultra Prime are, apart from Harry in the top lane. And LWX is big greedy walking up the minion wave.
I mean, it costs them so much as well. Hacker's Flash no longer down, all combative summoners off of the Yuumi, and as well as that Shallow stopwatch. So, you know, that's just another thing they're not going to have. Fair enough, it didn't cost them anything right now, but it may cost them coming forward. As you can see there, Harry almost made it out with another kill on the backside of that. It really did feel like it was going a little bit too close for comfort for FPX, and game's dead even, but with Dragon spawning in a minute, Baron in 10 seconds, you got Doggo now with the Infinity Edge, and the difference is that Doggo has the stopwatch. He has the survivability. Yes, he doesn't have his flash and his heal, but he's got himself so much more survivability with that Lulu as well.
And look at this Force coming through. It's exactly what Ultra Prime need to do. Force with their pick potential tools. play Fog of War. The beauty of Zoe is when you have deep vision, when you're able to control enemies' territory and watch them pivoting through parts of the map, you can set your team up for beautiful picks. Even here, across mid lane, Ching is the one you need to watch here with Ning by his side. If any of that lands on LWX, he's not expecting it or doesn't have the flash up, which can be burnt quite easily. Even the spell shield Rider Sheen, that's what's going to make the game here as Baron now spawns and Ultra Primer hightailing it towards his objective. Because they're on sole point, they don't need to force the dragon. They can get Baron again.
They'll absolutely shred it. The Baron down to 6,000 HP. Shello who goes in there, tries to make this one work. They're going to jump down on top of him, try burn him out before this. There's his Zhonya's to go off right at the start of this fight. Shello who jumps in and kills off the Sejuani. Doggo doing the best he can to be a frontliner. He almost gets on top of LWX who kept his flash from that last fight. It ends up being a 2 for none, but these health bars are low. They'll catch out Care and stop him from recalling. As you can see, Doggo now has to get himself right out of that situation. They're going to give up the dragon. The Baron might still be the call. There's pings coming down, Hysterics.
Yeah, there is. LWX is going to fast tail it to Dragon in the meanwhile. TP coming through as well. They're trying to do both objectives at once, but I think this might just be a bit of a ruse, a bit of a bait against UP. Well, FPX are just going to pick up the Dragon. Now they can move over. There's also been some vision clearing. Machine. We're back to square one, but I can tell you this. This game is probably going to be Kassadin versus Zeri. You know, two of the greatest champions of our generation. As we look again, dude, this Zhonya's, this is what I was saying. The value that came through from Zhonya's Hourglass for Care was so big in this fight. It wears out the Hextech ultimatum. It lets him reposition for the kill, then get out, while Harry gets taken down by Shalahu. If there's no Zhonya's there, Care probably goes into die. Lola has to back away, and the rest of FPX can't get a couple of pickoffs that lead them to get another Dragon of their own. So, really nice from Care. Feels like that was a defining moment for him. And we'll just have to see how Baron approaches coming through, because right now, FPX are first on the map. Ultra Prime went for the reset after setting out some vision of their own.
Big thing to notice here, Shalahu actually has a stopwatch of his own. We've been seeing this Jack stopwatch build coming in quite a bit, honestly, and we can see the value that it gives. All he has to do is survive. If he survives, he's in a much stronger situation to be able to jump onto Doggo, who is on the short range Zeri. But the big thing now is the LWX lost his flash that he didn't, or he kept from the time he got picked off. Now doesn't have it for a potentially Baron fight. You can see Ning, Baolan, and Doggo looking to try and see if someone, maybe Hacker, is walking a little bit too close towards this brush to trigger out that vision. They're going to have to try and make sure that they do not get caught out. Care is probably the safest person to do this on his own, as he does have the Rift Walk, as he can move himself forward and back, try and make sure that he does not get caught out by any of the CC that might be coming over from unseen walls. But more and more pressure being cut down. It feels like, again, one team fight's going to be the difference maker in this game.
Yeah, it's just about how the team fight's taken. Again, side lanes kind of need to be corrected here by FPX. Putting the pressure on top, bottom lane right now, would set them up for Baron. But you also have to remember that right now Care is running the exhaust. He's got Spellbook, but TP, I'm not sure about the cooldown here. Shalahu can play through that TP, but they choose not to. They choose to stay grouped up, while Ultra Prime get to clear the last piece of vision. And now Baron is sitting pretty blind.
And they don't know exactly what's going on here. Ultra Prime making sure they don't lose priority in mid lane, though. They would just straight up lose their inhibitor turrets should that happen. Care got himself a cat on his shoulders. Cat might be in the bag, but he's on the loose, and that's going to be Care. He's kind of soaking in a lot of this damage. He can just do this. Again, his items are naturally tanky. The Seraphs, the Rod of Ages, and the Zhonya's just makes it so much easier for him to do. But now you have a 20-second or 30-second window where there are no minions going mid lane, and you can just run for this.
Well, they want TP, Ashin. They want TP from Xiaohu. That's what they're trying to draw out, and there it is. But do they continue in the Baron? No, they shouldn't. They should look for the pick here, but Xiaohu came, and that's what they want.
They got it. Now both teams on opposite sides of the map, as we're going to see a movement here. They're going to land on the Hacker. Care goes in with the final chapter. As you can see, Hacker looking to try and jump in with Xiaohu. He's going to flash in, get the ultimate down to try and make this one work. You can see LWX doing work in the backside. This is all FPX. It's all the time. Hextech Ultimatum's going to do absolutely nothing. They'll give over a double-double. FPX will end the game off of one team fight because the scaling happened.
Dude, Hacker is just a Chad, man. The kickback on Doggo puts him in position for the rest of FPX. And as you said off the back of it, of one team fight, this composition that I faded from the start finally came together. All it took was a Lee Sin that had a very quiet early game.
He really, really did. Hacker, you know what? I gave you schmack, you smacked me back, and that's all that matters right now. It is going to end at the 33-minute mark, just underneath it. FPX will take the advantage in this series.
Well, nice debut from the FPX jungler, considering they played with Hal, Hacker's first game of 2023. I guess overall is a success. The least in our first of the LPL too. Kind of shows what this guy favors it by like 50 extra plays. Yeah.
Definitely not his first. It has been known to his champion pool. That was his 91st game as he looks to try and make that an even win-loss score. But hey, a win's a win, and we take that as in the LPL. And for FPX, it's a great setup for themselves. It's a great way for them to be able to kind of come into the series because it feels like they are starting to build that momentum.
Yeah, they are. Again, they need this. They need a confidence booster because that 0-2 start, it's not only about the scoreline, but it's the fact of who they lost to. I mean, against Ultra Prime, you kind of expect an FPX of last year to do pretty well, but yeah, this was all over the place, Sheen. I think there were real moments where like LWX made us question what he was doing, running down mid at 25, 30 minutes or whenever it was, without a Yuumi on top of him, with no vision in River, with Ultra Prime all missing. Like, it's moments like that you go, well, there's no real excuse for plays like that. But Ultra Prime overcommitting on one side, not all coordinated in that last team fight as well is another big part. But I think we saw like a very good use of composition from Ultra Prime. They're playing off the fog of war, playing through the deep vision, but definitely outsmarted when those all-in 5v5s came through. And you have a Yuumi on top of a Kassadin. You have Zhonya's, which buys time. Like, there are so many good tools for FPX to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is always going to be the scaling, a Jax, a Sivir, a Yuumi, a Kassadin. Like, it doesn't matter what Hacker plays. All he needed to play was something that he was comfortable on, would engage. Lee Sin fits that pretty nicely. It was definitely a little bit risky at the start of the game. Felt like the ball lane was really starting to crumble under a bit of pressure. But as you said, after that first engage where they did lose that 4v2 dive, it just felt like they kind of regrouped. LWX said, look, as long as we do not die, as long as we do not give over more gold than we necessarily need to, that's all we need to do in this game. Because at the end of the day, if they can't kill him, it didn't even matter when they killed LWX in a lot of these fights because Care and Xiaolahu were doing so much damage on their own.
True, Xiaolahu having a good early game kind of mitigated, some of the fallings coming through from the rest of the map. Even though LWX and Lalissa survived so long, Care and Xiaolahu were kind of untested. Like, Ching did well in the laning phase, but he didn't obliterate the Kassadin. It was a massive gap. Like, Care was keeping up. And that's why I was questioning the Zoe pick coming through. Zoe into Kassadin is not your first port of call. And while there were some mid lane bans, I feel like there could have been better options here from Ching into what he wanted to play into FPX.
Yeah, it felt like once the Akshan was banned away, it felt like Ching was kind of like, oh, damn, this is kind of my counter and I don't really know what to do here. But we'll see if there is an answer coming into game number 2. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to light.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. It actually, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden 2. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, 2 upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Deganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Care also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out, a lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he gonna go to the solo bolo? He's gotta get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds. sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out?
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series. We are potentially 1/3, potentially halfway. We'll have to wait and see how the second game goes. But I am Ushi, and I am joined by the hilarious Hysterics as we jump into our second game, our apathetics, if you will, who's half jacket on, half jacket off. I don't know what's going on right now.
I got stuck, and I'm like, put it on, it'll be fine. And we just got stuck halfway. I went into the kitchen. Worst story. I ran into a cockroach.
Oh,
That's
gross.
just disgusting. Yeah.
Was it the size of your hand, like most Australian insects?
No. This one was like that big, but it was disgustingly big, and implies that I don't keep a clean kitchen, which is utter rubbish. So, yuck, man. Anyway, killed it with my bare hands, and that's how the story goes. And so now I'm back, and I just can't believe that FPX won that.
Yeah, I mean,
it
it came down to, I think, honestly, just the scaling, but also Xiao who was our MVP for game number 1, really showing some very, very solid play here on the Jax, making himself such a nuisance to the fact that when he was on top of Doggo, Doggo wasn't a part of the fights.
I think this Jax was insane, from the start as well. I guess I'd call it a favorable skill matchup against the Camille, where for Xiao he got comfortability within lane, then he came into these fights with a big CS lead from that same lane as well, by the way. And the part where FPX were able to actually move themselves into the game comfortably was this big dragon fight where Xiao was getting Jump City off with Master at Arms, smacking people down, even got Gala a triple kill apparently. And this was just, I think, a bit of a masterclass on the solo lanes overall from FPX. Hacker really came into it in his debut game later in, but what set this game up was that Xiao was top diffing over Harry this game. I don't really feel like we talk much about the Camille, because even though he had a good game, Xiao was just that much better with his positioning and zoning off 2-3 people at one time, taking care of business.
Yeah, I mean, it just constantly on top of people, constantly make a nuisance of himself. Even though, at the start of that play, he CC'd a little bit, he can't actually make the play as cleanly as he probably wanted it to be. He doesn't matter. He's still okay. Sorry, just the picture there is a bit aggressive, shall we say? But
yeah. God.
It just feels like right now it is Xiao finally finding that middle ground, and having something like the Jax is just it's just something that's going to fit in his wheelhouse. I remember him last split and last year where he was just a constant bruiser, constant fighter, looking to try and make things work with that and in that top side, and it just did because of the focus on bot side. He was able to kind of be on his island and do whatever he wanted.
I mean, he's a solid player in that regard. That's why for Xiao, who may be going to the second pick ban, you might have to ban away something like the Jax. We saw from Ultra Prime in game number 2 as they retain red side that they were willing to ban away a lot of these bottom lane carries, after the fact, right? We ended up getting the Sivir, I believe as well. We got some of those jungle bans coming through. this time around, maybe it is worth taking away, something in that top lane. They have taken away Care's Cassidy, so that's a bit of a win as LWX also loses the Callista, which can be a flex, let's be real, the meta we're in. And even though Yumi's a first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if FPX in the first, the next rotation, pick up their top laner early here with how well it did.
Absolutely, and I think right now you're kind of dealing with the consequences of that. Feels like you are just kind of putting Doggo back on the Zeri. Don't think he played badly whatsoever, but it is down to kind of how you want to play this game. I feel like the Zeri Yumi combination is a far more potent one than the Sivir Yumi, so you kind of have to go for it. And again, it feels early in the game they got the resources from Ning, and it did work out for them. It just, LWX and Lele just knew how to deal with it.
The problem was that FPX could just play side lanes better. They added pressure in, and then again, we already talked about it, that the pick potential from Ultra Prime didn't come through. And even though we're seeing the same bottom lane this time around, an adaptation from Hacker, we still have a lot of that setup, but even, I'd say a much better jungle to play with the lanes that we saw from FPX in game number 1. So Vi gets locked in here. The biggest question is Ning, do you really need to change anything up? I think Sejuani should be fine, unless you want to return to maybe what other junglers are there in the pool? Shit, I'm trying to think of how different our game is. He's a great Graves player, but we haven't seen as much Graves.
There's a couple of different ones in there.
But Jace, dude, what a poggy. We're changing it up a bit, and that is a flex, so that'll be cool.
It is a little bit of a flex. Do want to mention as well, this will be Hacker's first ever competitive game on the Vi. We have not seen him play it yet, yet in his 5-6 year career. So
that's a good
definitely, definitely something to think about. Again, you can talk about the. You can talk about how the he plays the Lee Sin. It kind of does a similar thing. You go in, you have a little bit more of a point and click CC. You can't knock them back into a different position, but you can keep them in place for a hell of a long time. So now we will wait to see. Now it does. I have a feeling in the back of my head that this is going to be Ching with the Jace in the mid lane. They're going to look to maybe try and do maybe a little bit something different in the top or in the jungle. But with the LeBlanc and the Akali banned away, we still have yet to see the Sylas be banned away realistically in this whole setup. So curious to see what this final ban will be from FPX. Wouldn't be surprised to see them ban away the Wukong.
Yeah, with those bans away mid, I mean, it might actually just show you that, that Jace is going towards mid. Or you want to pull out something that we've seen before. I mean, things like Syndra wouldn't have too much of a problem. So as we get a jungle ban on the other side, let's just kind of see, because I think you show cards now, or you pick up that jungle, considering that you already know what you're going up against. You don't have Sedge. Jarvan's just hilarious going up against Ning. I think Ning is a great carry jungle, but you do need something that applies setup. You've already got Jace in one of these solo lanes. And so jungle just continues to be the question is, okay, you are actually going to pick Syndra, so it's going to be Jace up in that top lane.
Yeah, Jace's going to be flexed up there, but you haven't seen the top lane just yet. You've kind of given away all your solo lanes for a jungle matchup that you already know what you're going into. Very curious there to see what Ultra Prime are thinking up, but with the Yasuo now being hovered over here, Care was known for his AD assassins, but I don't think it's going to be
Ari.
And his Ari, so he's going to go back towards that old school pick that works out so well for him. And honestly, I was going to say, like, with the way Xiaolau who played in game 1, go back to the Jax. Like, I don't see there's a real big difference in that, but no, wants to play it a little bit safe, needs to be initiator with his team. He's going to go for the Cassante.
Okay, so surprised not to see the Jax, but just wants to blind pick the top. Well, not blind pick. You already know what the top lane matchup's going to be. He just kind of wants to absorb it. It's interesting because, a lot of pros have seen Jace as a great matchup into the Cassante, willingly picking this to just say, okay, we're losing top lane, and we're just going to put our pressure into the strong mid 2v2. FPX here in this draft have changed things up in the sense that now they actually have set up through mid lane. This is actually a really good mid jungle 2v2. But on the other side, I mean, Wukong Syndra, talking about applying setup, level 3 is very strong as well. I feel like this is going to be dictated a little bit more by mid lane, and I should say, by the solo lanes in their laning phase, rather than just hovering to the bot side. A bot could just be a bit of a handshake deal this time around. However, with what we saw in game number 1, I could also be wrong. So, Sheen, just look more towards junglers because FPX do have, great setup in some of their lanes. And I feel like if this game does go long, I feel like, Zeri Lulu should still be a big priority. But the fact that we have Cassante and we have some pretty good engage, I would put a higher value on that as the game goes on.
I would tend to agree with you, to be perfectly honest. I think that did see a couple of glimmers of Doggo taking over team fights on that Zeri in that last fight, and I think the Sivir did well as in different specs of it as well. But you only have one spell shield, and we saw how lackadaisical LWX could be with his positioning, not having proper vision. But we'll have to wait and see it. Well, of course, FPX going in with a 1-0 advantage. Ultra Prime looking to try and even up the scoreline, send us to a full 6 games in the day. We've had to change casters. That's how long of a day it's been. But
Yeah.
we'll wait and see how this is all going on. Of course, Jumada, get well soon. We hope you feel better very, very soon. Unfortunately, he has to back away. But thankfully, you hadn't gone to bed yet, and we were able to get you in for this
was
absolute banger of FBX versus Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was a lot of fun to watch. I think game 2, again, with the change up in drafts, it should be a little bit more interesting. He says Jaya's come through.
There it is.
Right, okay, that's no. Not EDG's turn.
I love the way it's so organized. Everyone gets to take their turn. There's no problems. Ooh, Ching hasn't showed himself. Yeah, they're going to try and put him in. LWX isn't here, though, and it's going to be a flash burnt there, you would imagine. Or not a flash burn, excuse me. Summoners burnt there by Doggo, and we're going to see a little bit of a burn of Summoners there. They do get first blood down. That's going to be good for Ultra Prime, and it's just smart play here coming out for them, knowing that the level 1 was coming.
Yeah, that first blood in the wrong place yet again. Now, it didn't win you the first game, but it definitely did a good job of doing it. As Ching starts pulling out Care as well. This is a really good start for Ultra Prime. Not even does Ching just get in lane priority, is he just zones away Care. Ultra Prime getting first blood down in that Zeri lane. And probably missing a minion or 2 for it is so worth. With a longsword start as well as Sheen. That's just a horrible start for FPX.
Yeah, well, they didn't start too brightly in the last one either, so, you know, we'll see how they're able to kind of come back into this particular one as we wait to see now what the next protocol is. Important as well, like, yes, the cat died, did lose the exhaust, but you lost 2 flashes on the Ultra Prime bot lane, so they're not as safe as they used to be. Should there be a Vi coming in, Flash with the, what was it, Q couldn't just be enough to try and maybe make that one work for themselves. We'll have to wait and see. Plenty of game play still to happen, and of course the Sivir will still stack monstrously into the late game as we saw in the last game.
Yeah, looking for that Vault Breaker Sheen.
That's the word.
Too many abilities.
It's too many abilities. Do you know how there are 161 champions in the game now?
Does that mean... Oh, is that just times 4? Because the problem is, like, some champions
Times
like
5
at least
because
have
passives.
technically 8. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Some people have other abilities. Nidalee, Jace. Jace is in our game.
Nah.
Elise, who was banned.
Yeah.
If you're watching Shun, you sometimes get to see Nidalee.
Dude,
If you're Viego, you technically have a million.
Oh, yeah, true. Can you remember all the champions? You know, Silas brings in all the ultis as well as Hacker. Going to be spot on a ward here. I think Doggo and Balan should be okay. They're pushing the wave in, but the Vault Breaker... Oh, it's Flash.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They're going to be able to kind of jump onto him. He will be able to try and glide his way over the wall, you would imagine, should he need it, but he's going to keep it just in case for that last few seconds. They did burn the Flash off of Hacker, and yes, they don't get the kill, but it does alleviate pressure, and the wave's not in the best place either, so Ultra Prime not going to be too happy with the way that state is. They're going to have to try and rectify that as quick as they possibly can, but again, exactly what I expected to see from Hacker coming to this boss side.
But a window, good window on that as well. Doggo now with no summons, Balan with none either. So this is an abusable bottom lane. Even without Hacker's Flash, it's something that can repeat and kind of quell the balance in the game. As we're looking at replay mid, I do see that Care has no Flash. It's a good scat of the week. And, oh yeah, Charm doesn't connect because Ning actually, that was almost a pixel perfect Flash. So props to Ning, but getting Care's Flash out through in the mid lane. The strength of mid 2v2, it comes out of Ultra Prime first.
Now Doggo can bring himself back into this lane, try and even out this CS lead that has been accumulated by LWX, and bring himself back into what is this laning phase. Both summoners back for the Yuumi, so you'll have exhaust and ignite. I think he would have liked to have the exhaust going for that play down bot side. It was slowed down. Doggo significantly moving towards his own tower, but wasn't to be, and we kind of just wait to see what the next play is. Dragon has obviously, been chosen. It is going to be the Cloud Drake, so
been
hard
chosen.
to take buyers. It's been chosen. All right. Do you know what? This is a complete tangent, but I want to get your thoughts on it. What do you think about in the future? You were told, like we saw in pick ban before the first bans came in, you were told like what Dragon Soul it's going to be.
Do you think he asking if it would influence champion choices? Hold the phone.
I'm
Harry's
thinking,
okay.
do you think it would be a good change more so than you think it would change? Do you think that would be an interesting one, or do you think, because obviously there's like a lot of RNG when it comes to dragons, and whether or not you get stacked with a good one or a bad one, Cloud Drake in the past, Chem Drake now, you kind of influence how you want to play around it,
I guess they've been more thinking in pick ban phase, right? As Doggo goes for the all in, hold the phone. LW actually just zoning off Battleland. I think it could only be beneficial to the game. I think it could only do the game good, considering that it might change comps up more, where we don't have, Syndra every game, where we don't have Sejuani every single game. Like, it would definitely give more avenue. It's like what I think about Fearless Draft, where it changes the way teams have to think. There's another layer, and people are like, oh, teams already got enough to think about. You know what? Thinking is a skill that you should develop. So I can only encourage more modes where you have to think more. So yes, Ashin. Yes, it's definitely a good thing.
Thank you for validating my point. I just
put
like the
that
theory
to right.
craft. I just like the theory craft. That's all. I like to think of these things as we move into a bit of a top lane skirmish. Let's see. Yeah, he's got a million dashes and a million knockups. Oh, unfortunate not getting the Sonic Blast there, but bot lane kind of seeing very similar remnants from game number 1. It's just very difficult for them to really make something work here. Looks like with the priority they have, they might go for Dragon. They had it in mid and in bot, so would be very surprised to see them not try and go for this. But no, they're going to try and do exactly what they did in game 1. Ultra Prime focused so hard on this bot side to make sure that they were able to get Doggo going with Baolan. And with Ching moving over now, this is definitely the same game plan going into game number 2.
And look, it did still work in game number 1. Ultra Prime, their Zeri in the last game was an item ahead, so Doggo was in such a good position. We're setting up for the same thing again as we saw, and that sets up the early Dragon stacking. Ultra Prime were able to have a lot of map control. It was just unfortunate with the timing and the fact that they got caught up with not only the steal, but their exit strategy on that third Dragon. So we'll have to see how they start stacking Dragons again. And probably by playing through the strength in mid. Pre-6, Ching was definitely abusing the lane, but I wonder if they can still do the same thing, considering that Kara is now past 6 and should be able to have a little bit more threat here and a bit more wave clear so he can start roaming around. You see right now, FPX are putting the priority on clearing mid and maybe trying to add pressure to the sides.
Again, Hacker just kind of up on this top side. Level 6 is going to be hit pretty much guaranteed from this. Imagine now with the pressure coming in. And honestly, I think Ning's missed a little bit of a trick here. Going for that maybe dive in the bot side has left that Dragon going a wanting. And it does mean that you now are seeing a little bit more power being hit by FPX. They're getting up to their summoners. They're getting their level 6s. It's becoming a lot harder to make something like that stick in the grand scheme of this game. So curious to see what they're able to make use out of here, as Vi is going to be starting off the Rift Herald. Not quite just yet. Actually, never mind. Going to go straight back on top of it. But they do have a ward on it here for the side of Ultra Prime.
But
I think it's a
LWX,
dive.
he's trying not to show. I mean, no more so. He doesn't want to give the information away. Everyone's committing to the top side. LWX is about to show. Doggo hasn't. And so as they move away, Ultra Prime are now going to commit to this because they know that Civ is in the bottom lane. They want to challenge.
They want to challenge, but neither AD carries here. This will be a 4v4 natively as the Rift Herald's going to get no smite to come down. Both junglers holding on to that particular summoner. They flash in. They're going to go straight forward. That's going to be secured, I imagine, by FPX. It's Hacker who dies first. As you can see now, the both junglers have fallen. They're going to try and jump straight on top of Baolan, who flashes away. All summoners being used as the tape is fallen. Kasante with a triple kill. And the MVP from game number 1 shows why he is so important to this team.
It's literally just another Aurelia. Look at him flop all around the map. I mean, every single time I see this champ, it just makes me fall. And a triple kill for the Kasante top. I didn't see Herald in the end of Sheen, but I actually believe Care was the one to pick it up. And now Xiaolahu with the kills as well. I mean, this just sets up the early game so perfectly in a lane that I kind of expected to get slapped by the Jace.
I mean, this is kind of, yeah, Cassante things, doing Cassante things.
Yeah.
There's not really much else to say about it, but we are going to almost certainly get a replay here. And again, you can just see like the full impact of Hacker trying to go in on top of this, and just the fact that they're not really committing for for each individual target makes it so hard for Ultra Prime to do anything after Hacker dies.
Yeah, because it's the burn down immediately, where Hacker just gets deleted. But great charm coming through from Care. I think Care really dominated this fight, considering it was started out nicely by his counterpart Ching. And from that, FPX just cleaned it up. Triple kill we already mentioned. We come back to live, Ultra Prime do get the Dragon, but I mean, that Herald play has the ability to open up one of these lanes, like mid, like top. Actually, I'm trying to think of what I'd prefer. It'd probably end up being bot, knowing Hacker, but I feel like opening up the map in top and getting Xiaolahu across for some of these skirmishes, the second, third Dragon, you know, next Herald as well, is going to have so much value for FPX going into the mid game.
World's his oyster for Care, as they most likely would like to be bot lane, but they have got it on the mid laner, so it might just be the Ahri dropping in a mid, getting a bit of gold back into her pocket and moving on from there. But we'll have to wait and see, as AD carries were not a part of that fight last time around. It was just everyone except them. They were just sitting down that bot side waiting for everything to kind of finish up, to be perfectly honest. But now with everything settling down again, no real objective for the next 3.5, 4 minutes. So you're just going to find them just taking their time, looking to try and keep picking up fire and get up to that first item, the Kraken Slayer, of course, for Care, and of course the Immortal Shield Bow for the Zeri. So we'll wait to see what they want to try and do here. Is Xiaolahu going to take away? Yeah, he doesn't care anymore. He can just go for this, and there's no real repercussions.
It's sad that Harry missed the shock blast combo. Look at him. He's taken about 10 autos now, but lethality won't do anything against a Frostfire Gauntlet this early on. As LWX, this is a familiar experience, Asheen.
It is, but he's not going to pull his trigger on his summoners just yet because he knows his jungler was coming in. Baolan is in a lot of trouble, and Baolan is dead. Now they can use the ultimate straight on top of Ning, who tries to get the Cyclone to work for him, but this is just... Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's just how it works. Ching's going to have to flash over, but he's getting followed over straight away by the Spirit Rush. No charm available here for Care, so he's just going to back himself away as the Zeri was following. But Ultra Prime, you tried this. You did this. This is the same trick. You can't try and keep going for it as I say that. He's going to see Doggo underneath the tower, and Doggo gets himself a kill, trying to make this back for Ultra Prime.
But can Hacker get a return? Looks like Doggo's going to use the movement speed to get out of there immediately. You know, just as we're saying, like the same thing from Ultra Prime, that dive coming through, that Hacker red coming from a reset. You know, FPX do lose their AD carry once again. Doggo does get another kill, and so that's going to mitigate the factor by a bit. But it's great plays from Hacker. I mean, he's really come out of his shell in this game too. And he's been able to read where Ning's going to go.
Yeah, honestly, again, we had a lot of question marks about Hacker, someone who's been very much underperforming on any meta that's not Lee Sin effectively. But looking on this Vi, starting to kind of, you know, cover the movements of Ning and make sure that he's in the right place at the right time. Very, very nicely done. The Rift Herald was timing out. They needed to drop it very, very soon. You can see Lila just kind of roaming up towards this mid lane to make sure they can kind of cover it. But top lane, we're going to see a bit of an engage. Perry trying to make sure he doesn't die as he does get the knockback. They're going to get the final chapter to maybe secure that Rift Herald charge, but no. With 3 people here, this Rift Herald that you fought so valiantly for and got a lot off of afterwards is going to literally do nothing.
No, absolutely nothing. So that's a shame because plating's still up and available. And I guess from Care committing to the play on Ching, he was the one who had the Herald and wasn't able to use it. On the hub though, and Hacker's ambitious, okay.
I mean, Doggo has no flash now, so he's going to be dropped. It's going to be Hacker taking out that kill. He did flash for it after all, so I think it's only fair. And that's going to be more and more plates going over the bot side. You'd imagine they can just take the tower down pretty low as well. But this is now just becoming a bit of a snowball against them. Ultra Prime, you're losing out on your win condition, which was that bot side, because this, you know, this Sivir is it's gonna be the exact same as game number 1. The Sivir's getting big, and it doesn't matter what you did in the bot lane after 10-15 minutes.
And you don't have a hard tank in this game. I mean, this is FPX, able to play the 5v5s, I feel. Again, like, would I say angles? No, I'd say it's definitely about It's definitely about Shallow Hood leading the charge, relying on the Sipper as the game goes on. But I think you're in a very comfortable spot, considering that now first Turret Blood goes down to the bottom side. It's a 2,000 gold lead. And LWX, despite getting caught by Doggo before, is pretty equal on the mark here with the Zeri this time around. Again, FPX can be happy. I think this is a pretty smooth early game for how their draft wants to play.
Xante of Xiaolahu is just going to get bigger and bigger. He's already got his Bomb of Cinder. You can imagine he's working towards that Sunfire Cape. So the only person who's going to be doing significant damage to him is Ching. And Ching shouldn't be doing damage really on him at all. They shouldn't really be prioritizing the spheres or even the unleashed power onto him at any point in this game because of just, it's not the target you need to be hitting. It needs to be the Ahri, it needs to be the Sivir. Hell, even the Yuumi I'd be fine with. But now with the Dragon priority available for Ultra Prime, resets did come in for FPX. It's going to be a trade of objectives. So second Dragon here for Ultra Prime. It's going to be another Infernal Rift as we move forward. Actually, excuse me, it was a Chem Rift last game, I believe. But either way, still got themselves a decent amount of priority over that Dragon Soul, while the second Rift Herald, which hopefully will have a little bit more impact than its predecessor, will be going over to FPX.
Well, for Ultra Prime, if they can get that Infernal Soul and it's Jason Syndra, that feels hell good. But I'm still not fully convinced. I mean, I feel like FPX are still in control in this game. Right now, having the mid push here, setting themselves up for some of the deeper vision and top side, and getting control. I mean, they can look for dives. They can look for some of these picks. Kasante unleashing on the loose with his turret down. I think it looks pretty easy to set yourselves up.
I like how you
Almost
put a little
bedtime.
tone on that. Just like, I think.
I'm cruising right now, Sheen. I'm waiting for
It's in the next day
FPX
for
to
you
build the
now.
beans.
It's coming up to the next day for you. is it?
It is 12:55 a.m.
Ah,
It
it's
is
nearly
gamer
1 a.m.
hours.
for you.
Yeah.
1 a.m. coming up for you. It's coming up at 2 p.m. for me. So, if anyone wonders if we have some slight issues with our
Time
casts or anything like that, it's three time zones and 3 continents. So it's Australia, China, and Europe. So or Australia, Oceania.
Well, we also got
even,
America. Because
Yeah, we got
we got a Texan.
That's true. We have a American in Europe. Lyric making the move over for this year because he cannot deal with the late nights starting at 2 a.m. and finishing at 11 a.m. So I can't blame him. it's still rough. Still rough. But again, coming back in.
Yeah, hit it, Shane. Tell us.
I was gonna say, coming back into this game, we have got second items being picked up here. Actually, this Phantom Dancer already finished up for LWX. Sunfire finished up here for Xiaolahu, so he is just unfazed by Harry in that top side. Harry went with the Eclipse, which is 100% correct, but even if a Mermana, gets finished up for Harry in the next few minutes, it's still not going to mean that much in the grand scheme of things. So much armor, so much HP, just so much available to Xiaolahu, and Hacker is got to be a little bit careful, but he's feeling confident. I wouldn't feel that confident if I were him. There are 4 members of Ultra Prime in that brush, but now Xiaolahu might be looking to try and get a bit of a flank. They might be looking for a full pincer. Look at the Ahri as well.
All it takes is an ulti across. Ching's a good target. Doggo's a good target if they commit. Even help Baolan here. They spot Xiaolahu to the back away, but Care might be caught out.
Oh, Care might be caught out here. They don't quite get away from the charm, which meant that Ching could not get another ball down on the ground. While that's been happening now, Harry does get a bit of damage down onto that turret. Tried to see if he could sneak it away, but Xiaolahu is saying, nope, not today, my friend. I am going to be very much coming back to my post up in this top side. But now, for no Shurelia's Revelry, can you start to put a bit more pressure here onto Doggo? And yes, you can. There's no way they can defend this. They have to dodge away from the charm. And finally, mission accomplished. They get the mid lane tier 1.
Well, that's going to enable some of the deeper vision for Xiaolahu to keep playing between the lanes and moving into some of these flanking positions, these engaged positions that we've seen so far. With FPX opening up that outer turret is, I believe, the last outer turret on the map for them. It definitely is. So things are going to get a little bit peachy heading towards the river. Vision control is going to be a big factor here. A minute 15 until we start talking about that third dragon. I feel like FPX are in a position to contest. We should have close to a second item here for Care. It looks like he is going to be going for the Archangel second too. So for Desari, a bit of a burst of power coming through. You already talked about the Phantom Dancer as well. It still looks like a pretty good time. The only thing I'm concerned about is if Ultra Prime are able to get some of their poke off before the fight. The Syndra is not often talked about, but using range there, especially against an Ari pre-ult, Harry as well on this Jace, there is going to be a lot of pokeability in front of this fight to try and wear down opponents so that Ultra Prime have the advantage to get themselves the third dragon.
Well, looks like Ultra Prime are happy to let over the soul points to get some guaranteed gold into the pockets of Harry, as we can now see Shallahu coming in the top side. I actually don't even think in a 2v1 he would be unfavored to come out on top of that one there. So I'm just going to clear out the wave and get himself back towards that bot side. You can see it there, Ultra Prime putting themselves around this Baron pit, have a fair bit of vision, so really making it obvious to the side of FPX that it's like, hey, you don't know where we are, you don't know what we're doing. We could technically be on the Baron right now, but Ultra Prime not going to be pulling that particular move as of the moment, and FPX happy to let them just kind of have their way with the Baron pit area.
Also from getting mid-turret, I mean, FPX were able to congregate some of their vision and put in some deep wards and track Ultra Prime a lot better, so that's a bonus of getting mid lane turret down. It means you can do so much with the map and starting encroaching in enemy territory. And getting that first dragon stops the stacking here from Ultra Prime, stops that win condition that definitely felt like it could help the speed up of the nuke coming through from the Jace, from the Syndra. So we now just chill out. Everyone calm down, grab a seat, because we're going to play side lanes for a little bit. And we're definitely not going to be looking at Baron unless Ultra Prime especially, I think, can get a pick. But even then, I don't think we should be talking about it. Machine, take it off our lips. And just see
I
what
don't
we
know.
get.
It's hard to tell sometimes. Oh, Ching and Balan. There's going to be a nice little cat. He's in the bag and in the river. And that's just a little bit unfortunate. A little bit lackadaisical, similar to LWX in game number 1, where it's just kind of unfortunate timing and an unfortunate place to be.
Well, I did say it was a pick. Thank you so much. No blue buff, but you know what? Hacker could be dead here as Ning's not going to commit the Cyclone. But you do bait out Baron. You want them to come to you, Asheen, because you have a lot of CC. Now they're going to wait. Surely they wait. They're waiting.
They wait and they wait and then they wait some more, but how long can they wait? You got that Sivir building up towards a third item, and you can see just how difficult it is. We saw it in the last game as well, how hard it is for Ultra Prime without a Baron to actually get anywhere near these turrets. The Zeri, the Syndra, the Jace, they're all relatively short range, so you're not really going to be... But once you're on a tower, you can just shred it down, but it's a bit of a risky gain to be taken right there. Lilo was bringing himself back on top of Care this time around to make sure he's with a person at all time. Remember, the buddy system is important. You must always respect the buddy system. Stay with your buddy. But now Baron's been cleared out, Ultra Prime going to have to re-establish that vision again.
And around we go. Ultra Prime still looking for the pick. Again, this is a vision game. Feels like it has been for the past 5 minutes. You know, the vision behind Baron Pit sees Ultra Prime grouping up, moving into this choke. And even after they get the rest of these wards, it's that one behind the pit. They can give valuable information for people like Ching, for Ning, moving around as well. So much so that Hacker plays around and hits the gaps, trying to set up for a pick himself. Because I mentioned Ultra Prime have a great pick, but I mean, FPX, their mid lane jungle combination is exactly that. Your Charm, Assault and Battery. Oh no, sorry, it's called Cease and Desist now. I'm not sure why. Is Assault and Battery, is it just... It's just
Assault and Battery is a crime. Yeah, Assault and Battery is a crime.
Cease and Desist is like what police
is a
officers
law.
shout out. Yeah.
It's like, I don't think it makes sense for an enforcer to be like, I'm going to do this, like, and openly say it. So, yeah. Well, in fairness, if you watch Arcane, maybe. I don't care if it's spoilers. It's bloody been a year.
True. Yeah, I haven't watched it by now. I don't know what you do. When is the next season coming out? Honestly.
I don't know. I would love if they just, like, shadow dropped it, like, just at Worlds, like, World Finals. It's like, by the way, as soon as World Finals is over, here's Season 2.
Dude, World Finals? Dude, it's too long to... We've waited long enough. I remember, you know, watching it in, like, I was away somewhere and watching it be like, oh my god, this is incredible. And that was like 2 years ago. So
it's gonna be so curious because, like, Arcane Season 1 was so good that it's gonna be hard to replicate that, you know what I mean? Like Season 2 has to bop, and the music's gotta bop. It's a lot of boppage needed to make Season 2 pop off, in my opinion.
I think it's going to be hard, but also there's a lot of content to work with. There's a lot of character development. It won't be hard. Asheen, I'm gonna rail from this this cool bat chess conversation because Baron is still a big threat. I think now that Vision's gone, now for Ultra Prime, they can keep luring them in because Dragon's coming up. The timing will integrate, probably with the Baron play. This is just like game one all over again. Try and lure FPX in, get the pick, and FPX like, look, we're trying to set up the perfect team fight. Hacker missing. Oh, Tara's gone.
On the hunt, though, has been popped. There's the last chapter in the Unleashed power. They get the Cyclone coming in. Xiao Hu TP's in and has Ghost. They've gotten the Sivir. They need to try to kill Doggo. He brings over Ning, who I don't know if he really wanted, but he makes it work. Xiao Hu going forward again, but he gets stunned up and taken down. It ends up being a 2-for-1 favor of Ultra Prime, but they don't feel super confident about going for the Baron just yet. Remember, Hacker is still alive, and they can take themselves an inhibitor.
Polymorph is jacked, man. That's just insane. Saves the whole play from a polymorph and slowing down Xiao Hu. You'll see it in a sec, guys, but that's Ultra Prime getting themselves their third dragon because of it as well. They'll push themselves into Salt Point, and as we look here, Hacker goes a little bit early, trying to get Ning with a sidestep, but as the turret goes down, there's some of the insurance from FPX, so much so that LWX needs to reposition to the back of the fight. He gets so low. Doggo with a huge Chad flash in here. It's just perfect to take him down. And Xiao Hu, I mean, I said it before, he was late into the fight, but when he was finally in there, Polymorph slowed down. Ultra Prime were able to move forward. Doggo was able to make that aggressive play. I think that was Baolan who really set that play up for success, man. Lulu mechanics were insane, and Ultra Prime now in a very comfy position in this game, considering we're hitting some big item points, and they're going to be able to force FPX into a fight in 4 minutes 30 regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. They got themselves on the Soul Point. Some Earth, Wind, and Fire coming in here for Ultra Prime as they push forward into this game. Infinity Edge, as you mentioned, the items for Ultra Prime finish up for the Zeri. You're still waiting for that Infinity Edge here for LWX, but right now a lot of summoners burned, so you don't want to be walking too close to the sun here if you're old Doggo. As Care gets caught out, and Care's going to have to ult as the ult was answered here by Ching, but he might look to try and see if he can catch somebody out. Good shock blast to dissuade any kind of forward momentum here from Care, but he should be able to heal it up because he has the Yumi on his back.
Ching was insane with that. I can't believe he hit a stun, and again, we're just getting to some of those points where the poke is outlasting FPX's ability to utilize this Cassante and get in the fight first and then start it their way. Ultra Prime, they're going to have the mid push here at Asheen. They're going to continue threading around Baron because if FPX walk towards them, the poke now hurts significantly more so than it did a moment ago. FPX will have to come and check this, but look at Ultra Prime for the turn.
Now we're going to see what they're able to do here. Baron down to about a third of its HP. You don't want to flip this here if you're Ultra Prime. Get a little bit of a slow there. Ooh, Harry! He brings him all the way, but that also brings the final chapter off across the backside. Ning getting caught behind the Baron pit as well. Never mind, that was his decoy, and now Doggo is getting jumped on. They've traded back the top laner for the AD carry. It's a 2-for-2 so far. You still have the jungler available for the side of FPX. They know they're not going to try and flip this on the side of Ultra Prime. They're going to try and get the poke down, like you mentioned here, Asterix. They're trying to see if they can get those Cinder Balls down. Harry trying to see if he can make himself a bit of a nuisance. The Unleashed power does not come out, or excuse me, Scatter the Weak. They're all going to back away. Waves need to be tended to. Farm needs to be had, and everyone just needs to calm down.
A little bit. Calm down a little bit. I'm surprised Ultra Prime playing this game, you know, what do you call it? Tooth and nail? Tooth and nail. Okay, not sure what those have to do with each other.
Basically, you're using your teeth and your nails to hold on to.
Not your teeth on a nail. Default, he called it out the call. he called this out the call. Harry has to reposition. Doggo gets launched in and just jumps in, rather, to the whole of FPX. And that was a bit of a whoopsie. But Ultra Prime not turning the play at the Baron, or at least trying to send out some of the poke. They wanted to commit for the Baron and try and turn it into a flip. Because of that, FPX were able to get into close quarters and start utilizing the Sivir. So, again, we look towards these AD carries and how they play out the team fights, but I think Ultra Prime definitely need to be careful if they're not poking out FPX They've got a Yumi. They've got a lot of sustain. If they're able to keep themselves away from the fight and then move in and get some of these resets to Sheen is important on Care's note. And FPX can take over. Here we go.
Ooh, they're going to jump straight on the Ching. There's going to be the cease and desist, but forces Hacker straight away into his own Zhonya's. But look at Shallow trying to make this one work on the backside. So much damage from the Syndra, and the Sivir can do nothing before she's obliterated. That's going to be a 2-for-1 so far. They did take down Doggo, but can Shallow get out of it with his life? That's the big question. It looks like he can, because Ultra Prime have bigger sights in their eyes.
Well, the back's coming through. Ching will spot him. Oh, I think Shallow's dead.
I mean, they know that Ching and Ning are not here as they try to kind of go for this Baron. They want to make sure that Shallow gets taken out. He is kind of getting away from this one here and wasting a hell of a lot of their time. He does have TP, but he is going to go down. But the important thing to recognize here is that that gave so much time to FPX, which means that there's not going to be a Baron take, but there may be a Soul take in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I guess Ultra Prime were like, okay, we're going to pull off Baron, forget that for the time being, because they value getting the kill, then resetting for the Dragon. 20 seconds till that comes up. Look at the replay first. Very quickly, note that onto Ching, the Q doesn't connect from Hacker, so they have to overcommit. The ulti comes through in the back line. What I was stunned about was Shallow getting a 4-man W, but the problem is that Scout of the Week is a better ability. Ning then follows up after it. Range being utilized so well here, and the punish of so much of that poke damage from Ultra Prime. Puts FPX in the corner while Baron's being started here, but look, this is going to be a solo Dragon.
It's
Ultra
a
Prime will have
trade.
to solve.
They're going to look for it. They know that Shallow can TP in here. They got it down to 4,000. Ning's not here. The Dragon will be fantastic to take as soon as they possibly could. Here we go. They flip it. And it's a little bit too much of an early smite coming in from Ning. Now Doggo tries to jump onto LWX. He's been charged. He's been taken out. And he's been killed. They get Hacker off the back of this, but now Ning's gone too far forward. He has no decoy, but the Sivir's been dead as well. Shallow brings Harry away from the fight, but Ching is still untouched. Great Zhonya's there to stop Shallow from getting him, but they need to try and stop these Barons from being taken away. They need to survive, but they just can't, and now Lele is just by himself.
Penta.
It's a quadra kill. It's a pentakill for Ching, and Ultra Prime are looking to even up this series.
Cool guys don't smile at Panthers. They just look to the side and know that this game's done. 11-0-3. Ching, this is his most played champion for a reason. And on the Syndra, even despite going up against an Ari, so many abilities have landed, so well deserved for our new FPX plays. LDL champion coming to the LPL. They won't be able to end here as Sheen, but a Penta is a great way to write your name in the sand in the league.
Absolutely. 11-0-3. Ching just untouched in that last fight. Didn't even blow his stopwatch to try and keep himself alive. That's how little focus was on him. Despite all that, and despite the amount of pressure we got, we can still have a replay here. It was still a fairly even fight because we got the fight way too early from Hacker, or excuse me, from Ning, which meant Hacker could take it up easily.
Well, I mean, Hacker still gets scattered the week in the end as well, so Ching makes him an easy target, but just look at the positioning. Playing at range when Harry does come in as well, and Ching is just whittling away at the health bars. Well, that scatter the week was gorgeous. Helped get the electrocute, the Infernal Soul paying dividends that was picked up by Harry before. And you just look at Ching, I mean, every ability's landing. Syndra has a big task this game, but I feel like Ching's definitely stepped up to it. That 11th kill, nicely done. 4 items now as well. And with that pentakill, with that massive teamfight win, Ultra Prime now have the tools with, again, remember, a Baron buff, which we still got. Sheen, we still got a Baron buff?
No, Baron's dead. FPX all died.
Oh, they all died. So FPX is going to say, won't be able to defend it then. And Ultra Prime are just going to continue poking them down. Look at the Syndra poke now. What do you do?
Yeah, it's starting to become very, very difficult to walk up and to deal with the shock blast, the scatter the weaks as such. LWX has to have the cat on his back at all times. Care walks in, immediately gets hit by Doggo's W and has to kind of be very careful from there. They might just show a shock blast on the Care. Yeah, he's going to go back to base. And again, it's still difficult, I will say, for Ultra Prime to siege down these turrets. Yes, you have a lot of poke. Yes, you have a lot of ways of pushing in the pressure. But with a Sivir throwing out ricochets, with a Sivir putting out boomerang blades, it becomes harder. Now, with super minions coming in onto that mid lane, this is where it's going to get a little bit more tight for the side of FPX. They need to make sure they clear these waves, move towards mid, and immediately come out of Hacker! Gets his GA pop. That's how much damage is on this Sivir. He has to flash immediately. And now you've lost already a resource, and you aren't even defending that much. Look at this. They're just pushing in because they know they can just take this. They can't take the fight.
All Ultra Prime have to do, Sheen, is poke them down so they have to go to base. It's the way they see these turrets. They play that range, and now with the next wave coming in, that inhibitor is going to be garbage. Right now, with Scout of the Week again, I mean, even Shallow, who's not taking up, they're trying.
Doggo is going in. They're going to try and take him out, but Hacker's been killed before it can happen. They trade jungler for jungler. Now Shallow tries to jump in and try and catch out Doggo. They've got him, and they're going to see Shallow moving in. Cassante trying to do his best. They turn the angles, and they're getting all the resets for Care. He says, I don't care if you got a pentakill. You're not getting this game. Quadra for LWX.
We almost had a double penta machine. We were so close. But a quadra for LWX, and Cassante things happen to set up Care to fly through. FPX, there's no objectives up. That's the only problem. The Elder's not coming up for a minute 50. But Care with his CP is able to get topside turret, open up the inner, get some objective gold to make this game more for FPX to move in. As we look at again, the Scout of the Week starts it. Now, in base, you expect Ultra Prime Poke to be there, but Doggo's stepping up when Harry and Ching are the ones who are just launching on command is not too good. Hacker's the first one to die, but dude, Cassante repositions Doggo. This all-out was fantastic, and with his dying breath, I think Shallow who just won the fight.
Yeah, 100%. Getting that knockback, getting Doggo into the face of the enemy, having blown all the summoners already, he was dead to right. LWX getting the quadra means that he's up to 5 items now, even at the Mama Mortius with 45 seconds till the, 50 seconds till the Elder Drake, 45 seconds till the Baron. This is where the game gets very, very tight. This becomes less and less about the items and the gold and more about the thing. Look at that pink wards on the side of Ultra Prime. They want vision dominance. They just need to make sure they can find it.
God, it's so hard, isn't it? Now being so risky going in, Ning angling off with the stopwatch is positioning crucial. Hacker thinking about it, but going to go a different direction instead. Baron and Dragon Timers coinciding here in Sheen. Elder is obviously the bigger hot property, but it could be a bit of a ruse. It could be the setup here that matters more.
Kill one pink ward, 2 shall replace it, as we can see. Oh, that charm needs to land on the Harry. He unfortunately does not get caught out if you're an FPX fan, but now with Dragon live, Baron live, this is where the game starts to get dicey. They got to push in mid for FPX. The minions are no longer super. That inhibitor has response. We're basically at an even Stevens kind of setup. Shallow, keeping himself at arm's length, but always in the vicinity to make sure he can be a nuisance. Hacker is still there. No one's dealing with him right now. They're kind of just waiting for him to move forward now. They got the Q out of him, so they know they can go forward this. They're going to jump straight in onto Doggo. They're trying to use the last chapter as Hacker goes down. They've traded jungler for jungler. Shallow who tries to jump back in. Another fantastic knockback. Means they trade back the massive Syndra. It's 3v3. There are no junglers. Doggo pushes forward. He flashes straight into a charm, but he's still going. Double GA. The Yumi and the Ahri need to make this one work. It's got to be the 80 carry of Ultra Prime who stays alive. No charm available, and Doggo can finally pop off. He'll get the rest of the team, and with these death timers, we're going to 3.
Yeah, we are. Run it down mid, boys. It's a worthy 3 as well. This time, Doggo with the showcase. And what a messy fight to end us off. This one was a bloodbath in the end, and it certainly ramped up nicely. With those death timers, Hacker's going to be the only one alive, but I think Ultra Prime is strong enough to end this right now.
Yeah, they should be. You've got the Jace, you've got the Jerry. I don't even think Hacker are alive before these Nexus turrets fall. So there goes game number 2. It was close, and it's going to continue to be close. Ultra Prime keep themselves alive, looking to send FPX home hungry without a win.
And that game really belongs to Ching in most parts. The mid lane has stepped up massive here for Ultra Prime. But even more than that, you know, we saw the power of, I guess, Ning in a lot of these cases on the Wukong. Definitely didn't talk about him that much. I think Baolan as well, if we're talking about another IG World Champion. Baolan had a fantastic Lulu game. Like some of his polymorphs on Cassante, on Xiaolahu, as he's going in, that's what really saved the game. It was timing there from the Lulu that made all the difference. And another reason why Doggo could pop off. So I think it's impressive stuff when you have, old veterans coming back into the league who can still perform like that. But I think what's more impressive is that you have newbies coming in for their first time in the league that end up getting a pentakill in their first 3 weeks of play.
I mean, a great moment there for Ultra Prime, and really showing that they have got the grit, they have got the coordination, if you will, to be able to build towards that kind of setup. And honestly, it couldn't have gone any other way. It was such a close game. It really did feel like a game of inches at that last few moments. And whichever AD carry got up and got to put out the damage first was literally the winner in that fight. Zeri got up first. Zeri put out the damage. And then the last missed charm just sealed the deal. I feel like even if you can kill the Zeri there, it's still very questionable whether or not you're going to be able to finish or, finish off the Jace or even survive it. So great to see Ultra Prime. And then, they're keeping themselves alive. They want to try and go to 2-1. Again, they should. This is, again, why we talked about this today being so important for a lot of these teams. Yes, there's more bottom of the standings, but if you want to be better than the rest, you just got to beat them, and this is why these games are so important.
Yeah, again, like this is the win that FPX need badly, and Ultra Prime aren't just giving it over to them. A team that is a bunch of misfits really pieced together. The fact that they can perform like that is nuts. Like, you look at damage charts here. I feel like in this patch, damage charts aren't all they're cracked up to be. Like, Harry and Ching, their poke damage was there. Ching, we definitely talked about a lot in this game, and I feel like he was the deciding factor. But yeah, overall, Asheen, I guess all I need to say is that, the poke was obviously going to do a hell of a lot more damage, because Shala, who I'd love to see his damage taken, which we will in a second, he was definitely the one absorbing it and trying to play frontline in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Harry at the end making the most damage for his team is kind of insane when you have a Syndra getting a pentakill, and still coming out on top in that regard.
Only 25%. Wow. Shallow, who actually just didn't get hit ever.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting hit, but he was doing a lot of the damage as well. So definitely coming out on top in that particular setup. But yeah, I think this is going to be another one of those series that, one, takes you to 2 a.m. 100%. And two, and two is just one of those things that you can see how much this series means to these guys. They know that there's probably not going to be many more opportunities to get a win while also kind of feeling out how your team works. So we'll have to wait and see what they bring out for game number 3. And we're going to go to a quick break before you get to say your point, because I gotta get water. Goodbye. We got to go to a break. See you soon. Topside as well. Free trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite
kill.
able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. 4 Sivir and 4 Jace. So you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. Oh! He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing at the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Sean
Apologies found Gala, but that's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive though, and OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe gets TP back, but they're gonna go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He
the
does a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that car's gonna
utilized.
stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they gonna finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not gonna be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from the
2.
cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
inside your dog. You find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind.
Welcome back, one and all, to the sixth and final game of the day. It is going to be 1-1 in scoreline between FPX and Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime coming back fantastically in that second game to really solidify themselves in that series. And it all came back over a very, very notable pentakill from the man in the mid lane, Ching.
Yeah, look, he's well deserved. Gets MVP, by the way. You're not surprised. Ching, his gold value was out of this world. I mean, 200%. The only person who got more than him was Harry in the top lane, who did 230% of his damage to gold, which is nuts. Anything over, I'd say like 130, 140, starts getting into the crazy territory, but 200% of his damage. So with the items he had, he produced double the value in damage, which is crazy. And on Syndra, his most played so far in the split, which, you know, this team hasn't been that great. Like, this team has been hit pretty hard. They're 1-1, but Ching obviously showing up like he did on some of these individual lane picks, some of these poke picks in the LDL too.
Yeah, and again, look, even here, you can see him just constantly moving in, weaving out, keeping himself 100% safe and saying, okay, when do I go in? Now I go in, I have to scatter, so they can't go on top of me. They can't go on top of my support, basically, which ended up being, and Harry as well, doing so well just to set him up for that. Really, really nicely done. And honestly, it did come off of the back of this play that, again, I was going to say, after that play, that led towards this Elder Drake that then led to them again. Because look at him, he's untouched. He's just constantly being a nuisance. Finally, Shala, who tries to jump on him, but it just feels like a little bit too little too late at that point, because they've had to change their resources over to the Syndra.
True. I mean, again, it was just like, oh, well, what do we do? I just want to point out, side of FPX in the last couple of plays, they came real close. Like, Care had a really good game here on the Ari, but it's just kind of unfortunate. You know, like LWX again getting diffed by Doggo. Definitely a better performance coming through from this Zeri, and it kind of begs the question whether Zeri is finally worth a ban here for the likes of FPX, because in both games they've been willing to give it away. They've prioritized the Yuumi as a first pick, but I truly think the Zeri is still the bigger annoyance, right? Like, Lulu is still a good counter response. Balan showed us that in Game 2 especially. So I don't think it's really all cracked up to be about the Yuumi. I think there needs to be adaptation from FPX to change their AD carry priority, or ban it away if they're not willing to first pick the Zeri themselves.
That's the big thing. I think the picking the Zeri or not picking the Zeri is a bit of a big. Yeah, they are blue side, so we'll see if FPX want to go for it. They have gone more towards the Yuumi so far this series, but they are just going to ban it. They're going to say, no, we don't want anything to do with it. We're going to ban it off.
Oh,
no
good.
way we're getting this into this game. Obviously, LWX is feeling like, look, we can do more with the Yuumi than we can do with just the Zeri, so happier to try and go with that. And again, more and more movement towards this kind of same picks and bans, apart from obviously the Zeri, which will now be taken away. And I would love to see if FPX leave open that Lucian as well. But wait to see what kind of priority they want to put on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they care as much about it, but Draven going to get banned away instead. Okay, smiles on the face of FPX coaching staff as well. And this leaves up, the Yuumi again. I mean, Ultra Prime, ban it away. No one likes a cat. In LEC, I've noticed the crowd cheers when Yuumi gets banned. Honestly, the whole world feels that same way. Let's be real. It needs to go. No one likes it as a champion. It's the only thing that could be worse than Yuumi is a new champion that becomes a turret. But no. Okay, there we go. It's Rise. Here comes Yuumi first pick, ladies and gentlemen. Are you a cat or a dog person? FPX answer? Oh, this is kind of base if they don't pick it.
They're gonna go for the Lucian right now, so you would imagine now you'll maybe see the Silver Yuumi being picked up here by the side of Ultra Prime, knowing that they're going into the Lucian Nami combination. can't really pick the Nami away and give over the Lucian. It kind of gives the same kind of vibes. So you don't really want to be doing that, but we'll see. I lie, apparently. I lie as naturally as I breathe. You take away the Nami and you go for a Zaya in the bot side.
Okay, so things getting a little bit more base then. Dude, we don't have Yumi at all. And now on the other side, I mean, it's a takeaway of the Nami. Yumi's interesting here, going with a Lucian. It's not a pairing we often see. And even though I've just been spitting out all this stuff against the cat, I'm just kind of more surprised that we have a Nami Zaya. Like, how is that lane? In that matter as well, the Yumi Lucian lane is not something I'd be like, oh man, this is a sick one. Big Ban is just now all over the place. Let's steal away the Syndra as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't want to give over to Xing, especially with the bans that have come in towards that mid lane, the Rise and the Kassadin. So Xing going to have to try and play something slightly different in towards that mid lane. Care saying, look, I don't want you to have that. It's clearly comfort for you on Ultra Prime. So at least at the bare minimum, I won't be bad at it, but you also won't be having a good time of it. So he's going to go towards the Zoe, another similar style champion who likes to try and catch you out with that bit of CC and burst you out before you really have an opportunity to react. And now for FPX, we see where they want to try and take these bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see them looking towards maybe a couple of top lane bans or jungle bans. There will be first pick to Ultra Prime before we come back out, so they will have the priority in terms of that stuff.
And so now you ban away junglers. That's my first thought. Things like maybe the Sejuani to conflict, maybe the Vi ban here from Ultra Prime, I'd say is definitely worth a look at. They're going to start with Jax here for Xiaolahu, but I definitely think you need to have a jungle ban here unless you're willing to just play the trade game. Vi's going to be the ban away, so I kind of expect Ning to pick up something like the Sejuani again. You know, again, the bottom lane just to me isn't really as well constituted. I think it's just more about the takeaway rather than how the 2v2 plays out. I could, of course, be wrong, as I probably am most of the time, but hey, I definitely want to see a Sejuani paired with it as well. Like, I think Sejuani would do well. What else, Sheen? What else plays jungle at the moment? I mean, I just feel like Sejuani's just so good. Zac would be fun here. Dude, Zac would be great here. But what does Ning feel like? That's the big question. Sejuani? Yeah, like everyone else. Okay. I've lost the Sheen. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I never unmuted. That's my bad.
It's okay, just talking to yourself.
I was like, why is he not listening to me? I'm naming like 7 different junglers here. And then he's just like, nope, they're just going to talk
Like, he
over me.
didn't
I was
know
like,
anything.
all right, cool. That's my bad. That's what I apologize that I thought it was your fault because it was my fault. Anyway, FPX going to lock in the Wukong. They're going to get the Cassante in as well. Xiaolahu did very well in the early game. Knowing that the Jace has been taken away as well means they know they're not going super far into a losing matchup or a poke matchup, shall we say, that he's not going to have the relevance in. And then Harry's going to go back towards that Camille. Had some decent engages and decent damage done in that first game, which Ultra Prime did lose. But this time around, it's into a Cassante. Cassante can turn that matchup so quickly, and obviously the engage that you get from Xiaolahu on the Cassante is going to be huge.
I'm just trying to make sense of this. As a play-by-play now turned color caster who is like mid-tier garbage in solo queue, I look at this and I think, well, for FPX, it's quite simple, right? You have an insane mid-game. Like, your skirmishes around like some of the second or third neutrals, when you hit those 1, 2 items, you're going to be massive, especially on Syndra and Lucian. You have a lot of versatility, a lot of setup as well from the Wukong and the Cassante. On the other side, I'm like, well, we have poke elements, we have pick potential, but there's scaling and but playing to side. But how strong is your core 3? I guess your core 3 is great. Well, it's a 4, isn't it? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this one for Ultra Prime. There's a lot going on.
It's like coming up to 2 a.m. for you. We're
It is
very
1:40.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, we are totally fine with you going off a little bit off the rails. I think the big thing to look at these two compositions to recognize, like, the all-in and wombo combo S kind of setup from the Fun Plus Phoenix is ridiculous. Xiaolahu going in on the Cassante, Wukong Cyclone, the Scatter the Weak, the Lucian wants to be up in your face, the last chapter to try and, you know, keep everyone all in one setup. It is a massive cluster mine of a setup here kind of coming into these team fights. However, if you are able to keep people at arm's distance, if you are able to move away from this as Ultra Prime and kind of say, look, we don't care about all that kind of stuff. We don't mind you having this big kind of setup because we have all the disengage in the world. They can just pick them off with the paddle stars and, of course, the feathers coming out as well. But we will see now Ultra Prime not walking into that brush, so there should not be any level 1 shenanigans.
I wish I could breed a Mandarin. I think this is Mayo, and then I don't know the rest.
I definitely thought you said, I thought you could breed a man, and I was like, what does that mean? why would you want to breathe in a man?
No.
I don't understand what that constitutes, but yeah.
I
it's
tried
late.
reading, you know, I was watching LCK the other day, and you know, like just listening to Valdez and Wolf read all the signs in Korean, and I'm like, dude, that's goated. Like when you can read, you know, like a secondary language that well, where you see a sign on broadcast for 5 seconds, that's a super plus. So shout out to them. I can read 1 or 2 words.
They translate the comms as well, the end-game team.
Yeah, they
fights and
do
stuff.
actually.
Yeah, it's very
Handy
cool.
skill to have. I mean, they've been in Korea for a while, but still, I feel like I need to be in China for like 5 years. Which I think they've been in Korea for 5 years. Hang on. Well, either way, it's still goated. But I will say, Sheen, coming into this game, you know what's goated about this? It's the last one of the night. But more so that we have strange comps like this bottom lane 2v2. I'm really interested to see it play out because we have a lot of poke that comes through the early lane that I feel like with Yuumi this early on might be hard to manage. But the all-in that'll come through from Lucian Yuumi, Zaya's going to be in a lot of trouble in that regard. So I think it's going to be an advantage here for FPX's bottom lane. Maybe a chance for, you know, Hacker to kind of play around bot side jungle, get aggressive and set up some of these invades. He wasn't spotted on the ward just there, so really good skirting around things from the start of something. Hang on. Zoe things. Woo!
Zoe things indeed. Care very, very closely, almost dropping right there. Doesn't use his flash, but Ching does use both of his summoners. So Care keeping his trigger discipline fairly well at the moment. But with both junglers in the vicinity, I think most mid laners might be feeling a little bit overzealous. There's a heal coming out there, so Balan not liking the exchange at the moment. Exhaust comes out from the opposite side, so Lil not really feeling confident that he would be able to take that trade, and they may look for another engage here. Hacker
Monkey.
finally finds himself. They're going to get the ignite down. Balan flashes. Ning is coming. There's a couple of feathers down, but they are starting to dissipate, so you will not get that route on the way back. Again, we're looking towards this bot lane and realizing just how volatile it can be.
But this time in favor of FPX. I mean, Ning has an opportunity to get scuttled in the meanwhile, but it's still like this combination of Xayah and Nami that it just hasn't worked out so far. Double summoners down from Balan means it's usable as well. So able to get the bounce back is going to be a priority for LWX and Lola. Get a reset and then set up for Hacker to make a return visit in a lane that could really just take off, I feel. And, you know, we'll talk about it later on, but I feel like Doggo in this game isn't going to have the same natural path. Like, how much trying to say it, Sheen? There's very big break points on Ultra Prime. Like, you know, we talk about one item Zoe, right? Like, Zoe has an early spike, her ability to play around first couple of neutrals because once she has max battle star, her damage is insane at max range. You know, how Camille can play in the side lane where this game, especially a couple of items in, she's going to be able to match Cassante fine. You know, where Xayah, we're going to be looking at how she can kind of play around, you know, being in that strong 4-4 and just being able to skirt around the CC. You talked about it. Let's see some CC here.
No sums, and that's why this is a problem. Ooh, great double bubble. Gonna force a flash out of Hacker, but Balan now walking away from this one here. LWX was coming up to maybe see there was an opportunity there, but FPX get first blood on the board.
Well, that's a great start, and coming through mid, I mean, the setup was there. So first blood going to Hacker, and already, I mean, FPX has just blown this game wide open, it feels like. Getting first blood on this Wukong too, sets up for the Sheen, and Care's already having a great lane against the Zoe. That is you. Sheen is you. Sterix Gage is apparently me.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh wait, I don't know why I never caught that. You made a content piece with that name recently, and I was just like,
I did.
I was like, that's interesting. He spelled gauge wrong, and I was like, no, he didn't. Now that I think about it,
The
it's like,
American
no,
way.
he didn't. Oh, bubble doesn't land, but a barrier has been used. Very defensive start from this Ultra Prime bot side in terms of the summoners they have chosen. Cleanse for LWX would have been used had that bubble landed, and Ning is on the giant Poro, making his way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and he's homebound. Ching coming around too with the rocket belts to try and maybe help. Yeah.
I was
Thank
just
you
like,
for
I was
pushing
looking
it
back at my
further.
piano behind me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what? How do I play that song? Could I just whip in with a? Get the
That should be
copyright
our cast from now on. Just like I'll make obscure but also not obscure song references, and you'll just come back and bubble lands.
Bubble.
No Ning really to follow up just yet. Scat of the week to stop anything from coming in with the Arctic Assault, but again, more and more pressure coming out here, and more reliance on these junglers. Top lane's been a bit of an island. Neither team really having an advantage. It should be fairly equaled out after this wave of minions gets picked up here by Harry. We come back into the lane.
I was just thinking, you know, like we could really make it something. It's portal jump. Good dodge away from Scat of the Week. You know, we could really just like play out League of Legends on a piano. And every time something happy happens, we'll play in a major key. Every time something bad happens, Machine, we'll go to a minor.
I do not know like how to control my voice properly to tell you whether or not I'm in a major or minor key. I am
be
not
happy or sad.
Yeah. Just like all around me are familiar. Just sing like randomly sad songs.
Oh god, look, there's a way. One day when we have like, when we get towards the end of the split and we have the yakety sack of matches, you know, like normally when we do the golden bricks, that's the day for Piano Co-caster. Get real sad as all in.
Ignite, exhaust, flash! Oh! Lele does take up the kill there. I love what Doggo tried to do there. He tried to make sure he was in a position to be able to get that damage down, but now Baolan, no flash, no heal, nowhere to go, and no mana. So he's going to be taken out pretty damn easily, you imagine. 1, 2, 3. Hacker gets a kill. Hacker 2-0, and Hacker, again, showing me up, showing me I was wrong to doubt him. He's actually looking pretty good, and I will say looking a lot more consistent with how FPX want to play the game.
He's warmed into this series really nicely, and overall, like, this is a bit of a disaster. The 2v2 laner, the takeaway of Derby versus picking to something like a Rakan, if you were going to play this lane, has so less value. Is bot lane is now tragically behind 15 CS. A plate went over to LWX as well. He's pretty close to getting to Gale Force this early on. And Doggo just doesn't do enough damage with this combination. So Ning's like, all right, bot's a bit of a disaster. I'm going to go somewhere else.
Well, they used all the mana from Harry to get that Hextech ultimatum going. Xiaolahu will just walk away. Nothing really too untoward from that. You have the Cyclone available. Nami up by this Baron Pit, which is holding Shelly for the moment. But I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to fully commit to this. I will say they have got Doggo 100% committed to this for the moment. And it looks like FPX are, happy to let that one slide, kind of maybe take themselves a pressure in the bot side, give more resources over to this Lucian. Like you said, he's very, very close to that kill.
So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Herald is actually being started. I mean, Ning's still on this, but a trouble bubble.
Oh, the flash bubble. They're going to get the final chapter. But Lele is not going to be able to get anywhere out of there. Hacker does walk over to collect the cat. Says, that's my pet. Thank you very much. And now, with a kill going over, that's a little bit more gold going over to the side of Ultra Prime. It does go into the hands of Doggo as well, which is very, very nice. While that's all been happening, you can see LWX has just been making a nuisance of himself up on this top side. And we can see all out from Xiaohu and a ghost, because he knew that Sejuani was coming.
Xiaohu.
Sorry,
Xing.
Xiaolahu.
Yeah, I think, as Kitty was telling me, there's just a difference of like the type of tiger or something like that in the name. But yeah, something very small. Like there's a lot of similarities between the names. But look, we look at the culling in the bottom lane. Well, Lan is almost dead. I think Doggo needed that desperately. Getting that kill through mid, getting him in the game. I mean, Ching on this Zoe helping out in that regard. This is game number 1, Ching, who still had a really good Zoe game, but Ultra Prime kind of fell apart by one fight. So once again, coming clutch on this Zoe, it means that Doggo doesn't get shut out completely despite the plate in the bottom side. It means that he will be able to try and catch up here. So looks like FPX, meanwhile, will just get the Dragon, but at the very least, this Xayah is not as irrelevant as she could have been.
Absolutely. Look at the replay here, and this is just Care getting caught out again. Just honestly not really respecting the distance that can be traveled for the Zoe portal jump, and yeah, just not really respecting that there are plenty of people to follow up and catch him out.
Lola manages to get away in the end as well. So happy story there. I know it's a hard note. When I first saw it, like, how could we? Oh yeah.
I just think of it like I'm saying it like I'm French, you know. Like,
oh yeah. I think of you know when you have a song in your
no,
head?
I don't know what you're singing right now at all.
God.
I don't know what's going on.
Loving you is easy because you're beautiful. You know.
Wait, but why does that help you pronounce Lola?
No, because that's when you started singing. Anyway,
okay.
It's 150. We have no time. It's Hacker ulti. Okay, I think Jogger's dead.
I don't know. He doesn't have flash. Never mind. He does get caught out. I was going to thought he was taking it very nonchalantly there. Bolan knocked up the tidal wave to keep him alive. Hacker very low. They do know that Sejuani is there, and they are going to be able to take him out. No! He gets over the wall. Just about gets taken out. The culling is good. There's going to be a nice bubble there as Ching wants to make this one work for his team. He gets caught on the back side of the portal jump. There's a TP coming in from Harry to make sure that he can try and get something from this flash into the Hextech ultimatum. The cat says, I'm out. I'm not loyal to you. I'm not a dog. I don't care who feeds me as long as they feed me. But now he might be fed to the wolves, as right now he's dealing with Care. He's trying to see if he can keep himself alive, but he shall not be done. And now the cat's out of the bag and thrown into the river. There's nothing you can do. And while this is all happening, Shala who's getting some plates.
Yeah, dude, who knows what just happened in that bottom lane. A bit of yakety sacks jumping around. Shallow getting played, sure, whatever. Like, FPX still have a gold lead, but the fact that we had about 5-6 kills go over the course of that play was just bonkers. By the way, even though it looks great for Ultra Prime, I'm pretty sure LWX evened it out. We'll look again. Doggo getting caught out. His flash, by the way, is about 10 seconds off its timer here. So FPX really playing around that timer beautifully. Balan's been getting some great bubbles. It forces out the cleanse, and I believe in the end as well, we got the exhaust too. Hacker forces flash here, but just look at LWX. As he gets a kill under turret, it's in the fancy feat here that he dodges away from both Palsar and Bubble, helps get the kill. But as Chink goes down, LWX has done so much damage, so much work, even getting a plate on the exit. Ultra Prime might get something back, but I think FPX is still in a pretty good position, despite that going pretty balls to the wall here.
I will say the biggest thing that come out of this, Harry is 3-0. Harry got
Big
3 kills there, and there were shutdown kills as well. So he's going to where they're going to try and turn him out.
What?
Oh, that was so clean from Xiaolahu and said, "Did you miss me? I see you came back with 3 new kills. I'll take one of them for myself."
It was a Mortal Kombat get over here if I've ever seen one. Xiaolahu, he's just been farming and chilling the whole time. Hacker finally makes an appearance in the top lane, and that sets up for not only the kill on Harry we were just talking about, but the CS lead to go further, the open top side of the map. FPX stay ahead, so even though, yeah, you were correcting me that Ultra Prime did actually win out in the last play, FPX are snowballing the hell out of this game because remember I talked about their mid game being so strong. They're going to be coming into it red hot with a 2-item Lucian just about, and Care, who will eventually get his first, having a brick wall in front of them while they get to just destroy people in 100-0 like this.
A little bit of disconnection there from the FPX bot lane. Not really combining up there. So, yeah, they can go all in, but they need to make sure they're on the same page, you know? That's why you have the last final chapter.
Joke. Yeah. Yeah, very good.
I do this professionally.
Yeah, you get paid.
Sometimes.
just here.
Yeah. But yeah, before we don't really have anything to talk about right now. Dragon open a couple of seconds, I should say, but I don't really see Ultra Prime contest. I say that actually, Harry has made his way all the way down. So he's keeping the advantage of Shallow, so we might actually see an engage. So I'm going to stop myself at this point. I haven't gotten full vision just yet, and it is going to be FPX and Ultra Prime locking heads. And when in doubt, ARAM it out. That's the way it is. And we're going to see them maybe all move towards this dragon once more. They don't have the final chapter though, so I think this is pretty difficult for Hacker trying to steal.
Not here. Care's just not here, and he doesn't have his item. I mean, Hacker either plays it cheekily, he does not care, no. So naturally, it was good from FPX. There's an item disadvantage through mid, and I think you leave that one, especially when Harry's already roamed down. So with Dragon going over, Ultra Prime able to equal it out. But now the biggest question is how FPX react, because Shallow-Who's gotten the push. The potential for dive here.
They're going to look for it. Water and ice being thrown now into things. The tower still stands, and Hacker gets away by giving his decoy a lot of different damage. So they get quite a few ultimates I should say, ultimates out of the side of Ultra Prime, and they only lose the cleanse off of LWX. So not a bad trade, and they finally get their prize, which is that bot lane tier 1 turret. 4,000 gold lead here now for FPX. They try and just kind of ascend themselves into a figure. I will say Doggo's actually ahead on levels because of the amount of solo time he's been given. So he's just been able to kind of make this one work for him and his team, which has been really nice to see.
He's ahead on levels, but he's down on a full item because Essence Reaver was just picked up by LWX on this back. So we're at 16 minutes with the 2-item Lucian, who has this annoying little cat attached. You know what? Taking down that plate and taking down the turret reminds me of, you know, you're at work, people can relate to this, and you've done a really good job, and your boss notices you, but instead of praising you individually, they praise the whole team. And there's that person who has been mucking around the whole day, doing nothing at work, who just gets the old thank you. And that's what Yubi is. Just sitting on someone's shoulders, taking the thank you. As Culling comes out of Sheen, we already had Ning about to throw the ultimate again, actually. That's almost off the cooldown, because Herald's up, and they want that turkey.
Oh, the turkey's dead. Thanksgiving's around the corner. It's not. It's past us.
You don't celebrate that, do you?
We missed the eggs. No, we don't celebrate that. I'm not American.
No.
I'm Irish.
I realize that is just an American thing.
What I find even funnier about like American holidays is like they celebrate St. Patrick's Day harder than we do. Like,
true.
We celebrate it pretty hard, but it's not that hard. And you gotta in Chicago they like dye the river green, and we're like, all right, we're like big on the like holiday, but we're not here to like pollute the world. You know, like we're not gonna destroy an ecosystem of river and fish and stuff, but. You know, that is just
I
the
get you,
American
dude.
way.
I mean, it's like, oh, drink today. Okay. Dude, in Australia, it's the same. You know,
Yeah.
but to be fair, we have more Irish pubs, and we actually have a lot of Irish people. We found out as good block.
We're gonna see a little bit of an engage. Doggo might be forced to flash
TP.
away. He only just got that back to him. He flashes and he gets the feathers flying backwards, but he's just not gonna be able to do anything else. Airy flashes, but it's a flash answered by LWX. He knew exactly where this Camille was coming from. Now Shallahu trying to be absolutely monstrous. That wall of meat. He's like a butcher right now, just showing all his delicacies and showing it to everyone. There's nothing they can do. They want to walk away, but they can't, and they're gonna lose everything in mid.
And Ultra Primer back on the menu again here for Xiao Lao, who FPX it's been such an improvement of play over this series. And I will say, in this game, it's been clean as hell. Playing through LWX, now those skirmishes are coming alive. It's a 2 Herald charge, or rather a 2 turret charge, I should say. A Herald going to get dissipated before the 3rd. And FPX now soaring to the lead. 7,000 gold after that. And Sheen, look, it starts negatively, but look at Hacker. What a bro! Oh my god, Hacker, I'm so sorry to doubt you. That was a beautiful block coming through with flash committed. Doggo, yeah, we know he has no protection this game. We don't like the Nami. Okay, get over it. LWX flashes away. Harry follows. What I want you to focus at is Xiao Lao who saves his ultimate for so long until now. No portal jump. Easy kill on Ching. He holds it that the respect is given. And it's just beautiful to see this Cassante played to an absolute T. Great stuff from FPX. And now for Ultra Prime. I don't know how you play this game out when your damage sources are non-existent. Your side laning can't really deal with a Thornmail Cassante. And I'm like, how do I win if I'm this team? Play off the picks of Sejuani and Zoe. Play through the range of those two and how they set out. And he doesn't need to care. He's just chilling. He's just looking for something. But yeah, Asheen, this is hard. Ultra Prime need a great pick to slow down this tempo because this all in, this skirmishing I talked about and kind of forcing around neutrals. I think FPX can just, you know, put Ultra Prime into bad positions consistently and just win out the game from there.
Come back into the game, 7,000 gold lead for FPX. They've got a dragon that they can take now for free while they're pushing in pretty much every single lane. And like you said, the damage source is non-existent right now. Doggo cannot walk up to deal with anyone. He will be a hyper carry eventually, but he is also going towards the slightly newer build, I would say, that is kind of almost exactly the same as the Lucian one. You go from the Gale Force into the Essence Reaver, and then I imagine you'll be looking for an Evori Quick Blades, but tier 2 and bot side does end up getting taken out. FPX clear up the Dragon. They're 10 to 5 up in kills. It's no real win condition for the Soul right now. You're still 10 minutes off, so it's going to be 31 minutes before them. You would imagine if you're an FPX player, you want to have the game ended before then.
Yeah, no, agreed. And look, there's many ways to do so. Playing out side lanes is a great way to go. Like, you know, you're not looking at how strong this team is in like a 1-3-1 or a 1-4. You're definitely looking to push and then move together. There's definitely like a composition. I already mentioned skirmishing, team fighting extends to that as well. So FPX will be looking to kind of group up a little bit more often than not, especially to play when you play against comps that are looking for a pick, like through the mid jungle with Ultra Prime. Then grouping is a natural counter to that, right? So your ability to re-engage is always there and kind of cover your teammates. Ultra Prime are now trying to play through what fog of war they can find, but LWX this time around, he's got a turret behind him. He's not giving too much away to this Sejuani, but they're going to look for another angle on the bottom lane, and you know what? That's just not going to work.
No, it is not. You have to now realize that there is a very real possibility that your Baron Vision with these augmented Hex Rift Scryer's Blooms are going to be very easily cleared. It's just not going to be the same level of consistency you'll have with that Vision because it just takes 2 seconds for that Scryer's Bloom to make the damage come in. I think Ching did less damage to Hacker than he received from the Yuumi, which is a curious one there. We will see a Mikhail's Blessing being brought in there for Hacker as they did get caught out by the Sejuani ultimate, and everyone just kind of calms down again. We see everyone just kind of grouping up, and it does feel like we're boiling up towards that one big team fight, which is just going to end the game.
Yep, and if it comes to it with Navori Quick Blades, I don't favor Doggo going head-to-head with LWX right now. He's got an Essence Reaver himself, but with his Xayah, you're still not doing the kind of damage you kind of expect. Especially when we're talking about range here. FPX playing around the Baron right now, trying to lure in Ultra Prime. They definitely don't want to start it up. They just want to bring them closer. And with mid getting cleared, with the Vision still being controlled, with like this massive chokehold they're holding in right now, all you have to do is wait for Ultra Prime to make the mistake, capitalize. Baron's then yours. You know, Dragon be up by then as well. You can start sieging some of this base. And I like that FPX are playing it smart, like they're just pushing in sideways, they're just setting up, getting information, reapplying Vision, and it might just be in the hopes of setting up Dragon or setting up the flip for Dragon and getting the Baron at that time as well. Because I think Baron is a much higher value objective, especially with Chemtech Soul on the Rift this game. I think FPX getting Baron is going to help them see massive.
Well, nothing's going to happen for the next while. It's just going to be a lot of ping-ponging. So it actually see Doggo getting his last Whisper, which means he's not as far behind as he was. He's going to go towards that Lord Dominic's Regard. You can see FPX, they're taking their time with this, but you got to remember, the more time they take, the less, I suppose, relevant it could be. Ching has to use his own real flash. It's not a W flash that he was able to pick up off the ground, but now, without Mikhail's Blessing, Hacker getting caught out a little bit. Doggo going to be forced to use the Gale Force away. They got the TP and a Shalahu, but also Harry's as well. So you see a lot of damage. That's a good bubble. This is FPX overstaying their welcome. They're burning summoners. They're getting health bars down. But look at the mid lane. Harry's got to go and cool. I'm a Camille. I will destroy this turret. This turret is nothing to me and my razor sharp scissor legs. And that's just going to be a very easy objective. A little bit more gold coming in for Ultra Prime.
And there's so much follow-up. The health bars aren't in favor of FPX as well. Harry not getting locked, I mean, there's always a threat of a counter engage. And Ching, yeah, he's starting to hurt a little bit more with the Horizon focus. So plays like that keep the game going. If you're an Ultra Prime fan, if you're hoping for this team to win, you know, FPX, as you said, overstaying their welcome. They're going to start the Baron now, but they're just hoping that Ultra Prime come and check into them because Ninken's 50-50.
They will look to do it. There's going to be some decent damage on the care. FPX back away. You may take the Baron. You may chase the team, but FPX Barons are still a very big thing to be scared of, as we can see. Whoa! What's happening here, boys? That was a W Ching flash as he tries to make something work, but most of the resets should come in. Most of the vision should be cleared out. Everyone can reset again. 15 seconds to the soul point of FPX. And like I said, if this gets to 31 minutes and they're looking at soul point, that's where this game gets dicey. You are ahead now. You should be able to burst out, if not destroy everyone on the side of Ultra Prime.
And so Dragon coming up, that should just be taken, get an early timer, and make sure that that soul is a question, is not going to be a debate any longer. So that'll just be taken. We'll chill out for a little bit. Ultra Prime will probably keep playing defensively, trying to get some of these pickoffs. And at this time, as Dragon goes down, still naval vision for Balan. Just put in towards Baron, so it gives them a little bit more time to play with. Now the biggest question is, are FPX going to try and flip the Baron again, or set up for some of these side lane pushes and play for picks? Machine, what do you think? If you had to guess.
I think I'm really tired. I have been casting for 6 hours.
Yeah.
And we are still going in this game, so it's looking like it's going to be about 6.5 before I get to stop today. I've been up since 6 a.m., so it's been a morning. It's been a morning.
Yeah.
But probably not as tired as you, because it's now way past your bedtime.
Oh, I mean, I woke up again. I woke up at like 7:30 this morning. And Aka,
You are nearly hitting 24 hours. You are 20 of 24 hours hit right now.
True. I'm getting close on it.
Yeah, you are
When
getting
your brain
close.
starts going in circles.
That's why I'm trying to keep us as. You know what? You're doing great. I'm delighted that we had you there to be able to help us out. You know, Jamada was sick, and you stood up. You stood up and you set an example, and that's all. That's all I appreciated from you. You know, you made it so you said, you know what? We're not gonna have just an Oshin solo cast like his dream has always been to be. We're gonna get rid of his dream.
To hear themselves talk. I mean, I'm the same. You know, I'm like,
You gotta have a
one day
little bit of
I'll do
ego
it.
in this job. Let's be real.
True.
You gotta have a little bit of ego.
You gotta think you're better than Mike Tyson is. Uh-oh.
Here we go. Mike Tyson, maybe a 1-2 punch coming out here from FPX. They thought they were baiting out the Baron. Ching goes golden, but he's going to be taken out. LWF picks up that kill. The rest of Ultra Prime back themselves away. That's when everyone just starts to back up now towards this Baron. They have got some low-ish health bars. They have to be careful with how they micromanage these, you know, kind of setups, but I don't think Ultra Prime are willing to let this one go just for freezies. They want to try and make sure they're doing it, but it's another bait. The Scatter Week is huge. The TP's going to be coming in from Xiao Lao Hu. Harry's trying to jumping on top of the backside. LWX, he cleanses, but he does not go down. Doggo gets 1.
Whoa.
Doggo gets 2. They can't take him out just yet. He's got the barrier. He's still putting him down. The feathers go flying, but they're not able to kill anybody. It ends up being a 2 for 3 at the moment.
Hello.
But Bing is almost certainly going to be joining that list for a 4 for 2. And that's going to be Ultra Prime almost coming back onto this. That was so close to how it goes. And they can't take the Baron, though. That's the big thing, because they've no DPS.
So it has still delayed. It's their main objective, and the game goes on. But, I mean, you're right to say it's close when Ultra Prime are the ones getting trapped in. Ching now coming back to live. Drop level not going to connect as Lola just reconnects in case. Get a replay of that right now. I'm a fortune teller. This came off the back of FPX finding a good pick in Ultra Prime's jungle. I told you, they're just waiting for the mistake. Then Harry survives for so long. Doggo goes forward. Absolute baller move here, looking for LWX. And in the end, I mean, if those feathers came in one more time, which they did in the end, but I'm not sure those ones that came through from the ulti actually flew across. If they came in a little bit earlier, maybe that fight's going to be a win. Maybe it's going to be a very different story. So Ultra Prime still in with a chance in this game. We're getting later, as you're saying, and I feel like for FPX, they're trying to bait around this Baron, but Ultra Prime, they still haven't lost everything around the play yet. They're still only losing 1 or 2 members with the pick. It's never a full wipe, which sets up something like this.
Doesn't have the Gale Force, never mind, just has it now, but the Shirelli is good enough to keep him safe. You want to try and keep his Splash and his Gale Force for the last possible second. Look at the items right now. There is no real difference between the AD carries. LWX is ahead 100%, but now it's been equaled up. You're 3 items apiece. It's a Zeal upgrade versus a Crit Cloak. It's not that big of a deal. The major bit in this next fight is going to be that stopwatch for LWX, and if he can make the most out of it.
He's also got Ninja Tabi as well, so he's optimized for people like Doggo and Harry. An interesting choice here as we approach that Soul. 30 seconds. I want you all to watch Ching and Ning. Yes, very confusing, I know, but they are the pick tools, they're the engage tools. They're the ones who find important members like LWX and Care, as Harry has an angle as well. But that CC, that follow-up, which is good there.
Battlestar, it's doing significant damage now onto Hacker. Let's go. Chemtech Soul will be spawning in 10 seconds, and you've great vision on the top side of the map here for FPX. You can see it on the mini-map, 2 great pink wards and 1 on the lane, but around this dragon, you've very, very little. You're kind of more defensive. You're not really as aggressive, and Harry, he's making his way around the back of the Baron pit. Ooh, the Scat of the Week is good to keep Ching away, but Harry is now moving forward like a viper slithering on the vine, waiting for its prey to try and get a little bit too far close. Hacker does use the decoy and he's backed away. They know where he is. He's going to go straight onto Hacker. Hacker gets obliterated straight away. They found on top of the LWX. He has to go golden. They've lost Harry. The dragon has been secured by Ultra Prime. They need to get the hell out. They can't lose any more people. They can't lose any more people, because if they do, they're just going to lose the game. Ching needs to run, but Ching does not have flash. Ching does not survive, and you can only imagine with the waves the way they are, FPX should take the series.
And the death time is, you're right, it should be it. 25 seconds on Baolan, 30 on Doggo. I'm not sure it's enough, but mixed messages here from Ultra Prime, mixed focus, and Harry's flank goes to the wayside with no one else there to follow up. I just think Ultra Prime weren't really ready to commit one way or the other, as now into Nexus turrets is going to be close.
Yeah, Ning trying his absolute hardest, but it's just not going to be enough. That's going to be the 8th finally coming in. Nobody dies on FPX, and they will finally take this series 2-1 over Ultra Prime, and they will get themselves their first win.
It's a sad way to end with Ultra Prime dying out in a fight like that, but that reminds me of game number 1. This team maybe just not all together as of yet, especially with a new squad like this, but a great win for FPX. They break their curse, they break their loss streak. It was only a 2-loss streak, but it was very significant considering it was the start of the split. And against Ultra Prime, I mean, a very decent win when this team is like, could be above that bottom 3, could be in that middle tier echelon if they shape up. So FPX finally getting on the board is not only a big deal for them, but I think a big deal for players like LWX, players like Care, who've now been in the league for quite a bit. And we have high expectations of players like Hacker, who played his first series here tonight and, you know, surprisingly was actually really, really good.
Solid. I mean, look, I'll eat my words. He was solid as hell in this particular setup, and again, just one of those things that you needed to have happen here for FPX. They were already 0-2. They needed to make a change. They felt like the jungle was the place to do it. They made that change. It definitely looked a bit rough in game number 2, but game number 1 and even game number 3 here, it was slow around the Baron, but they eventually got the team fight they wanted. We talked about it in Champ Select, just looking at these entire composition of champions, the Syndra, the Lucian, the Wukong, the Cassante, team fights galore. That's what they want. That's what they're going to do. And they got what they wanted every time, because they got those, those early gold objectives. They got themselves ahead and basically forced Ultra Prime into a bad situation.
Yeah, every single time. I mean, LWX was thriving in those later fights as well. And I think Care, showed up on the Syndra Massive too. Both Ching and Care had great parts of their series, great Syndra games alike as well. But, game number 3, Hacker on this Wukong. Really, really significant performance. As we said, he got better and better, and I think Wukong in this series has just been intense. So, props to FPX. I feel like they probably will keep Hacker on. Definitely felt like he was more influential. What we saw from Howyer is that, he's definitely got a lot more time to brew. We've got to let him cook a little bit more, but hacker is someone who's been around in the scene for
I
a
have
while.
an
and
original thought. You
plays
didn't
like
need
that.
to say it like that. Come on.
Hey, hey, I was chefing. I've got a chef jacket
That's
somewhere
true.
in this
That
house.
is true.
You
You
know,
were cooking before everyone else was cooking.
People ask who to let him cook. It's like, man, I've been cooking for years, bro. I just haven't turned the stove off.
That's true.
So-
We both have like old school restaurant experience. Your family, I'm more, old school diner franchise stuff. But we both have cooking
Diner.
experience in this particular
Coffee.
situation. But we're coming in and looking at the damage done, and again, look at the longer the game went on, it really did feel like there was an opportunity for Ultra Prime. They were getting down the damage, but it felt so hard unless they were the ones finding someone out with a trouble bubble or even a glacial prison, that it was just going to be so much harder for them to really make these fights turn in their favor.
Dude, how do you approach that? Like, again, the picks I thought were it could have been really influential, but just weren't there in the end as well. Just want to have a quick glance because I know Doggo did the most damage, but I feel like this game would have been very different with the support change. You know, we often
Rakan.
talk about, like if it's Rakan, if it's even, even if we had a Lulu machine, I think
Yeah.
when we talk about Xayah hyper carry, like, Nami has great lane presence. She has a really strong one-item power spike on Imperial Mandate. Like, she has one of the strongest support item power spikes in the game, I feel. And, from personal experience, like, she hits the mid-game like a rock. And late game, her healing is still significant. Like, she still scales incredibly. However, with the full support build as well, like, it's not adding the same value that something like a Lulu is, where that healing and shield power is so much more significant towards the mid to late game, where Doggo, who wants to go in that aggressive, can. He can play that aggressive into that kind of team. But unfortunately, when you have a Nami, you're playing a lot of wave disengage. Like, you're playing many different roles where you're not just about facilitating Doggo in fights like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big thing that kind of came out of it, was that the Nami is good, but the Lucian is better. I think it's the best way we can look at it in that combination. But combined, they are still horrifically oppressive to try and deal with. So it felt like more it was a takeaway rather than a full sense. Oh, big yawn there from you, Jake. You've had a
help
long
it.
day. Yeah,
I don't like
know.
yawning on
It's-
broadcast.
It
just
is
couldn't
nearly,
be hidden.
It is nearly 2:30 in the morning for you. I appreciate you coming in and making the best as we possibly can, and stepping in and stepping up, and that's all that we want from you. But again, it kind of comes down to the way FPX are playing, and for Ultra Prime, look, there were some good moments for them. I don't want to take that away. I think Harry was definitely struggling in the laning phase. I think he showed that he's not really the strongest laner as such, but he was making smart decisions outside of that in terms of the team fights and trying to find an opportunity. And I did love that you brought it up at the last team fight where he goes on the Wukong, because in his head, he's like, well, if we kill the Wukong, we guarantee this smite, and there's nothing they can do. They don't get the Cyclone, they don't get this big AoE, but the rest of Ultra Prime just weren't quite there. So obviously Ultra Prime have a bit of a communication set up that they need to try and make a bit more finite.
And because in the backline is getting threatened by so many different things, like, it was hard to coordinate, granted by the composition itself, but, very different pages, as you're saying, like Ning and Qing didn't really do much in that last team fight. And it's sad when I think Qing's been solid all series, where just coordination in that last one wasn't too great.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's sitting by with the victorious Care after FPX took that victory.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Care from FPX with us. Congratulations on the first win of the split, and for today's best of threes, you guys really have shown us so many impressive team fights. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们获得了赛季的首胜嘛，而且今天也确实展现出了非常多很漂亮的团战。现在赢下来，心情感觉怎么样？
拿下首胜的话，心情还是非常开心的吧，毕竟打的也不容易。
最后什么？
毕竟打的也不容易。
So it's definitely a not easy game. So I'm very happy that we were able to get this first win of our split. And also, let's talk a bit more about the game strategy, because in game 2, it feels like UP can be quite solid in the late game for the late game macro and team fights. So coming into the last game, game 3, which part did the whole team pay more attention on? 那其实说到今天的比赛，从第2局感觉 UP 好像后面的运营啊，包括说团战都打得蛮稳健的。然后所以说想问一下，可能你们来到最后的决胜局，你们在哪些方面有额外的来注意吗？
比较注意下路的 BP 吧，因为前2把对面下路也是看起来就是输出很高嘛，所以我们就把 BP 思路往下路放了一下。
So I think in game 2, the opponents bot lane, they played quite aggressively. They also performed so good. So coming into game 3, from the ban pick phase, we would like to put more attention on the bot lane to try to let our bot laner play more comfortably. And also, let's talk a bit more about the team fights in game 3, especially the mid lane team fights before the Baron spawned, because around there you guys really enlarged the gold lead and also used the Rift Herald to even break the opponent's mid inner tower. So tell us more about what the calls made around there. 那其实说到第3局，有非常多波很漂亮的团战，特别是在大龙刷新前的在中路的那一波，你们当时是完美开团，然后不但扩大了经济优势，而且是利用先锋直接破掉了对面的中2塔。那一波是怎么样的一个情况？当时有进行什么样的一些指挥或者沟通吗？
那一波是翔哥被睡到的嘛，然后对面来越塔，看到越塔我们就直接交了双 DP， 然后就把他们追死了。
Around there, just our AD player LWX, he got hit by the Zoe's sleeping bubble, and after that, the opponent's team, they would like to make the tower dive around the mid lane, and we would like to have the counter engage. So we just use our teleport to make the hard engage, and after that is an easy game for us. And also the last question, next game for you guys will be the matchup between FPX and WBG. Definitely WBG can be a very strong opponent. So what's your expectation to the next matchup? 那最后一个问题也是下一场比赛你们也将面对 WBG 嘛？那 WBG 毫无疑问是一个非常强劲的对手，所以说对下一场比赛我们的 Care 选手有什么期待吗？
对上胡大将军的话，感觉应该还是会有点压力吧，就希望能把自己能做好的都做好吧。
Play against WBG, play against the captain Xiaohu. Definitely there will be a huge pressure on my shoulder, but I would like to keep the eye on my own performance and try my best to perform good for the following matchups. And definitely best of luck for the next matchup as well. 那再次恭喜你们，希望下一场加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course, Care. Congratulations again on your win. And I can see you were like slinking back a little bit there. You were like, "Oh man, I might fall asleep." It's kind of sliding into your chair. It's like, "Oh, this is comfy."
But I wasn't tired enough to see the call out towards Xiaohu. You know, Weibo Gaming.
Yeah,
cheeky man, Mr. Care. But look, he honestly had such a great series. I think that was well deserved as a win, but also just the cohesion they're kind of developing in that team. It sounds good. It sounds like there's a lot to look forward to from FPX in the future.
Absolutely. And the man who made me eat my words all day today was Hacker, who gets the MVP for game number 3. Honestly deserved. I think the Wukong was exceptional. And again, I as I said, going into that series, I will happily be wrong about this guy because I don't think a lot of us had a lot of huge expectations. And now, without those, it feels like he finally, this meta in particular, feels like it suits him.
It's a 2019 jungler that I was really hyped on. You know, like he obviously goes further than that, but he joined the Suiting Super Team. Ever since then, I think there's been 1 or 2 splits where Hackers looked absolutely brilliant. You know, like a top 4, top 5 jungler. This is a really good look considering that he had control over bottom lane. The counter ganks in multiple games as well were big. Like this block of the bubble, or rather Paddle Star on LWX. This sense of mind around his AD carry was just great to see. So props again, utilizing this Wukong, I think it's well or if not better than Ning in the second game. And overall, like Hacker is going to be someone to watch because it feels like FPX will probably keep running with him considering that he fits so well into the team versus Hao-Ye.
Yeah, it just looked like it worked. I think that's the best way to put it. And again, obviously there was some, I gotta give props, even though he did not win the series. I think Baolan on the Nami was exceptional. I think some amazing bubbles came into this particular game, but it really did feel like it was a team effort from FPX. It was the likes of Hacker and Xiaohu, and when they finally got to combo with each other and everything like that, that it really did come to light that this team can put it together when they want to. But like Wendy mentioned in the interview, their next 2 games aren't exactly easy. They've got Weibo Gaming, then they go against the high-flying IG later on in week number 4. These are 2 key games that they're going to have to try and at least glean something out of. There's a very real chance they might not see a win until week 5.
I was talking about this before, coming into broadcast because FPX, as you said, their schedule doesn't get easier until week number 6, the end of week 6 at that. So
Yeah.
you have a really rough time where this was a much needed win to get a bit of the confidence up, but also just to mitigate where FPX could be sitting at the halfway point in the split.
Yeah, well, we'll get there when we get there. If you're just joining us, we have been live for quite a few hours here now at this point in time, but we're going to have a look at today's results. It was a long one. There were 3-game series all back-to-back. LGD getting themselves their first win. Anyone's Legend 0-4. They are already 25% of the way to their split, and they are struggling. And of course, we just finished up Ultra Prime losing to the victorious FPX, who also picked up their first win of the year.
Well, the bottom of our standings right now, sitting right there on our screen, outside of TT, right? It's weird that, I didn't say RNG, NIP, but I'm not going to. They definitely don't feel like bottom of the standings teams. I don't care what the score says right now.
Go on, WE and RA. Go on.
Dude, it's crazy. I actually think WE look like a playoff team already.
I think Shanks, this meta suits Shanks to the ground. If we remember 2020 WE, that was sorry, not 2020, 2021 WE. That was the Silas Rise meta that was just super good for him, and he's loving it.
Sorry, more importantly, I forgot to mention the best team. IG are 3-0, and tomorrow we find out if they continue that because Hoya has to go up against YSKM, and once again. We are ready for a top lane debut.
I am excited. Of course, WE, we were just talking about going up against the unchanged OMG in our first game of the series. Of course, that will be slightly earlier on. That will be in WE's stadium of Xi'an with our second 2 series in Shanghai. And then our match of the week, BLG versus Weibo. Weibo have only played 1 series. But man, I'm a Xiaohu stan, and I'm excited. Like I was never super on the Shy hype train, but the Weibo, the Shy Xiaohu combination, I'm loving it, man.
I was on the Xiaohu hype train. I was on the Shy hype train.
Yeah,
I am on the Weibo.
You're just a hype train in general. You just bring the hype.
Well, I mean, I was, I'm gonna be like that person that was like, I knew YSKM before he came to the LPL and went to Worlds and won it. I cast Frank Esports in the PCS.
That's true. You did.
I mean, dude, I was like, this guy's he would first pick Fiora every time. Like he was a Chad before Chad even existed. There's a Giga Shy emote. We need a Giga YSKM emote.
Just call it YSKM. You should know me. That's the emote.
not Giga. You should know me. Yeah, not.
Just you should know me. You don't need to be Giga because you should know who he is. Anyway.
True.
That's all we have time for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Jamada, who's covered our first series. I hope you feel better soon, bro. Thank you, Hysterics, for jumping in and taking over that second series. We'll see you guys at a slightly earlier time tomorrow. But until then, take care of others, and most importantly, take care of yourselves.